Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will, on his own, not be able to analyze it, to find an issue's root cause, and to finally fix it. To effectively process the related huge amount of log and environment data, AI-supported remote services are required. Based on this data from the integrated central onboard diagnostics and intelligent in-vehicle edge preprocessing, a service expert can virtually access the vehicle in a mobility operations center, find the issue's root cause with AI-guided remote diagnostics, and fix it securely and safely with smart over-the-air updates or services operations. DXC Luxoft Advanced Diagnostics and Connected Platforms. Live in the future now.
Welcome to InfoPulse Bulgaria, part of a global IT company with more than 30 years of experience in providing IT services to customers in more than 40 countries around the world. Our team is constantly growing. This moves us forward and motivates us to become a major part of the local IT market. We firmly believe in our values: involvement, flexibility, openness and innovation. They help us build strong collaborative relationships with our specialists and customers and achieve even greater efficiency and operational flexibility. We offer a wide range of services and we're ready to contribute to the development of all industries. With our current focus on finance and insurance, manufacturing and agricultural telecom industries, we strive to enhance the expertise of our specialists and meet the specific needs of our customers. As a global and reliable service provider, we assist our clients in innovating and achieving scalability, enhanced efficiency, and operational agility. People are our greatest asset, and our strength comes from our unity. We're not just colleagues, but a team of friends with innovative thinking. We support each other as one big family, and we all strive to build the future together. We're waiting for you at InfoPulse Bulgaria.
Добре дошли в кухнята на Зая Бургер. Нека да видим какво се готви в QA отделът днес.
Хора, счупил се е Bedweather теста. Трябва да го инвестигирам, защото Камен ще ме пита.
Някакви Java пакети липсват.
Ако е dependency проблем, значи да гледа начало.
Пушнах промяната. Хайде да пием по едно кафе, докато мине билда.
Ако искаш ли ти да станеш част от нашия забавен екип, виж свободните позиции на zburger.bg.
Welcome everybody to our new home.
We are here today to celebrate the Flutter International reopening office in Sofia.
To create meaningful moments, we have created areas where our colleagues can collaborate, have fun, or enjoy some quiet time during work while still enjoying the office.
One team, we're hiring. Join now at careers.flutterinternational.com.
Welcome to Blind Factor.
We have a core purpose statement. What we articulate internally is why do we exist? And that is that we exist to create an environment and a culture that breeds success by, number one, enabling our people to be the best that they can be, and number two, caring for our clients as individuals. So it's all about people.
It's all about people.
Right at the core, it's our people. I'm most proud of our people.
Our people are our most important asset.
It's quite simple. It's our people.
It's about the people who work for Endava. It's about the people we work for. And that underpins everything that we do and drives the culture, the team-like behavior, the way we work with clients. From proof of concept, prototype to production, we're helping our clients work in their business context to find new ways of using technology to drive change and to change the experiences with their customers and their consumers.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Test automation ninjas, get ready to cheer for a man who has been with us for 7 consecutive years. A warm round of applause for the host who can't find a bug unless it's floating in his soup. Here's the irreplaceable Tony Karabashev!
And please welcome our host for 8 consecutive years, the man who thinks regression testing is a therapy session from the past. Here is the legendary Vladislav Violinov!
Welcome to the conference where code is cleaner, tests are leaner, and the insights are keener than ever. The 9th edition of QA Challenge Accepted. For professionals, by professionals.
Music.
Challenge accepted.
Music and lyrics of that fabulous song are created specially for Challenge Accepted events by Peter Subev, arrangement, vocals, and mastering by Peter Makavev, and, the most importantly, dance by Vladislav Violinov
and Tony Karabashev. I really hope you like that song, because you're going to hear it a lot today. And when you hear it, come back to the hall because the next lecture is about to start. This is the song that means you have to come back to the hall.
Who has been at all 9 legendary editions of QA Challenge Accepted? Oh, bravo, great. Even Jonathan Asuforum hasn't been on all of them.
Well, who has been to at least 1 edition of Challenge Accepted event? Luckily for you, the recordings of all Challenge Accepted events are on our YouTube channel, so you can see the missed one.
Who has been to 0 edition? Oh, you're lucky. The first time is marvelous.
Okay, who has been to more than 3 editions, but wishes they hadn't been to fewer than 5 editions, and the ones they have been to, you'd rather not to have been to, but you have been to not have been to been to have to been to have be to be. Ooh, you get a t-shirt because you understood the question. You get the t-shirt.
You can also win such a lovely t-shirt by buying it. This way you will not only win a t-shirt, but we will also support our charity cause.
As you all know, Challenge Accepted event commits to different charitable causes each year. This year, we are proud to announce our collaboration with one of the most renowned and successful charities in Bulgaria, Kapachki za Бъдеще, or Caps for the Future.
We join forces to help purchase a brand new neonatal ambulance for children in need.
That's right, because sometimes the most critical systems that needs our help aren't made of code, they're made of heartbeats. Let's make a real-life difference together.
Challenge accepted. Yes.
Now, let's give a warm welcome to the man with a plan, the founder of Caps of the Future, Lazar Ratko!
Hello everybody, and thank you for having me here. Thank you to the great people who organize this conference, this event. Thank you for the support. I'm wearing this outfit today because I'm coming directly from our 13th campaign, which is taking part right now in the center of Sofia, on the Postat Alexander Battenberg, the first square, and today we're about to gather like maybe 50-60 tons of plastic bottle caps in Sofia alone. We're going to recycle them, and as you know, we're aiming to provide another baby neonatal ambulance, because as we find out a couple of years ago, there were only 2 in Bulgaria. They were both in Sofia. They were both provided by other charity causes. And we are talking about the healthcare system in Bulgaria. You all know we have a lot of work to do, and not everything is working properly, but we're giving our best. But it all started 6 years ago. It all started 6 years ago when we found out that in most smaller hospitals in the countryside, in the smaller towns, the baby incubators were from the last century. They were from the 90s, from the 80s, even there were a couple from the 70s. And we found out, according to the statistics, that 1 out of 10 babies is being prematurely born, and this percentage is rising through the years. We also found out that 1 out of 3 prematurely born babies develop some problems with the eyesight or other health problems. First of all, because they're underdeveloped, and second of all, because some of the medical devices, mainly baby incubators, which the doctors used to treat the babies, they were in poor condition, they were old, they were damaged, they were not working properly. And we set on a mission to gather plastic bottle caps, to recycle them, and with the money to buy baby incubators. 2017, we donated the first one. In 2018, we donated number 2 and number 3. In 2019, we donated another 19 baby incubators, and we managed to replace the oldest ones, so that from the beginning of 2020, there wasn't a single hospital where the newest baby incubator was from the last century. We managed to do that. In 2020, we helped another 14 hospitals with almost 45 medical devices. Then we found out that there weren't almost any baby ambulances. In 2021, we donated the first one, and it is already helping. It has already helped more than 100 babies in the Plovdiv district, Smolen district, Pazardzhik district, Haskovo and Krzili district. 2022, we donated the second, the third, and the fourth ambulance. Now the fifth one is ready. You can see it on the Alexander Battenberg Square in the center. If you finish here earlier, we'll be there until 4 p.m., maybe 5:30, 6 p.m. And now we're trying to provide another baby ambulance. And I would like to thank one more time the organizers. I would like to thank each and everyone who has helped in the past, who is helping right now, and who is about to help, because the baby incubators have already helped. The doctors save a couple of thousand lives. The baby ambulances have helped them save a couple of hundred lives. And this new ambulance, the one today and the one which is coming in the future, thanks to people who will help today and who will help in the future, will help people who are not born yet. They will help save lives. And everyone, each and every one of you who helps our cause, will help our mission, help the doctors save lives of babies who are not born yet, prematurely born babies, normally born babies with health problems. We're here to save lives, so I would like to thank you one more time, and stay safe, God bless, have a nice conference. I'm going back to the campaign. Thank you for your attention.
And once again, още веднъж чест е за мен да стисна ръката.
Thank you.
One more time for Lazar Radkov!
Yesterday, our developer comrade gathered the sum of 1,845 leva for our cause. And remember, this is not a competition between devs and QAs, okay? Okay, this is a common charitable cause. So let's see who is more generous, you or them.
Speaking about generosity, it's our sponsor's generosity that truly elevates our conference, making it distinctive and impactful, memorable and special, useful and enjoyable for body and soul.
Let's give a huge round of applause for our GOAT sponsors. And Luxoft. Please applause.
Bosch Engineering Center Sofia.
Amusenet.
Infopulse.
And Zeeburger.
Our silver sponsors this year are
Commerzbank,
Flutter International,
Blank Factor,
Dreamix,
and Endava.
And our bronze sponsors,
Nuvei, Coherent Solutions, Experian Bulgaria, Axway, Deaf Experts, Milestone,
as well as Accenture, SiteGround, BGO Software, Progress, Endurosat, and JQA Academy.
Now, some very quick housekeeping notes.
The essentials are back in action.
Unlimited filtered water by Pure Water, beer by Carlsberg, Red Bull by Red Bull.
The coffee is provided by Nuvei, and we have also sandwiches, fruits, and snacks available. We also kindly remind you to check our Challenge Accepted Club cards for very cool offers from our partners.
If you have a pass for both QA Challenge Accepted and Deaf Challenge Accepted, and didn't manage to get your swag bags or gifts yesterday, you can pick them up after the opening lecture.
Gear up for a day brimming with wisdom, networking, and truckload of surprises.
Please don't forget to visit our sponsor booths outside and collect all the stamps. There will be plenty of special prizes, games, and surprises.
To participate in the raffle with fantastic array of prizes at the end of the event, you need to get your badges stamped by every single sponsor. But no need to rush it. We have the whole day ahead of us, so in the breaks, get your stamps.
Last but not least, we would also like to thank our volunteers, the people in the reflective vest.
Yeah, vast majority of them are actually IT pros and your colleagues, so that's why QA Challenge Accepted is
for professionals, by professionals.
So give our volunteers a clap and respect.
And now, it's time to move on with the official program.
You know how devs and QAs are often seen as cats and dogs, always at each other's throats?
Well, we are playing TechCupid here. The first speaker on our stage is a guy who's all about breaking down those barriers between devs and QAs.
Ben Linders has been around the Agile block a few times, helping teams find their groove and managers transform into servant leaders.
He's not just an Agile coach, folks. Ben has a resume longer than a blockchain. He's a consultant. He has written books translated into over 12 languages and writes articles for some of the top technical blogs and platforms, read by millions of people.
Ben came here from the Netherlands to drop some knowledge bombs on all of us.
Your applause for Ben Linders!
Cheers.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm getting all of Sophia's weight right now, even on a Sunday morning. So thank you for the introduction, and happy to be here at QA Challenge Accepted. I'm going to be diving into working in teams, working in Agile teams. And as you all know, working in teams can be challenging. There can be some quite challenging stuff along the way. And what I'm going to dive in are some of these challenges in there, but I'm also going to dig a little bit deeper to see why those challenges are there and give you some ideas on how to deal with those challenges. I put the Agile word between brackets. I don't care that much about Agile. I do care about people. I do care about teams. I'm not here to sell you Agile. There's plenty of people who will do that. Don't come to me. I'm looking for ways for people to work together, to find better ways to work together, to be more productive, to feel more comfortable at work, and to do a better job. That's the kind of things that I'm aiming at. Not about Agile, about collaboration, about communication, about working together, people to people. I started out as a developer, and after a couple of years of doing software development, I also did some testing, went into Q&A. I did my first automated testing in the previous century. That had some challenges, but I managed to get through that. Worked in different roles, became a tech leader, project manager, and I had the opportunity to work in and with a lot of high-performing teams. And initially, I didn't even know that those were high-performing teams. For me, that felt pretty normal. It felt like teams should be. It felt like people working together, having a good time, but also delivering valuable stuff to their customers. And I figured out later, looking at this, like, hey, there's something that's differentiating these teams. There's something that's making a difference in there. There's something that's helping these teams to perform better. Let's dive into that. So I started exploring that more and more, working internally in some larger customers on working with teams and helping them to improve, and later working as a consultant with multiple companies and helping them to improve. Nowadays, I'm mostly doing coaching, organizational coaching, and individual coaching, and workshops. I love to do workshops. I love to set up a day, 2 days on a topic, work with games, work with exercise, work with the people together to help them explore the situation that they are in and find ways to improve in there. And I think that the interaction that you get in a workshop is really a great thing for people to discover new things. So I'm a lot into stuff like gamification. Many of the things that I do in my workshops are also available on my website, so you can actually even download them for a small fee. And as the people mentioned in the introduction, I wrote a couple of books, so they're also here. I also work together with InfoQ.com. I'm one of the editors for the Culture and Methods section. I'm actually doing interviews with several speakers on this conference on the topic of that talk, which will be published on InfoQ. So if you want to read more about the stuff that's been happening here and want to dive deeper into the topics, take a look at InfoQ. But first, let's dive into management. And I took a definition of management from the Oxford Diaries. And what management said is the process of dealing with or controlling things or people. Controlling, is that what management is about? I'm not sure if I, as a person working in an organization, would be happy with being controlled. So, people managing a company collectively, the responsibility for a company, the treatment or control of diseases or disorder. I'm hoping that this part of the definition is not applicable to organizations, but in some organizations, people might be managing people and doing a lot of harm to organizations. So if you look at this definition of management and this view on management, it's worrying. And well, I think management and the way that teams and people are managed in organizations is driving a lot of people mad. It's not helpful. It's not helping the organization. It's certainly not helping the people. And I think this is something that we should explore, like, are there different ways to do this? And this is more or less where Agile at least triggers some of the stuff in there, to take a different look at the way that people are working together, but also the way that you work together in teams and teams are being managed. Instead of looking at the traditional top-down management in the organization, Agile was looking at things like self-organization, was looking at a way that teams can manage themselves. So, how would I define an Agile team? I would say Agile team, and again, you can put the Agile between brackets, but it would also apply to team. People working close together to deliver valuable products or services to users and stakeholders. It's people working close together in a group, in a team, in a smaller group, because if you want to have that close proximity, people shouldn't be far away. And I'm talking about close as in collaboration, as in mentally close. You can still be a distributed team, people can still be remote, but you feel connected to the people, you know what's happening, you know what other people are doing in your team. Your communication is there on a daily basis, whether you're on the same location or not, and you're working together to deliver results. And this is actually what you also can see if you look back to the manifesto for Agile. It's about individuals and interactions, so it's about people working together, not on processes and tools, which is actually where most of the Agile transformations are focusing on. That's one of the reasons why I'm not a big fan of Agile. It's not about processes. It should be about people. It's about delivering value, delivering software to people, delivering something that customers can actually use and that gives value to them. And the way to do that is to collaborate with your customers. You do that by delivering frequently, but you also do it by asking feedback from your customers, asking if this software is really solving their problem, asking them what they would need next, and focus on that in your development cycle. Last but not least thing is to learn and to change. So to reflect frequently how things are going and find out if there's something that you would need to change in there. So this is, for me, the key aspects of working together in teams. Delivering value collectively, working together with your customers, and reflecting frequently to see, hey, is there anything that's holding us back? Is there anything that we could do better? Or is there anything that we're doing pretty well and that we might exploit and become even better in doing? That's the kind of stuff that makes up a great team. Well, let's see why people hate working in teams. And this is what I hear from a lot of people. They say, yeah, I don't want to work in a team, or that's the stuff that I'm not happy with. To pick out some of the examples in there, depending too much on colleagues. Like, okay, if I want to get something done, I will have to work together with my colleague. I'm depending on input from another person. I need some information which I'm not getting. So depending on other people makes me do a less job than what I could do individually. So that's why I'm not happy with working in a team. I would prefer to work alone instead of working in a team. Unclearness. In some of the teams, there's a lot of unclearness of what's expected. Maybe there's some targets and goals for the whole team, but then it becomes unclear on what should everybody do individually? How should I contribute to the team? What's the work that I should be doing? So that kind of unclearness is something that people hate when they're working in teams. You might need to work with people in a team which you don't like. Organizations are bringing people together in a team, giving them a task, giving them a project or something that we deliver. And sometimes you don't have a choice in which team you're going to be, or you don't have a choice who's going to be in your team. So you might have to work together with some people like, yeah, I'm not happy with that person in there. Could we do something about that? So that's the kind of stuff that people say what they hate about working in Agile teams. Zooming in a little bit on Agile, I know there's been a lot of fuss on Agile, and most of the organizations have been trying to adapt Agile, and then you see a lot of these things happening. And people start blaming Agile. They start saying like, okay, we didn't have these problems before Agile was there. Then my manager just told me what to do. I just did my job. I delivered something. And in the end, everybody was happy. Well, the question is whether that Agile is causing these problems, whether Agile teams are the cause of these kind of disturbance in there. Because if you actually look at why people hate working together, the same reasons pop up. It has actually nothing to do with Agile. The only thing that Agile does is emphasizing this and making the problems visible. But if you look back, these kind of problems have been there also before Agile was there in your organization. The only thing that is happening right now is that you become more aware of these problems and you become more aware of the urgency that you need to do something about them. And the question might be, okay, can we go back to a situation before Agile because it looks like we didn't have these problems? Well, I don't think that you can actually go back anymore to that situation before Agile. Because if you look at the demands which are there right now in organizations, the demands that people are expecting for companies, it's being able to deliver something valuable, it's being able to deliver stuff faster as your competition, delivering the right stuff. And that's the kind of things that are not going to go away. So going back to the way that organizations were managed before, I don't think that's going to do it. I don't think that's going to work for the organization, and it's not going to help you to deliver what you need to deliver. So we're having these problems. These problems don't have to do with Agile. Agile is just making them visible, and we're going to need to deal with them. So let's face it, you can't do it alone. Even if you're working remotely with an organization and you're thinking about, okay, I've had it, I don't want to work together with people, I'm just going to look for a nice island to work on, I'm going to go over there and I'm going to be working remotely from that island and I don't need to work together with other people. It doesn't work that way. Sooner or later, you're going to need something from another colleague, you need to deliver something, you need to understand what's needed. So there's no way to escape collaboration. There's no way to escape that you need to do this together with the people in your team. So then the only solution would be, okay, let's face it, let's find a way to get better in working together. Let's find a way that we can actually do stuff together and get better in doing that. A little bit about why you would like to work in a team. And I'm putting up this why sheet because I think if you want teams to really do a good job in there, the first question would be, okay, what's in it for me? Why would I want to work in a team? What's the benefit that I would be getting if I join a team and if I work together with my colleagues? And I think some of the main things in there, and it also comes back to what's expected of organization right now, is when you're working in a team collectively, you can get more work done and you can accomplish better results. You can accomplish the results that are needed nowadays. And this has to do with the bigger demands which are there. This has to do with the complexity of the software that we're working on. This has to do with the different kind of knowledge that's needed. If you want to solve today's problems, you're going to need a diverse team. You're going to need a multi-skilled team to be able to do that. Nobody can possess all these skills, and even if you could, you're probably not going to be able to deliver something quickly enough and get it together. So, as a team, if you work together in a good way, you can get a lot more done together than you can do individually. And you can also get a lot more done together compared to how you would work previously with somebody just handing out tasks and hoping to fit everything together. If you work in a team, you can and you should get credit for what you do. And this credit part is a double thing. It's both getting credit as a team, and I really do emphasize that that's important if you want teams to work. Certainly if you're a manager in an organization, if you want people to work together in a team, start focusing on rewarding the team as a whole. Start focusing on rewarding behavior that you would like to see in a team where people are supporting each other and helping each other. So part of this rewarding is the rewarding that you get as a whole team. But you can also get credits individually in a team, both from the people in the team, your colleagues, but also from the tech leads, the team leads that are working with you. If you work in a team, you work with people whom you get to know. You build up a relationship over time. And that makes it easier for you to ask help or to give help to somebody else in your team. And that's a great way for yourself to develop yourself. So instead of having to rely on going to any courses or training to develop yourself, you can actually ask your colleagues to help you with something, or you can offer help to your colleagues if they are doing something which they're not familiar with yet. So giving help, getting help, by being in a team, the team is basically creating the environment which makes it a lot easier for you to do this. The assumption here, of course, is that there's a kind of safety in this team. And this is, again, with the team or a group. If you're in a team, I'm assuming that there's enough safety that people feel safe enough that if there's anything that they need help on, they will raise it, they will ask for help, they will reach out to their colleagues and ask them to help you. So this kind of safety should be there. If this kind of safety is not there, is it a team or is it just a group of people who are working together? For a team, this kind of safety is essential, and I'm going to dive deeper into that. Learning from each other. I think also teams are giving you a kind of belonging. It's being together in accomplishing a result which will help you to do a better job in there. And for a lot of people, this is actually very important and even a reason to be on site on a team. And again, this kind of belonging, you can get it on site if you're physically at the same location. You can also get it remotely. Referring back to the work that I'm doing for InfoQ as a journalist, we have a team of editors working together on looking at new innovations in the software industry, picking them up, working on interviews, working on articles and stories on that. We're distributed all around the world. My lead editor is in New Zealand. I've seen him twice in real life. And I think I had 4 phone calls, video calls over the past 12 years with him. And still, I know him. And he knows me. And we just need to do 1 chat session or 1 email to get stuff done in there. So we've built up a relationship over the years where we know each other, where we can trust each other, where I dare to bring up any subject that is there, that is bothering me, and the other way around. So you don't need to be in the same location or the same room to do this. And you certainly don't need a lot of video meetings, by the way, to do this. There's other ways to do this also, and to work together asynchronously. Last but not least, people, if you work in a team, if you work together, if you accomplish something, that's going to give you a lot of satisfaction. It's going to give you a lot of satisfaction from getting something out of the door, getting something realized. And a little bit about Agile in here. I see a lot of these kind of satisfaction if you're doing a product demo session, if you're demoing the product that you have created as a team towards your customer. If you show, this is what we made, this is what the system can do right now, this is what we have. And that's also why I always encouraged for this kind of product demos for the team to do them themselves and to show the product and ask for the feedback in there, because it's really giving a lot of satisfaction of showing what you have accomplished together. Some of the benefits of Agile teams in there, if you're truly an Agile team which is self-organized, self-managed, then it's a great way of getting rid of any micromanagement. You don't have a manager telling you what to do, because you will decide as a team together on what you will do and how you will do it. And you need to check regularly. That's also where a lot of teams use to stand up for, to see, okay, how are we doing? What are the stuff that we're going to be doing today? Do I need any help with that? Is there any help that I can offer? Is there anything bothering me? But that's the minimum level of management that you need, and it's actually a level of self-management. It's something that you can do yourself. You're looking at working at a sustainable pace. So you're looking at doing work at a speed that you can keep up for a longer period. I know they call a sprint. I'm not sure if it should be a sprint. Better to call it a marathon, because you want to do that kind of work for a longer period, and you want to make sure that teams are a healthy and safe environment for people to prevent any burnout from happening in your team. Being in a team also helps you to limit outside interference. And there's a subtle difference between interference and outside collaboration. You want feedback from your customers. You want to work together with other teams in the organization. But you don't want them to interfere with you on a daily basis. You want to control the way that you're working together on there. You want to make some arrangements on how you want to do this. And as a team, it becomes easier to limit that kind of interference with people outside the team and making you stronger as a team. And actually, if you're working in an Agile team, there's going to be less unclearness, because if you use things like the task box in there, you know what to work on, you know what the result will be that you're working against. on a short time notice. You know what you want to deliver. So it's going to be much more clear on what needs to be done, how you're going to do it, and who is going to do it. And in the end, this is all about getting better results. Better results through communication, through collaboration on a daily basis. That's the kind of things that you would like to accomplish with Agile, working in Agile teams. So how can you do this? I think first of all, realize that if you want to have a team, teams are going to need time to build up. It's going to take some time before people who start together as a group, who put together to do a task, will really be a team. And how much time? Well, that varies from people to people, organization to organization. It also has to do with how much effort and focus you're going to put into building a team, which is also very important in there. But in the end, you're looking at creating a team which is capable of doing really, really great work in there. And with a long-lived team, you're actually changing the way of how work is being organized. Instead of having work and then assigning a team to do the work, you're going to do it the other way around. You're going to have a team, and you're going to look for work that the team can do. Because you want to keep the people together. When you have a really good, high-performing team, you don't want to break up. You want that team to keep on performing that way, and you're going to bring work to the team instead of trying to create teams and bring them to the work. That also gives a different view on the concept of project versus product. A lot of organizations are moving towards product-based structures, which would support these longer-lived teams, which also support keeping the knowledge that you have about the product together in the team, instead of having a project and then losing all this knowledge and starting a new project again. For people in team to work well together, I already mentioned it, you need psychological safety, and part of that is also you need people to trust each other. And my view on trust is to turn it around, and instead of trying to build trust or trying to create trust and looking for ways to build up trust over time, let's start it the other way around, and let's start on trust by default. Let's assume when you start together as a team that everybody is there to do the best job. So instead of doing a lot of things of creating trust, let's just assume that trust is there. Let's trust each other and let's start working from that assumption. And what I actually have seen is if I do this 99 out of 100 times, that works. That trust isn't harmed because actually people are there to do a good job. People don't come to work to make a mess out of things. They come there to do something useful. They come there to work together with other people to accomplish something. So let's start with this trust and let's use that as a base to create up psychological safety. Given the complexity that we have to solve, as I mentioned earlier, you want to have this diversity in a team. And this diversity also helps to bring in different ideas, different opinions. And that's also where, of course, the psychological safety comes in again. Because if you want people to really share those ideas, that safety should be there. And if you work together in a team, look for different ways to managing a team and to self-manage the team. And there's a lot of different approaches around that you can do that. You hear a lot about servant management, servant leadership in Agile teams. There's just one way. There are many other ways that team can become self-organized. So my suggestion would be look for ways that teams can truly manage themselves and make sure that you can really build the strong knowledge and skills in the teams to be able to handle your work yourself. Okay, so what if this doesn't work? Well, that's probably going to happen, which is natural. You're changing, you're bringing people together, there's going to be stuff along the way. So if something is bothering somebody in the team, bring it up, raise it. And actually, if you're working in an Agile team, you're doing Scrum, you have the daily stand-up, which is already a place where you can bring up any issue, anything that's bothering you, any problem that you might see. Say it. Feel safe enough to say, feel safe enough to bring it up. If that safety is not there at that stand-up meeting, if people don't feel safe to raise anything in there, you got a problem. You got a big problem as a team. And what I actually would suggest, if you feel that that safety is not there, then that should be the issue for the stand-up meeting. Not moving from sticky notes or talking about the work, but talking about the problems that are there and why people are not bringing up a problem. That's the actual problem that you would like to work on. Work on your team working skills. Team working is not just technical. Team working is also communication. Team working is also soft skills. Teamwork is also accepting that people communicate in different ways. Not everybody is working in the same way. Not everybody is communicating in the same way. We have extrovert people, introvert people, different kind of communication, personal preferences. A great solution that I see for this would be to create a kind of manual of me, where people say like, this is the way that I would like to work together with other people. This is the way that I would like to receive information. This is why I would like to have some block time to focus on stuff. If people just write down how they would like to work together with other people and share that, that can help for a team to set up some team policies and find a way to work together most effectively and to better understand your colleagues. Also, agile retrospectives, if you're doing those, and I'm hoping and assuming that you do those, are a great way, of course, to dive into how people are working together in teams. So to reflect, to look back on collaboration, that's the kind of things you do. And there's plenty of different kind of exercise that you can do in those retrospectives to bring this out and to learn from each other and find better ways to work together. One advice that I want to give to managers is to don't call your people resources. People are people. People are not resources. People are not something in a spreadsheet that you can replace. Like, okay, I just need so many hours. Let's move out one person. Let's move in another person. This is not how it works. And using the word resources is actually emphasizing that you don't really care about people and that you don't really care about teams. So if there's any manager in the room and you want to take out something back from this conference to your organization, please remember this. Don't call your people resources. Some other tips. Don't micromanage. Don't tell your people what to do. If you want to work with people, if you want to have great teams in your organization, don't tell them how to do their work, but support them in finding a way to work together. Support them in finding the best way to do stuff together. Help them to help any problems which are there out of the way. Ask a team on what you can do. Don't put pressure on a team. It almost never works. It might work occasionally if you really have to do something today or tomorrow, but if that happens every day, forget about it. Not every day is that important that something needs to be delivered. So don't put pressure on team. Give them space. Trust your people. Trust them to do a good job in there. And finally, don't be a jerk. Treat your people like you would like to be treated yourself. That's my main advice to a manager. And if you're wondering, as a manager, should I do something? My advice would actually be to don't do it and see what happens. Because a lot of managers are actually managing that much that are actually limiting their teams. They're actually withholding the people to do the best job because everybody is looking up to their manager like, okay, just tell me what to do and I'll do it. So the best way to manage is to not manage. Don't do it. See what happens. Be surprised. So listen to your people. Value collaboration that's happening in a team. And also value that really tell that to the people that you find this kind of collaboration important. So you're not focusing on individual results. Again, you're focusing on the team results. You're focusing on how people work together. Trust your people and give them what they need. Trust that they're there to do a good job, and if they bring up any issues, look for a way to solve those issues together. Don't like, okay, you report a problem, I'm going to solve it. How can I help you to solve this problem together? How can we help you to get this problem out of the way? And look at creating really psychological safety situations within your team. And sometimes the best way you can do to create psychological safety is by not being there. Again, leave it up to the team. Give them space to do things, give them space to decide how to do it, and trust that your team will do a good job. And really, this works. I've seen this in many, many organizations where managers ask me like, should I interfere? Should I bother about this? No. Just wait. This problem is going to solve itself by the team because the team can do it and knows how to do it. Okay, one last thing, because I was talking a lot about managers and people and team, but hey, managers are people too. So if you go back to your organization, again, everybody is there to do a good job, to do the best thing they can. So just as managers shouldn't call the people resources, developers, testers, QA people, don't talk about management, business, them. Use their name, work together, respect them, and respect them in the same way as you would like to be respected. Look for ways to work together. Trust each other and look for the best solution together, because in the end, everybody is going to benefit from doing this. Okay, thank you, and we have some time for questions.
Are there any questions in the room here?
I see a hand being raised over there.
Test. Okay, it's working. Ben, one question. How to call managers by name if we don't know who is taking the decision or who is making the decision?
Sorry, can you repeat the question for me?
Okay, I'll try to speak louder. How to change management as a word and call them by names if we don't know who is making the decision?
If you don't know who's taking the decision, but there's been a decision by management.
Yes.
Okay, ask who took this decision. Ask, I want to know more about the decision. Try to get yourself involved in this decision-making process, because somehow this decision is getting from where it's been taken to you. So try to close the gap between the people making the decision and you picking up a decision at the other end. And if you truly show interest and start asking questions like, okay, I want to better understand this decision, I want to know what it's about, because I want to live up to this decision, but to do that, I want to know what it's about. Start asking questions. Don't fight it. Be open, but be curious about what's the thing behind this. And that can usually help to get connected to the people taking the decision in there by asking them to explain it. Other questions?
Thank you. Other questions? Well, of course, there is one question. Wait for the mic, please.
My question is, how should we deal with a micromanaging manager in the team? What approaches can we...
Well, yeah, it depends on how you can deal with it. I actually had one manager who wanted to manage me, and I did trust him because I knew the person and I knew that he wanted to do a good job. And the reason that he wanted to micromanage it was that he had people in different kind of roles in the organization, unique roles. There was only one person for most of the roles. And he wanted to understand what was happening in there. And what I actually did is, because he asked for some reporting, is I started reporting to him first weekly, and then on a daily basis on the stuff that I had been doing. So I was giving him information on what I did, how I did it, and how I worked with that. And I was more or less trying to overload him with that information. So what actually happened after a week or two is that we sat together and he said, okay, Ben, I think we should stop with this because it looks to me that you're doing a good job. I've been speaking with a couple of people in the organization that you work with. They're all pretty happy on what you were doing. So it doesn't make sense for you to give me all those details in there. So instead of resisting, you go ahead with him. Again, what more or less happened was that we accomplished some trust in there, like I trust you and I think you're doing a good job. And he was giving me more freedom. Fighting again usually doesn't help. But going along or trying to understand, giving the information and then seeing, okay, how can we work with this? If it really turns out to be a problem and a micromanaging, yeah, it might be more challenging. Actually, what can help in here is, again, if you are in an agile team, is to bring up these kind of issues in the retrospective. Because the difference will be that it's not about micromanaging one person, but then it's about micromanaging a whole team. And if people are together in a team and they work together, they can feel stronger to raise these kind of issues instead of raising them individually. So if more people in the team feel like that, make it a topic of your retrospective. And then feed back to the organization like, hey, this is what we see happening and it's not helping us. Can we do something about that? Does that help?
Okay, thank you. If you have any more questions, we can find Ben in the special dedicated speakers corner in following break. Thank you very much, and please applaud Ben Linder!
Thank you.
As you heard, this year we've set up for the first time in Challenge Accepted history a special dedicated speakers corner where you can find every single speaker in the following break, the break following their talk. So please go there and speak with them, ask their questions and communicate.
Speakers corner in the right, on the right corner.
It's not just a corn, it's corner.
Yes, on the right corner.
Okay,
for us,
and
for you,
just before we go, some important announcements and reminders to make. You can sign up for lightning talks to speak from our stage.
So grab the marker and write your name and topics.
Also, don't forget to visit our sponsor booths for prizes and to get your stamps.
And if you have a big and warm heart, we kindly remind you, you can support Caps for the Future, okay?
Now it's time for delicious coffee provided by Nuvei. We're waiting for you here in 10:45. 15 minutes break.
15 minutes break.
15-ish.
Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will, on his own, not be able to analyze it, to find an issue's root cause, and to finally fix it. To effectively process the related huge amount of log and environment data, AI-supported remote services are required. Based on this data from the integrated central onboard diagnostics and intelligent in-vehicle edge pre-processing, a service expert can virtually access the vehicle in a mobility operations center, find the issue's root cause with AI-guided remote diagnostics, and fix it securely and safely with smart over-the-air updates or services operations. DXC Luxoft Advanced Diagnostics and Connected Platforms. Live in the future now.
Welcome to InfoPulse Bulgaria, part of a global IT company with more than 30 years of experience in providing IT services to customers in more than 40 countries around the world. Our team is constantly growing. This moves us forward and motivates us to become a major part of the local IT market. We firmly believe in our values: involvement, flexibility, openness and innovation. They help us build strong collaborative relationships with our specialists and customers and achieve even greater efficiency and operational flexibility. We offer a wide range of services and we're ready to contribute to the development of all industries. With our current focus on finance and insurance, manufacturing and agricultural telecom industries, we strive to enhance the expertise of our specialists and meet the specific needs of our customers. As a global and reliable service provider, we assist our clients in innovating and achieving scalability, enhanced efficiency, and operational agility. People are our greatest asset, and our strength comes from our unity. We're not just colleagues, but a team of friends with innovative thinking. We support each other as one big family, and we all strive to build the future together. We're waiting for you at InfoPulse Bulgaria.
Добре дошли в кухнята на Зее Бургер. Нека да видим какво се готви в QA отделът днес.
Хора, щупил се е Bedweather теста. Трябва да го инвестигирам, защото Камен ще ме пита.
Някакви Java пакети липсват.
Ако е Dependency проблем, значи да гледа на Java.
Пушнах промяна. Хайде да пием по едно кафе, докато мине билда.
Ако искаш и ти да станеш част от нашия забавен екип, виж свободните позиции на zburger.bg.
Welcome everybody to our new home.
We are here today to celebrate the Flutter International reopening the office in Sofia.
To create meaningful moments, we have created areas where our colleagues can collaborate, have fun, or enjoy some quiet time during work while still enjoying the office.
One team, we're hiring. Join now at careers.flutterinternational.com.
Welcome to Blind Factor.
We have a core purpose statement. What we articulate internally is why do we exist? And that is that we exist to create an environment, a culture that breeds success by, number one, enabling our people to be the best that they can be, and number two, caring for our clients as individuals. So it's all about people.
It's all about people. Right at the core, it's our people. I'm most proud of our people. Our people are our most important asset.
It's quite simple. It's our people.
It's about the people who work for Endava. It's about the people we work for. And that underpins everything that we do and drives the culture, the team-like behavior, the way we work with clients. From proof of concept, prototype to production, we're helping our clients work in their business context to find new ways of using technology to drive change and to change the experiences with their customers and their consumers.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted.
Заповядайте с кафетата в залата, не се притеснявайте, но не закъснявайте, ще бъде много интересно, обещаваме. Please welcome back to the hall. Our next lecture is about to start in less than 2 minutes. Come with your coffee.
Единственото ви извинение да не дойдете, ако сте в Speaker Corner. Speaker's Corner. И да разговаряте с предният лектор.
Welcome back. Coffee accepted. Welcome back. Welcome back. Please come into the hall, but quietly, because our next talk is about to start.
Listen up, code alchemist. Have you ever seen a piece of code and thought, this smells worse than a throw under the bridge?
Bingo! If the code smells are starting to stink up the enchanted forest of your software, we've got just the magician for you.
Benjamin Bischoff is not just a coding wizard, he's a literal magician. You will see this later today.
And as for now, Benjamin will uncover the dark arts of code smells and transforms them into aromatic bouquets of clean, maintainable magic.
Please extend your debugging wands and give a warm welcome to the person coming from the vibrant city of Düsseldorf, Germany. Abracadabra, Benjamin Bischoff!
Well, hello everyone. Let's see if we get some more people in. I know this is a controversial topic, especially for a QA conference, but let's see. By the way, if you think during the talk, this is not for me, this sucks, Please feel free to leave. You're not obliged to be here with me. And I won't be mad, I promise. So, my topic is identifying code smells. Let's get me out of the way. This is the obligatory About Me slide. I'm Benjamin Bischoff. I'm a test automation engineer at Trivago in Germany, in my hometown Düsseldorf as well. I've been in IT for about 23 years, the first 15 as a developer, 100% full-time developer, and then I moved gradually into the QA direction, and I'm now a test automation engineer and have been for the past 8 years. So I still do a lot of development, but all in a test context. If you're interested, this will be the only ad in my talk. I wrote a book about the Karate API testing framework, so if you're interested, please buy it. If you're not interested, please buy it and burn it. A little disclaimer, let's see how many walk out at this point. This is only about the identification of code smells. This is not about how to fix code smells. And I will show you a lot of code. And it's going to be all Java, because Java is the language I hate the least. I don't love any programming language. In fact, the one I used to love is not there anymore, which was ActionScript 3, if you remember, if you worked with Flash anywhere in your career. But Java is close. This is a slide for me, smelly code, smelly code. If you do not understand this, you're either too young or too old, or you never watched Friends. This slide will come again. I like it, you don't have to. But let's get into the topic. So where did the term code smell actually originate? This was in this book, Refactoring by Martin Fowler with Kent Beck, and they define a code smell as a surface indication that usually corresponds to a deeper problem in the system. And that is the whole point of this talk. Thank you. It might point to a problem in your system. It doesn't have to point to a problem in your system. Depending on your context, your code smell might actually be desired. And that is the challenge when you deal with those. Why should you care? That's a good question, thank you. Communication. You want to speak a common language with developers, with QAs. You want to be able to name certain things. Instead of saying, I have this gut feeling there's something wrong with the code, it's better if you can actually name what you think is wrong with the code. Also, tackling code smells lead to better code. And if you combine that with clean code principles and design patterns, it will be a win for everyone. Also, which is very interesting for QA, clean code is testable code. And testable code leads to clean code. So it's a cyclic relationship between clean code and testability. Well, there was a problem with this book. There were a lot of code smells in it, but they were not really categorized that well. Those two people from the Helsinki University of Technology, which I will not dare to pronounce, they wrote a paper, the taxonomy of code smells, where they actually developed categories for those code smells. And those are the categories. This is the classification, this is the taxonomy of the code smells. And I don't want to scare you away, but I will show you code for every one of them, every single one. I wrote examples for all of them. I tried to keep them as simple as possible, and I will also point out the relevant parts of the code. If you don't deal with code at all, just take this in as something that your developers are struggling with every day. Category number 1, the bloaters. This is code that is too large to handle. And as you will see in this first example, again, I will point out the relevant lines. This does not mean it's a lot of code, because this is what's called a long method, even though it doesn't contain a lot of lines. Essentially, this is just a method to save a customer in a list. And it's called save customer, so that's what you would expect it does. But down here, you see something strange. It returns a string which says, we have a new customer called, and then it prints out the name of the customer. At first glance, this might be okay, but this is not what the method name says. It just says save customer. It doesn't say save customer and returns something. And if you use this method, you might be wondering, what is this string value that I'm getting back? So this is not good to have that. The same can apply to a whole class. Again, this is not a big class. It's a shopping cart. And this shopping cart has 3 methods. It has an add product, a remove product, and a checkout method, which clearly belongs to a shopping cart. But down here, we have enter voucher code, which is not really about the cart, but about the checkout, and contact support, which is way out of scope of this. So again, you have a large class, a class that does too much. So we already tackled 2 of them, only 20 to go. Primitive obsession. This is actually the one I struggled with the most, along with 1 or 2 others, because it's not easy to explain. You have a customer, and again, you don't need to know Java in depth. You don't need to know Java at all. It's just about the principle. You have a customer, and this customer has a zip code. And this zip code is stored as an integer, which is a number. But there are some problems here. And a number is a so-called primitive type. That means you can just store a number in it, nothing else. But what if you have zip codes that start with a 0? You can also save values in there that are negative. You can put all sorts of stuff in there that is not a real zip code. So this is something that developers say, okay, let's do it like this because it's the easiest way, it's straightforward, but they fail to see how much can go wrong with this. A long parameter list. This is something that I am guilty of myself and probably every developer I spoke to. Again, doesn't matter what all this code is, it's just about this method. It calculates some result. And it has a lot of parameters that you can pass to this method, like a base value, is metric, is 2D, offset, height. It doesn't matter what it does. What matters is that you have to call this method like this. Calculate result, 13, false, true, -1, null, which is completely strange if you use it, because you have no idea what each of these parameters is doing. Also, it's a nightmare to unit test, because depending on if you pass true or false, or what values you pass, it branches out into different functionality. So this is something that should be avoided. Data clumps. That is a fairly straightforward one. It's grouping unrelated data. We have a customer again. I'm somehow obsessed with customers. And a customer has a last name, a middle name, a first name, a salutation of some sort. But in the customer, we also have a street address, a city, a state, and a country, which is kind of related to the customer, but not really, because you could have 2 customers in the same address. One customer could have multiple addresses, so it should be separated. The same is true for the is employed or is homeowner. This is unnecessary data that you don't want to have whenever you query that customer. See how fast we're moving along? We're already in category 2 of 5. Hope you're still with me. OOP abusers. OOP, object-oriented programming, this is something that does not use the object-oriented principles and possibilities that your language may support. Switch statements is a classic. I tried to find one of the stupidest examples I could, and I think I succeeded. It's a method that returns the number of wheels for a vehicle. And it does that in a very strange way. You pass it a vehicle as a string, like a car, a boat, a bike, or a bicycle, because there are multiple ways to define a bike. And then it returns the number of wheels, like for a car, a 4, for a boat, a 0. But this is not good. You need to maintain this method whenever you add a new vehicle, which might be defined somewhere else. And if you pass in a vehicle that is not known, it will return an error. So this is branching out too much, and it's a nightmare to maintain. This is actually the second one I struggled with a little bit to explain, but I hope it will be clear. This is called temporary field. And it's a field, so a variable belonging to a class that is only used once. And we have a rectangle this time, not a customer. And this rectangle has a getAreaSize method that just returns how large the area of the rectangle is. And it uses the two sides, the side A and side B. However, they're defined here, and they're not set. So if you try to call this getAreaSize method, it will throw an error. So before you can call this, you have to set the side A and set the side B, which makes no sense at all, because you only need those two sides in this area calculation. So it would be much better when you construct this rectangle to pass in the side length then and not afterwards. This is one of my favorites, refused bequest. It's bequest, not request. That is correct, because it's behavior that is passed down to children that is not needed. I have an animal interface, and this animal, because I think all animals can speak, has a speak method. So here I have a dog that implements this interface and has the speak method and returns woof. That's what a dog makes in my imagination, this sound. And it's all good until I get to a fish. And a fish implements the same animal interface, but it cannot speak, so I leave this empty, this method. And this is bad. This is behavior that you pass down to the fish that is not needed. So this should be completely separate. Another one in the object-oriented programming abusers is different interfaces. And actually, now I remember this was the one I was struggling with the most because it's kind of tricky. No, I'm sorry. Scratch that, forget what I just said. It's not this code smell, it's another interface smell. This one is actually easy. This is just confusing naming of similar functions. We have a circle, and the circle has a radius, and it has a getAreaSize method as the rectangle before, which returns the area of the circle. Then we have a rectangle that does the same calculation, but this time it's called getSurfaceSize and not getAreaSize. This is a very simple thing to fix. If methods are doing the same thing, just call them the same. I see that a lot. Please don't throw any tomatoes. I see that a lot in earlier versions of PHP. There it used to be very confusing to call different functions because they were called differently and had different parameter orders. Number 3, we're right in the middle, change preventers. This is something in the code that hinders further development. Like this, it's called divergent change. And again, I try to make this example as stupid as possible. I have a get Latin name function that returns me the Latin name of an animal that I pass in as a string. So if you pass in horse, it returns the Latin name for horse. If it doesn't know the animal, then it will return nothing. And here, in the same class, I had the get number of legs method that is similar to the get number of wheels method before. So again, you pass in a horse, it returns 4, because that's the ideal number of legs for a horse. But what happens when you have more animals? You have to add this in the get Latin name method, and you have to add this in the get number of legs methods. So you have suddenly 2 places to maintain in one class if you want to add something, which is bad. The same thing can happen across classes. So this is the same example, but it just has a classification class that contains the get Latin name method, and yeah, you see it here. And you have a body parts class that contains the get number of legs method. Suddenly, if you want to add a new animal, you have to do that across different classes that are across different files. It's called shotgun surgery because you're taking your fix, loading your shotgun with the fix, and firing it across your whole code base. If you forget something, that can be really, really tricky. This is the one. This is the interface one that I was struggling with to find a good example, parallel hierarchy. This is if you have 2 branches of interfaces that have the same structure. Let me try to explain. You have a class bird, and there is a sparrow, which is a kind of bird, that extends the bird class. Also, you have an egg, and you have a sparrow egg that extends the egg class. So you have a bird and a sparrow and an egg and a sparrow egg. Those are connected here. In the sparrow, we have a lay egg method that returns a sparrow egg. So suddenly, those 2 separate branches come together because the sparrow needs a sparrow egg. What if you have a duck? Then you need to have a duck on this side and a duck egg on this side, and again connect those 2. For 2 instances, that might be okay, but what if you have hundreds or thousands of birds? Then it's really, really tricky. This should be avoided. Number 4 of 5, dispensables. That's an easy one. Unnecessary things that can be removed. Like here, a lazy class. It's a class with a single method. We have the webshop checkout class, and this webshop checkout has a checkout method, but nothing more. This is the only thing it does. So this is a sign that it couldn't potentially be removed and be integrated in the webshop itself or in the shopping cart. Careful though, because this can also be desired. If you know design patterns like the memento pattern, which is for doing an action and undoing an action, or a command pattern, this is the way to go. This is not a code smell. That's what I mean. It always depends on your context, if it's a code smell or not. A data class is a class that holds its data, but not its own logic that belongs to it. Our friend the rectangle returns once again, this time with a side A and side B in the constructor like it should be, but here it's constructed, and now we want to have the area of the rectangle, but we're calculating it outside of the rectangle. We're calculating it in the code where we need it. This is not good, because if you need it somewhere else, you have to replicate this functionality. If that was a part of the rectangle itself, you could just create a rectangle and get its size every time. That's a classic, and that's something that your programming environment typically warns you about if it's good. It's duplicate code. It's the same code multiple times. Like here, I have, again, a list of customers, and I have an add customer method, and I just want to return the list of the customers that are currently in the list. So this is one way you could do it in Java. Just return all the customers in this list. For the remove customers method, I'm doing the same thing, exactly the same line of code. But what if I want to change this? What if I want to add a logging framework, or if I want to return it in some other way? Then I have to change this again in 2 places. If you have duplicate code, that's a strong signal that you should extract that out into its own method. Dead code. Dead code is easy to explain. That is just code that is never reached, that is dead. And here's a little example. Let's imagine I needed the pi constant to calculate something about a circle. So I did this getPi method and returned an approximation of pi, which is nice, but then a colleague tells me, well, Java has this as a constant already. Oh, so I use this math.py constant, but at this point, my getPi method is useless. It's never used anymore in the code, and if I don't remove it, it's just waste. By the way, if you saw this line, returning pi, this is also dead code because it follows the return statement that returns the value. So this line is also dead code. So it's dead code inside of dead code, whatever you would call that. Maybe a zombie. That has a very fancy name, speculative generality. There's actually a simpler name for this, which I will get to in a moment. This is about premature future-proofing, and I see that a lot, and I have been doing that a lot too, but I hate it. I have a printer interface, and this printer interface has 2 methods, print something and turn on or off, which is great. And here is my laser printer that implements this interface and implements all those methods, the print method, the turn on or off method, that might look okay, but I only have 1 printer. So I wouldn't need all that interface and everything. I only need that if I have more than 1 printer. So this is something we can argue about, and I had fights about this, but I believe this should not be done. It should only be done at the point where you need it. Last one already, the couplers. Too much or too little coupling. Feature envy. A feature envy is a class that implements features of another class because it wants to have those features for itself. Here's an address with a street, city, and country, which is nice. And here we have a user, and the user has an address. And this user has the getAddressString method that returns this address as one string. So it just says street, city, and country, comma separated. This is something that the address class should do, not the user, because you might need that in other places. So it's the user class having feature envy of the address class. I love this name of this code smell. It's called inappropriate intimacy. And this is when two classes know each other too well. Like here, you have a class book. And the book naturally has an author. And this author is another class. And this author has a book. So the book knows its author, and if you take the author, then the author knows the book. So it's a circular relationship, book, author. So you can, it is really a nightmare to debug. Also, what happens if the author has more than one book, and if a book has more than one author, as a side note. Again, there are things in Java, like frameworks for database access, that do this, that have those circular relationships, and then it's desired. Again, an example of a code smell not being something bad. Oh, that's a classic, the message chains. That is objects that return objects that return objects, and you can have a chain of responsibility all the way through. Again, it doesn't really matter what this thing is doing. It's just this that I wanted to point out. It's a storehouse with shelves and products. And in this case, I wanted to get the first shelf and get the first product on that first shelf and get the description of that product. That can fail in many places because you might not have a first shelf, you might not have a first product, the product might not have a description. So you have to be really, really careful when you have those chained methods. I think this is the last one already. It's called middleman. It's kind of like the feature envy, but it's a class accessing another one on its behalf. We have the address again, street and city, which is awesome, because this is all we need. And we have our friend, the customer again, that has a getCity method. And this getCity method does nothing. Everything all right? This getCity method does nothing else than accessing the address and returning its city. And a getStreet method that takes the address and returns the street. This is absolutely unnecessary because the customer could just return its address, and the address has the street and the city anyways. So you don't need to have this additional layer. Yeah, and that is all of the code smells I wanted to show you. But I want to take the last 3 minutes and 52 seconds first to give you this, because all of this code, you don't have to memorize it. If you're interested in seeing that code and maybe trying it out, then you can just go there. I have all the code that I showed you on my GitHub account. And now I want to talk a little bit about, let's see, 3 minutes 21. Wonderful. When to tackle the code smells. You might have heard of the broken windows syndrome, which essentially means if you have a house and you break a window and this is never fixed, then people will not care anymore, break other windows, leave their garbage in the hallway, and this destroys the house. This is something that I was recently pointed out is not proven in real life. This is not real, this is just theory, but in software, this is true. If you have unfixed code, then other developers will not care and just add more bad code on top of it. So that's a good sign that you should fix it. YAGNI. YAGNI stands for You Ain't Gonna Need It. That is the one about premature future-proofing. So you should not waste time with something that you don't need right now, but do it when you need it, like with the printer and the printer interface, when you just have one. Also, the campground rule is pretty famous in software development, which means leave the campground cleaner than you found it. So if you stumble across something that is very easy to fix in code, even though it might not belong to the task you're working on, just do it. It will make the code better, because later never comes. I heard so many times of developers that said, let's make it work, and later we will make it pretty. No, later will never come. You will never make it pretty. It will stay like this. Also, great time to point out those smells is code reviews. If you're involved in reviewing other people's code, it doesn't hurt to say, I think there's something wrong with this line. Some more information if you are interested or if you want to annoy your developers. There's a refactoring catalog that belongs to the Refactoring book by Martin Fowler and Kent Beck that has a lot of more information about the code smells, but with their original names. So be a little careful about that. This I found a little bit nicer. It's called Refactoring Guru. This uses the same taxonomy, the same categories that I just showed you. And it again has a lot of information about what to do in those cases, how you can fix those smells, because unfortunately we don't have 5 hours, so we can fix all those code smells. Maybe I can turn it into a workshop someday. And also this is a great resource. Marcel Jötzig, he wrote a paper about code smells, and he also did this page about code smells that you can filter, and you can find more information about how to fix this. And I warned you, this is the slide I love, so this is coming back. And whether you like it or not, I thank you again for the organizers for inviting me, and have a nice day.
Thank you very much. We remind you, you can find Mr. Herr Bischof in the speaker's corner after the next talk, during the next coffee break, and speak with him and ask any questions if you have. So please applaud him one more time. Benjamin Bischof!
Thank you. Thanks.
We will also announce that you will have the chance to see Herr Bischof later today for sure again, because he will show us some magic tricks during the closing ceremony.
Yes.
This was the first one. Yeah. Thank you one more time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is flying in from the dazzling metropolis of Varna, Bulgaria.
Buckle up for Dimitar Panayotov, our resident Tony Stark of QA.
Dimitar is not just another senior quality engineer, he's a game changer with 7+ years in the business, coding in Java, C#, and whatever else is needed.
Dimitar is here to tell us how the AI assistant will handle the test cases. And since Tony and I are running on NI, or no intelligence, it's time to invite Dimitar Panayotov!
Hello, everybody. I'm Dimitar Panayotov. I come from the sunny sea capital. I'm still in holiday mode, but let's go to work mode. So my presentation today will be what is AI first in our current generation and how we can use it as a helping tool for our testing environments and testing processes. A second. So, who am I? I'm Dimitar Panayotov. I work at MentorMate as a senior automation engineer. I have worked with almost all of the language types and tools used in testing automation, manual automation, mobile, front-end, back-end, whatever it's needed to be tested. I have worked with it. I have tested it. My working experience is, like I said, 7 years. My major was in economics, but I changed it to information technology. So I started working from a startup in one-room apartments and currently working for an enterprise company on a global scale that has operations in each of the 7 continents. For my hobbies, I like modern Japanese culture and animation, and also game development. I like to break games in my free time, not part of my main job. What do I think about AI? AI for me, current AI, is basically a very complex algorithms that are used mainly in data mining and advertisement. And until we change our computer model from the basic construct of yes and no, we are never going to talk about real artificial intelligence. So this is one of our main points for today in my presentation. What is ChatGPT? I mean, is there anybody in the room that doesn't know what ChatGPT is? ChatGPT basically stands for a large language model created by OpenAI. And if you ever wonder what the GTP part of ChatGPT is, it's a generative pre-trained transformer, which in normal human language would mean it's a model that takes user input and generate text to sound and feel like there is somebody on the other side that gives you the correct answer based on your string inputs. There are 3 things we should know about ChatGPT. There are currently 2 versions of that model. One is ChatGPT 3 that we're going to talk about today, and there is ChatGPT 4, which is a paid feature. And OpenAI promised that this version is more smart and more capable of delivering information, but that comes at the cost of the generation speed of the model. Other things that OpenAI created is DALL-E 2, which is a deep learning image generator that can create magnificent pieces of art based on prompts. And if you want more detailed work or more on point, you have just to add additional prompts to the model. And the last thing is currently ChatGPT is implemented into Microsoft. They have partnership to integrate it into their search engine, Bing. So whenever you're using Bing, there is a chance ChatGPT will help you find whatever you're looking for. 5 things you should know before starting using ChatGPT. The data that is currently used in ChatGPT 3 is updated until the 21st of September 2021, which means if you want to generate stuff for current events, the model will just say, sorry, we're using old data. The thing is, if you're using ChatGPT 4, that data is updated to March of 23rd of March this year. So you will get better results, but like I said, it's a paid model, so you have to invest some resources in that. Second thing is overfitting. Overfitting is based on the idea that the model is fed the more general data, more popular results. So sometimes when you ask for a specific thing, you will get the general answer and not your specific region or critical thing that you wanted. I will give you an example after this slide. The third thing is hallucination. Yeah, it's funny, how can an AI hallucinate? The thing here is because the model is string query based, every time you input your data, it will try to give you the correct answer for that specific string. And sometimes, because it's still in development, and there are some bugs, of course, it will give you completely made up thing, and it will stay behind it, says, yeah, this is the correct thing, you can trust me. The fourth thing is, every time you're using ChatGPT, you're creating a new session. This session has a designated memory space, which means that after a couple of answers, it will stop responding to its first generated information, and it will be like, I never heard of that. Even through 10 prompts before that, you ask it for that specific thing. And the other thing is, because it's session-based operated, the thing is there is no implementation that you can use data from old session into the new session. Basically, you will ask it something that you asked in the previous session, and it will be like, I never heard of that. And the last thing is you can jailbreak the model, which means if you input specific queries into the model, it can give you dangerous and harmful information. The thing is, OpenAI tell us that the model is used in that way that it wouldn't go into political themes, it wouldn't use curses or swears, and it wouldn't give the users dangerous information to themselves or to others. But because, again, it's an open model, there are some examples that can break the model and basically give you information that shouldn't be given. I can give you a couple of examples here for those 5 things. I think it's OK. So here is the thing with the overfitting. I asked the model, which are the oldest country in Europe, based on the idea to give me an order from the oldest to the newest. As you can see, it started good, Greece. OK, Greece is good. But the next one is Portuguese. And Portuguese was created in the 12th century. It's founded in the 12th century. But I asked it, where is Bulgaria? Bulgaria was founded in the 600s. And he was like, oh, sorry. And then I asked it again, make me the list again. He still did this. He listed countries with all dates wrong in the wrong order, because this is the popular answer for Western Europeans when they ask about this kind of lists. Here is the other thing. I asked him, who is the current president of the United States? And it says, because the data is old in ChatGPT 3, it says, I cannot give you information about this because my data is from the 2021. So try somewhere else. Here is a hallucination example. How long is the record for crossing the English Channel on foot? And it says, yeah, it's 12 hours. OK, I think this is a prompt made for if you're asking, can Jesus cross the English Channel? Because nobody can walk on water. So it can give me an answer. Maybe it's correct, maybe it's not. But still, it's a fantasy answer. And the last thing I will give you is the dangerous information, how you can break the model to give you dangerous information. Here, they implemented as a, can you give me function of this? And they basically ask the model, can you make me a recipe for Molotov cocktail? And the model very pleasantly was like, here you go, make yourself a cocktail. Anyone says, use with caution and careful handling the cocktail. So yeah, there are many examples for those 5 things you should know. They are funny. I mean, the day before the conference, I was, which is the most funny thing that I can put for those 5 examples? But let's move on. So, there are 2 things you have to know when you're using the model. There are ground rules and there are risks. For the ground rules, it's a machine language. You have to have the right expectations. It wouldn't give you the correct answer always. And you have to know that it's still in development, so don't wait for miracles to happen or the model to do your work for you. The second thing is, like I said, because it's a query string model, you have to ask your question the correct way. Because even if you ask the same question twice in one session or different sessions, it will give you the same answer, but there will be some deviations between the answers. Because it tried to mimic human behavior and not be like, I'm a computer, I will give you the same answer every time. And the third thing is, as we are all professionals, we work with clients, we work with sensitive data, never import that data or your personal data into the model, because we still don't really know how the box works. And whenever the next version of the model will have access to that specific critical or sensitive information. And the risk, like I said, the risk for us is it's not a warning tool. It's still warning itself, so you cannot use the answers as a clean coin to be the correct answer for all of it. So have a grain of salt whenever you use the model. The second thing is unit critical thinking. This is a computer model. Logic is very strong. If you're asking computer questions, code questions, it will return you very good data because it's fed with so much information on that subject. But if you ask it, for example, what is love, or something more emotional, it will respond as a normal computer would do. I will give you this example because they fed me this data. It wouldn't give you like a normal human interaction or social interaction that you get from your friends or from anybody else. And the other thing is, never get angry at the model. It's not a human on the other side. It's just a bunch of zeros and ones that trying to help you as much as Google is trying to help you with getting information you're looking for. And let's get to the bread and butter of this presentation. I mean, we're all QAs. How can the model help us? First, I will give you an example with manual testing. How can we use the model in the best way so we can improve our work speed and work coverage. And after that, I will tell you about the automation. First thing, generating test data. The model is very good for that. Basically, they built the model for that. If you want test data, just tell him, create me a table with 1,000 names, or create me the old post codes in the UK. Generating data, for him, it's easy. Especially for 3.0, it will give you an example with the millions in seconds. Second thing, it can create test strategies based on the work model of your company. If you ask him for example, can you create me a test strategy for online outlet? Can you create me a test strategy for a government-run website? Can you give me test strategy for that, for this? Whatever the requirements, it will give you a very good example of universally used test strategies for that specific model. It can write test cases and test scripts, but because it's not fed enough information and it's still learning, it will generate you good enough test cases, but you still have to add your special spice on top. For generating email templates, again, like generating test data, it can create you as much as you need, as many as you need. And it can be specific. For example, can you generate me 1,000 emails with at Gmail, or can you create me for Yahoo? Can you create me emails with a first name that is 5-letter long? Can it also add special characters? Like I said, if you input the correct string, you will get whatever you need. The other thing is it can generate you explanations on data that you get from your reports that is not very human readable. If your client is not so tech educated and you need to explain whatever is happening with his product based on your results, but you don't have time, or he's very stubborn about can you tell it in normal human language, you can use you can run your results through the model, so it will give you a human-like explanation. This is why our product is breaking. And the last thing, it can create tables with data, but the thing is it will create them with ASIC tables, and you still need to run them to different programs to create like a board or something else, but it's good enough to create those example tables for you. And we're getting to the automation, my favorite part. For automation, ChatGPT is very good, and it's like a cheat code when you're starting to do it, because, for example, it can create your test point and test scenarios, either if you're just writing your code as a normal, or you're using the BDD standard or the Cucumber standard, and it will be just, I have these test cases, can you break them down into code that I can directly implement into my project? It's very good. Second thing is, because like I said, it's a tool that is mainly for use for people with IT knowledge. It's fed with enough information to know about almost every major programming language, programming script, or tool that you can use in your work. So whenever you need scripts for anything specific, just tell him, I need this script for this language to do this thing, it will do it. It can create design test cases based on design patterns from the top cases that you want, or from the universal and most popular models. For creation of emails, it's the same as manual. It can create enough data to fill your project to the brim. For the next 4 things, you still have to be vigilant if you're using your own code or you're using some code made for a client, because we're going into client-specific information thing, sensitive information. So we have to know. It can help you implement your project into a pipeline directly. Just ask him, I have this script, I want to run it on that pipeline. Can you create me a script that has this many environments, this many devices, and I want it to be run on the Friday at 5 o'clock. It will create you the script instantaneously. It can format data in documentation based on your project, but again, are you willing to input any client information is up to you. Usually try to be more general with the information that you give it, and after that just format it so it can be used for your own needs. The other thing is it can create classes. For example, you can create interfaces, you can create constructors, you can create data classes. Everything that you need can be created. Just tell him what exactly you need, and after that, format it, of course. And the last thing is you can ask it to check your code if it's up to the regular standards, or is there any exploits or implementation that you're missing, and it will review it back. This is also a thing that can help you, but it's also you can use for malicious purposes, because you can see there is a backdoor into your system while doing that, and if somebody has access to your code and run it to the model, they can find a backdoor how to break your product, steal your data, or in worst case scenario, destroy the project. Okay, and let me show you what the presentation was really for. I was planning on doing a live demo, but after some testing at home, I come to the conclusion that I will just record my steps. I'm creating a fully working testing automation framework without writing a single line of code. I will just take the pre-generated data from my tools, implement it into ChatGPT, and transfer it to a code editor to run it. For my experiment, I'll be using ChatGPT. I will use Selenium EDI plugin into the browser to scrape the information, and I will use Visual Studio as my code editor because it has good enough implementations and dependencies that even a person without knowledge can use. And there is a special rule here. I want my test to be run both on Chrome and Edge. Here is a little step-by-step breakdown. What I'm going to do, I will open a browser, scrape the information for locators. I will then export those test cases into C#, NUnit runner. I will create the prompts. I will generate the text. Then I will import it into the Visual Studio editor. I will do some cleaning and some adding of user extensions because still it's good, but it can get better. I will run my automation, and for optional, I did not include it into the video presentation. You can ask it, because I'm using this specific test runner, can you do the whole process again? But keep in mind that we're going to use that in our project, so can you clean it a little bit and add it for that specific case? Okay, and here is a live demo. First, I go to the web store. I download the Selenium EDI. I found a testing page that I can use for my experiment. I create all my necessary things like the project that you can always use whatever data you need. So I just copy all the things. Like you see, no code is added till now. I'm just copying and pasting things in the browser. And here I input the data like a normal user would do, which currently is being recorded by the Selenium EDI in the background, as you see in the bottom right corner. If I do this the correct way as an automation engineer, I wouldn't be doing it like this. I will try to use EDs for each of the elements of the page, which is the good practice for automation. So I already have the test case. Here are all my locators and the whole testing step in the test case. I save my data to be exported in the format that I want to be used. After that, I open the pre-generated Selenium EDI code. I take only my navigational locators and steps, and I input it into a pre-created script where I want write me a POM file for Selenium using C# and added the additional requirement that I want this to be run on 2 browsers or more. So with this in mind, I will go to the model, create a new session with the 3.5 or the 3, and implement that snippet that I just created. From here, the model starts generating its own data with the best practices of OOP, which is not to put everything in the main. It has its own class for driver, its own class for test execution, and its own steps to add it to your main runner. I already have my code written for me. Like I said, not a single line of code has been written till now. I only ask specific needs for my project, like it's C# and NUnit. I create my project. This everybody can do. They don't need any specific training or education in computer science. Just open your Visual Studio editor and create a new project with that specific. The only thing maybe that you want is when you're installing Visual Studio is you add the needed library for .NET and C#. I mean, creating the project took more time than creating the whole scripts and classes with ChatGPT. And we're waiting. Okay, and one more thing is, because we are using Selenium, we have to add the Selenium WebDriver library, which is, again, really easy. Go to the marketplace in Visual Studio, install. Okay, we have the library. We can start automating. And now, as I added to the slide, creating of classes and removing unwanted code is not part of the no code written rule. I just copy the text, create the same class name into my project. And we already have a driver class that is ready to use. It has all the browser types. I can even add more. Here we have 3 different browser types who can run our test. We have Chrome, we have Firefox, we have Edge. I could ask him to be run on whatever niche browser we are using, or whatever other, maybe Opera, maybe Brave. There is an exception here, but again, because we're using Visual Studio, I just imported the needed library. Already. 2 minutes, run our class ready. We can run whatever browser we want. It has its own closing statements. It makes the browsers into an enum type, so we can use it, just write the correct browser, and it will be implemented into your project. Here is our testing script. We can create as much and in as many as we want. The only thing is, for some reason, I need still to implement the namespace, because the model doesn't know exactly how my project is structured. But anything else here, there are additional things, for example, wait methods that I wouldn't be using in this, so I just commented them. They are not needed. I can delete them. I can comment them for future use. Already, driver class, test class. And now we just take the constructor to run our test and implement it into our main method. And with that, again, we have to insert the system library. And here we go. I run my test. The project compilates. It builds correctly. There are no errors. Chrome, test is ready. 7 minutes, I have working automation framework. I can go to any client and say, I can do automation testing. How much money can you give me? And here I do the same example with Edge. Again, no problem, working as it should. Okay, closing words. All this can be done using the ChatGPT APIs, which are on the side. You can implement it into your project. You can use it as other tools, because almost all AI tools that currently are selling are using that APIs. And if you want a specific example, you can find it on the internet. Basically, this thing that I did has already like 5 different videos with different languages and different logic behind it. So it's not like the secret thing that you need to know. It's on the open internet. That was me. Thank you. I will answer additional questions outside because I'm out of time. And you can find me on those contact links.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was great, indeed. So, once more time, Dimitar Panayotov. coffee break, as you know, lightning talks, speakers booth.
Caps for the future.
Caps for the future, speakers corner. We're waiting for you here after the coffee break.
Big, yeah.
What? Кој се обади?
Давай.
We're waiting for you here at 12 o'clock sharp. Sharp, 12:15.
10.
10, 12, 10.
Sharp, 12,
12, 13. Sharp.
Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will, on his own, not be able to analyze it, to find an issue's root cause, and to finally fix it. To effectively process the related huge amount of log and environment data, AI-supported remote services are required. Based on this data from the integrated central onboard diagnostics and intelligent in-vehicle edge pre-processing, a service expert can virtually access the vehicle in a mobility operations center, find the issue's root cause with AI-guided remote diagnostics, and fix it securely and safely with smart over-the-air updates or services operations. DXC Luxoft Advanced Diagnostics and Connected Platforms. Live in the future now.
Welcome to InfoPulse Bulgaria, part of a global IT company with more than 30 years of experience in providing IT services to customers in more than 40 countries around the world. Our team is constantly growing. This moves us forward and motivates us to become a major part of the local IT market. We firmly believe in our values: involvement, flexibility, openness and innovation. They help us build strong collaborative relationships with our specialists and customers and achieve even greater efficiency and operational flexibility. We offer a wide range of services and we're ready to contribute to the development of all industries. With our current focus on finance and insurance, manufacturing and agricultural telecom industries, we strive to enhance the expertise of our specialists and meet the specific needs of our customers. As a global and reliable service provider, we assist our clients in innovating and achieving scalability, enhanced efficiency, and operational agility. People are our greatest asset, and our strength comes from our unity. We're not just colleagues, but a team of friends with innovative thinking. We support each other as one big family, and we all strive to build the future together. We're waiting for you at InfoPulse Bulgaria.
Добре дошли в кухнята на Зая Бургер. Нека да видим какво се готви в QA отделът днес.
Хора, щупил се е Bedweather теста. Трябва да го инвестигирам, защото Камен ще ме пита.
Някакви Java пакети липсват.
Ако е dependency проблем, значи да гледам Java.
Пушнах промяната. Хайде да пием по едно кафе, докато мине билда.
Ако искаш ти да станеш част от нашия забавен екип, виж свободните позиции на zayburger.bg.
Welcome everybody to our new home.
We are here today to celebrate the Flutter International reopening the office in Sofia.
To create meaningful moments, we have created areas where our colleagues can collaborate, have fun, or enjoy some quiet time during work while still enjoying the office.
One team, we're hiring. Join now at careers.flutterinternational.com.
Welcome to Blind Factor.
core purpose statement, what we articulate internally is why do we exist? And that is that we exist to create an environment, a culture that breeds success by, number one, enabling our people to be the best that they can be, and number two, caring for our clients as individuals. So it's all about people.
It's all about people. Right at the core, it's our people. I'm most proud of our people. Our people are our most important asset.
It's quite simple. It's our people.
It's about the people who work for Endava. It's about the people we work for. And that underpins everything that we do and drives the culture, the team-like behavior, the way we work with clients. From proof of concept, prototype to production, we're helping our clients work in their business context to find new ways of using technology to drive change and to change the experiences with their customers and their consumers.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted.
Заповядайте в залата, започваме след по-малко от 2 минути. По-малко от 2 минути очакваме ви вътре. Заповядайте.
attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Започваме след по-малко от 30 секунди.
Please come back to the hall. We're waiting for you for the next talk. If you don't come back, you will hear this song 3 more times.
With open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Please come back, come back. We're about to start our next talk. Your following break will be longer. It will be lunch break, so come now to the hall.
Coming up next is Sergis Sargsyan, all the way from Yerevan, Armenia. If you ever found yourself banging your head against the wall with slow, flaky end-to-end test, Sergis is about to become your new best friend.
Sergis has been in the software game for over a decade and has seen it all, from the Silicon Valley to Yerevan and all stops between.
Ever heard of Selenium Conf, Appium Conf, or Star West? Yes, Sergis has been speaking on all of these stages.
And you know, Radio Yerevan was asked, quick disclaimer, this is ChatGPT joke, it was written by ChatGPT. Radio Yerevan was asked, is it easier to run small atomic tests or large, convoluted ones? Radio Yerevan's answers, in theory, it's easier to run large tests, but you will be waiting for so long that you could master the Armenian alphabet.
Your applause for the person who knows both the Armenian alphabet and how to deal with your large test.
Make some noise for
Sergis Sargsyan!
Hello, everybody. I see some people still coming in, but we're going to start to not lose the time and be efficient. Today, we're going to talk about atomic tests and what does it mean and how we can make our tests atomic. We will follow through the whole presentation. So, very short about myself. My name is Sergis. I'm coming from Armenia with 15 years experience in quality automation. I worked for the different companies all over the world. I've been principal software engineer in test for the big enterprise company, then lead the 100 people team in the unicorn startup, and now I'm working in healthcare. So, let's start. What does it mean, like having an atomic test? The atomic tests are very small tests, very focused on one small, specific feature of the functionality. They aim to isolate the testing scope to ensure that each test verifies only one thing. Of course, we understand that this is kind of ideal state. So we never write like single test for small stuff, but this is the aim, that we have to be as atomic as it's possible. So I will start from like historical point why I started the creation of this talk and why I come to this idea to present you. I started to work in one company where I first reviewed the automation suite, and it was kind of horrible. There was like more than 500 lines, maybe 50 tests, and every next test relies on the previous test. So whenever the previous test fails, the chain is failing on right away. I was thinking that this is super old, like no one can do this, and this is like very, very old. And when I started to interviewing people in a mass level, so I scaled my team from 20 people to 100 within a year. And I was doing like up to 5 interviews per day. That was like exhausting. But basically what I learned about the market, and not Armenian market, I'm talking international market because we were hiring all over the world, that is not unique at all. That was unique to me, but not to the market. And whenever I was talking to the people, like, how many UI automation do you have in your suite? They were saying, oh, 200. And I was asking the next question, how long it takes to run? Overnight. Come on, it's not automation. 200 case overnight, it can be done manually, basically, with the cheaper resources without like investing so money on this project. So when I'm talking about good automation, like real automation, like which is like real automation, from my experience, I would say we were running 8,000 Selenium tests within the 40 minutes. And it was slow. We were saying it's slow, let's make it faster. Because developers should not wait 40 minutes to click the merge button. They should be as fast as possible. And this was web. In my another experience, which was like that horrible scenario, we built everything. End of the day, we had 2,500 Android tests, which were running within the 2 hours. And it was super slow for me. And I was always thinking, let's make it faster. Let's make it faster. It's still not fast enough because like 400 developers cannot wait 2 hours. It can make like forever. So then I come across this idea that people are not following the best practice of the automation, especially making atomic tests. So to make them, so what are the benefits? So let's start from the benefits, and I will come up with the specific examples how you can use these examples in your. Not all of them, of course, because the situations are different, but you can use most of them. So it's the faster execution. The automation is about faster execution. If it's not fast enough, it's hard to say that it's automation. Yeah. Whenever we talk about the fast execution, we continue with the higher stability. Because if you execute fast and fail all of the tests, it doesn't mean that we are doing the automation right, yeah? So it should have like higher stability. The next thing, which is very, very costly in the test automation, it's maintenance. Whenever you create like hundreds of tests and they are like failing, they are not maintainable, you will pay for the maintenance. And usually, within the year, the maintenance will use more time than the creation of the automation. So keeping the automation in-house is very expensive, and we should think about all these costly actions. Clear test cases, so we should understand what each test case doing. So if it's hard to understand, it's already not good. From my experience, one of that I share with you. There was a case, a test was failing. I was asking the developer, test developer in the team, can you debug it? And yeah, I will do. And then I'm looking at her, and she's like waiting. did you debugging? Yeah, I put the breakpoint on 34th test. I'm waiting all of them to execute so I will be able to debug this test. Imagine how many hours are spent for nothing. And then, yeah, enhanced reusability. We should think about the patterns. For me, the test automation is development. We should treat the test as the production code. If we are not following the patterns and the best practice in the coding, we will not create a good automation. So if we create the good pattern and well-designed automation, then all the pieces of the code will be reusable, and we should never duplicate the same code. And finally, for me, this is very bad non-atomic code. What it's doing, it's opening page, it's logging to the application, it's going to project page, it's clicking new project, it's selecting some option, giving the name, description, and then navigating to project detail page to do the checks. Which means that all these steps, just a preparation. We should think about how we can skip this. Do you think that we can skip this? How we can start testing without logging into the application? How we can go to detail page if you don't have a project created in it? So today we will go through all of them. So in the end of the day, we will have the converting this test preparation to this. Create and navigate. How we will do the rest, we will talk about during the rest of the presentation. So importance of atomic test. The first one is isolation. So every specific test should be isolated. They should never be dependent from other tests. If we have this dependency, we will have the failing test in the chain, which means that there could be one bug in application and it could fail 50% of your tests. This means that your testing suite is giving you false feedback. There's just one fail, there's just one bug, but 50% of your test case are failing. You have to investigate, understand, and then let's rerun. So that's why we should have isolation. Keep the test in isolation, and they can live without other test cases. The next one is parallel execution. I will talk about the parallel execution during the next slide a bit in details, because this is one of the core values of the automation. If you don't do the parallel execution, you will never be fast, because one thread comparing to 50 threads, it will save you time 50 times, because you separate all your tests into the threads. Easier maintenance. We should think about the readability, maintainability to make sure that we are maintaining the test in a cheaper level. Possibility to debug, so to not have the case that I was sharing to put in a 34th line and then test and wait for it. So we should be able to instantly debug the test. And provide quicker feedback from the CI. So our main goal should be make as fast as possible, giving the feedback from the CI. Whenever developer is ready, it's manual tested the feature, we want to check that there is no regression. They should click the button, wait certain time, and get the result and saying we are ready to merge or we are not ready to merge. And in the end of the day, we should always think that the customer of the automation is the developer. We are writing the automation that developer will feel safe to click the button. If we are not, if our customer is not satisfied, we need to do better. Yeah, the same way as we do with the business. In another case, the business is the customer and requesting something. This is the internal product, and we are creating something for the engineering team. So engineers should be of course, also for us to make it faster regression. So parallel execution. To be able to do the parallel execution, we have to have isolated tests, atomic tests. we should be able to create the test data efficiently, and the data creation should be dynamic. It shouldn't be always like hard-coded, and then whenever there's a functionality, you should go and change all your tests to make adopting to the same. So, how to archive this? Today, I will share with you several methodologies, how we can get there. One is the data preparation. The second is database seeding. The third is JavaScript injections using JavaScript. And the third is API. I will share with you real-life examples from my different projects, and in the end, you will find my GitHub repository, GitHub account, and there are repositories where you can find all these examples, actually. So, whenever we run a test, we have to do the data preparation in the before test, before method. Like, whenever it's a preparation, whenever that action doesn't do anything with the test itself, it should be separated from the test as a test preparation. And then we have the running the test. We run the test, and after running the test, we have to clean up after ourselves. We create a project to check something in a project page, we have to delete it. You should never think that this is a redundant actions. You should never think that this is extra time spent. This is very important because whenever you have like 2,000 tests, this data remaining in the database will have an indirect affection to other tests. And one day you will face an issue, spend 2 days, and then understand that X or Y test is breaking this test in specific scenario, not always. And that's the hardest thing to debug. Whenever we are thinking about the creation of the robust test, we should thinking about how we will debug it. Because if we write test, we have to maintain it. So think about the future. So the next one is database seeding. Whenever there is static data that application should use, we can import it to the DB before the start. In the ideal world, I know that it could not be possible for every application, but in ideal world, the testing environment should be isolated too. You should have the environment which is used only for automation. So in my best practice, what I'm doing, I'm resetting all the database, running the application, running the test, and cleaning all the DB and the application instance, that's all. This is the best way. I know there are some cases that it's not possible, but whenever there is possible, it's the best way, starting from the empty database. In one of my experiences, we had a case when we had to import 7,000 medication to the database, which is static data from the FDA coming. So this is the medication name, this is the ingredients, and this is the the strengths. We never change this data. We just import, and then all the application uses it. So there is several actions that how we can import this. The first option we did, there was an API endpoint, and we were giving the data, and the API was importing it to the DB, and it was taking 10 minutes. Of course, I'm not going to wait 10 minutes. So the next one, I just wanted to, I will directly inject it to the DB. And 7,000 medications importing to the DB was taking less than a half second. How it was done is just 5 lines of the code. So what is doing? I'm saying this is my medication list, import it in SCV file, and then I'm just copying to the database. This is like PostgreSQL, but you can work with any database. This is Java, but you can use in any language. So because the idea is the same, the implementation is a bit different. I'm importing it, I'm running this query basically, copying from it, and then this is the copy action itself when I'm checking, using this SCV file. And then in the end, I'm logging it that 7,000 medication were imported to the DB, just for my debugging in the future. And that's all. And we have 7,000 test cases there, like medications there. Another scenario, I already told that we start from the empty DB and there is no user. Whenever we create the user, we have to verify the email to be able to log in. Imagine every time me waiting an email, getting the OTP, and then verifying. But I have the access to the DB because this is testing environment. What I do the registration via API. Everybody can do. And then I'm just updating the data, saying that this is the email, find this record in the DB, and send email verified that it was verified already. And then I can log in. So I don't need to do it from the UI. In the ideal world, of course, we have to do one test, which is checking all this scenario. But we should not do the same over again. Let's say we have 1,000 tests, we will not do the same for the 1,000 cases, yeah? Yeah. So, and then we are just updating, and we have the running user that we can use for the rest of the application. Another case, let's say the token is generated, and we just want to read it from the DB and log in with that token. It's super easy. You just select token from the OTP, and this token is the OTP token, one-time token. From OTP table, where the mail is that one. And then we have that OTP, and we can just send another call to the via API as this is the OTP, this is the email, please verify it. Okay. The next one is the usage of the JavaScript. Sorry. In UI automation, we need to use the JavaScript as much as we can because it makes it easier. So where we can use the JavaScript, one is the adding cookie or doing some session storages in it. Another is element manipulation. Another is the event simulation, and also asynchronous operations. We'll go through all of these examples and see how we can use these ones. So, when I talk about the logging in, we always can log in from the API and use the token. I will share that example with you in the later slides. But we can run the JavaScript, which will get the local storage, set the item, and then set the token in the local storage. And whenever we go to the home page, it's already logged in. We don't have to type the login and password over again. Of course, we will have the login test once to make sure that the login works, but the rest test will have the manipulation of the login because we know that the login works fine. Another one is the text element manipulation. Let's say whenever element have an X or Y test, the color is different. Instead of doing all over again, with the JavaScript, you can say there's this content of the element, and give another test and check something without setting database and reading from the database. And then we execute JavaScript, and for that session, it will change, and you will check it, and will not have long test for every case. Of course, we can do the scrolling. Whenever we need 500 pixels, 200 pixels, we can use the JavaScript just to scroll, because the scroll is not the functionality that we have to check. Asynchronous operation. Let's say there is a loading button, and if it takes more than 3 seconds, there is a text appearing let's wait for another minute, let's say something. In this case, we can manipulate the delay, saying that between these actions, just do the 3 seconds delay, and then check what's happened there. Instead of making the slower internet that will take 3 seconds, you just manipulate the timeout of 3 seconds. Yeah. There's data preparation with the API. this is very important and easy one that can be done for everyone. If the rest are a bit hard or maybe advanced, this one is the one that we need to make sure that everybody is using. The first thing is authentication. Every application has to be authenticated before using it. Does this mean that we should have login for every test? Yes. How we should do that? Again, from my interviews with the different people, majority of the people were going to the login page, typing username, typing password, clicking login button, and continuing the test. But we can manipulate this and don't do it for over like 1,000 times whenever we have 1,000 tests. So, logging without UI, project creation with the API, and cleanup. So, let's see how it will look like if we work in non-atomic environment. This is going to be the test. Yeah? So, it's logging, opening the login page, setting the username, setting the password, and clicking the submit button. Login is done. Getting to the home page, clicking the folder icon, initting the project page, creating the project, selecting the type, name, description, and submit button. The project is created. Yeah? And then the project is created, we click the timeline, and then we check something that there is appearing in the timeline. Guys, we did all this preparation to check the like button. How we can improve this test? First of all, everybody knows that there is a token in the cookies or local storage which is responsible for showing the user logged in. I mean, which is responsible for the authentication. And let's say in this specific case, there's a local storage token, yeah, which is responsible for authenticating the session. So whenever we have the token in the local storage, the application will be authenticated. How we can get that authentication token? We just go to the network, we just find the authentication call, and we duplicate it. Of course, it's sending username, password, and then sending the post request to the server, and it will answer us with the authentication token. And this is the Java code for it. So it's basically like we use the username, password. This is the URL, adding to the base. It's type, and then we just do the post request. And then there is a body which we are getting as a string. And inside the body, there is an authentication token. What we do? We call it from here. This is exactly the same method that I showed before. I get the response, and then I say, with the usage of JavaScript, set in the local storage token, and then get from user.json the authentication token. And then also there is one line, it says like user data. We need to put also this user data. And when we go to the URL, it's logged in. We don't need to do login. And this takes milliseconds, not the second, but milliseconds. No? And we can manipulate the login. Of course, remembering that we have the login test, which is doing everything from the UI once. Basically, we are avoiding double coverage. Whenever your token, let's say in the cookies, you can do the token, cookie, and then manage add cookies with the WebDriver, with the Selenium, and you can do with the Playwright, with the Cypress, whenever you use. There is always possibility to play with the cookies. Creating project, the same way. Of course, creating the project is sending them API call to the backend and creating the project with the specific parameters. Again, we do them. Is it private? Template selecting one. name, description, and then just putting it and saying, send the post request to the project endpoint, and the project is created. Again, of course, we have one test, which is going from the UI, checking that the project creation works fine. And whenever the project creation works fine, there will be one test failed. Of course, if the problem coming from the API, you will have the error in the test in the preparation. You know, whenever before test is failing, it shows as an error. Whenever it's failing in the test as an assertion, it's a test failure. So we should always ignore first the errors. We check the test results, and then we are going to the errors to find out what errors we have. In this case, we will have one failure, which will say there is no possibility to create the project. And this is the maintainability and fast debugging. And of course, after our test, we will use the remove delete project endpoint to delete the project, because we tested something we don't need anymore. Good? And then the test will look like this one. In the before test, we will do the login with the API and the stuff. So the session is created. We will say we have the project again created with the API. The test starts, navigate to the project page and navigate it, and then check the buttons, and that's all. We do the same. I do faster, others do slower. Yeah? Good. Is it clear how it's going step by step using the tricks? So advantages of the atomic test. There's one good saying which I like a lot. If it's going to fail, fail fast. If you know that it's going to fail, it's better to fail now instead of in 3 months, because you will waste the time. This is not about only the test. This is also in a life. If you feel that relationship going to fail, fail today instead of in 6 months, because it's just the waste of the time. So we usually say it's in the testing. So fail fast and fail early, which means that whenever there is a possibility to fail and say that it failed, it's better to do early stages, faster stages. So in atomic test, we'll give you that opportunity. Whenever something will going to be failed, it will fail early and it will fail fast. And then swift feedback, fast feedback. Whenever there is a failure, the team will get that there is a failure very fast. Instead of waiting overnight, you will give that feedback within the hour. And it will change a lot. Improved test workflow. The test isolation. So it will give you opportunity to have isolated tests. And isolated test is the golden rule for the parallel running. If you don't have the isolated test, you will never be able to run parallel. Risk of the reduced coverage. In this case, whenever you have atomic test, you have better tool set to calculate your coverage and find out what is missing. Instead of doing the double coverage, instead of missing coverage. In case of non-using atomic test, you will have number of double coverages. For example, login coverage, project creation coverage, bug creation coverage. All the flows will be covered number of times if you have 3,000 tests. If you have even 100 tests, you will cover the login functionality 100 times if you are not using manipulation of the logging. And swift execution. Efficient atomic tests run very fast with the usage of the parallel testing, and it leads to the dramatic time reduction. And of course, in automation, for me, the main goal is the time, fast feedback, and then coverage. So if it's not fast enough, then we can run it manually. To be more specific on this, in one of my experiences, there was automation running regression, and there was some part of the test which was like about 50-50 coverage, manual running. Manual team was finishing in 3 days, automation was finishing in 7 days. I was saying, what is the purpose of having this automation? If the test run is faster with the manual, it's better to do the manual, so let's forget that we have something here and then start over again. So we should keep everything fast. If you want to have good automation, it has to be fast. Overnight running automation is playing around automation. And another thing that from my experience I want to share with you, there is always good to play around automation. Using the recording tools, using like wrappers, using like UI tools which will like help you to do the automation. That's super cool. But this should be taken as a learning curve. Like you should start learning from there. Yeah, because if you not play around automation, you will not learn automation. And then whenever, like, day by day, you are getting to the point that you are stronger in automation, then you have to invest your time and knowledge to do the fast, reboost automation. Fast, reboost, and efficient automation. Yeah, because, again, whenever you play around the automation and with displaying create the huge things, you will spend more time to maintain it. And the future is more important than today what we do. Because if we're gonna fail today instead of the future. That's all that I wanted to share with you today. I hope that I put my 2 cents in your skills and you will like use some of the tricks I presented here. There is a GitHub link. You can find lots of repositories there, which I shared with the community, like examples from the conferences, all the code that I showed you today. They are in a different repositories in my GitHub. And yeah, you can find my contact in the website or via social network X. And whenever you have a question, I will be happy to help you to find a solution. Thank you very much for coming. It was a pleasure for me to speak in the stage. And yeah, thank you for the organizers for creating this opportunity for sharing, because sharing is caring.
Thank you very much. One more time for Sarkis Sargsyan.
Thank you.
Challenge accepted.
And now follows the lunch break. You can find Sarkis, ask him in Armenian some questions. And the delicious sandwiches are waiting for you outside. Please, meat lovers, do not eat vegetarians or vegans, nor they sell sandwiches. We don't believe the opposite needs announcing. Sponsored booths, lightning talks,
donation
for the future.
Yes.
Bon appetit.
Speaker's corner, Sarkis.
Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will on his own not be able to analyze it, to find an issue's root cause, and to finally fix it. To effectively process the related huge amount of log and environment data, AI-supported remote services are required. Based on this data from the integrated central onboard diagnostics and intelligent in-vehicle edge pre-processing, a service expert can virtually access the vehicle in a mobility operations center, find the issue's root cause with AI-guided remote diagnostics, and fix it securely and safely with smart over-the-air updates or services operations. DXC Luxoft Advanced Diagnostics and Connected Platforms. Live in the future now.
Welcome to InfoPulse Bulgaria, part of a global IT company with more than 30 years of experience in providing IT services to customers in more than 40 countries around the world. Our team is constantly growing. This moves us forward and motivates us to become a major part of the local IT market. We firmly believe in our values: involvement, flexibility, openness and innovation. They help us build strong collaborative relationships with our specialists and customers and achieve even greater efficiency and operational flexibility. We offer a wide range of services and we're ready to contribute to the development of all industries. With our current focus on finance and insurance, manufacturing and agricultural telecom industries, we strive to enhance the expertise of our specialists and meet the specific needs of our customers. As a global and reliable service provider, we assist our clients in innovating and achieving scalability, enhanced efficiency, and operational agility. People are our greatest asset, and our strength comes from our unity. We're not just colleagues, but a team of friends with innovative thinking. We support each other as one big family, and we all strive to build the future together. We're waiting for you at InfoPulse Bulgaria.
Добре дошли в кухнята на ЗЕ Бургер. Нека да видим какво се готви в QA отделът днес.
Хора, щупил се е Bedweather теста. Трябва да го инвестигирам, защото Камен ще ме пита.
Някакви Java пакети липсват.
Ако е dependency проблем, значи да гледа на Java.
Пушнах промяната. Хайде да пием по едно кафе, докато мине билда.
Ако искаш и ти да станеш част от нашия забавен екип, виж свободните позиции на zeiburger.bg.
Welcome everybody to our new home.
We are here today to celebrate the Flutter International reopening the office in Sofia.
To create meaningful moments, we have created areas where our colleagues can collaborate, have fun, or enjoy some quiet time during work while still enjoying the office.
One team, we're hiring. Join now at careers.flutterinternational.com.
Welcome to Blind Factor.
We have a core purpose statement. What we articulate internally is why do we exist? And that is that we exist to create an environment, a culture that breeds success by, number one, enabling our people to be the best that they can be, and number two, caring for our clients as individuals. So it's all about people.
It's all about people. Right at the core, it's our people. I'm most proud of our people. Our people are our most important asset.
It's quite simple. It's our people.
It's about the people who work for Endava. It's about the people we work for. And that underpins everything that we do and drives the culture, the team-like behavior, the way we work with clients. From proof of concept, prototype to production, we're helping our clients work in their business context to find new ways of using technology to drive change and to change the experiences with their customers and their consumers.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Hey, 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 hey. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Hello. We are here again in the awesome Jonathan Arsuf Forum, where we are in Sofia Tech Park at the QA Challenge Accepted event. Let's see what is outside.
Come on, follow us.
It's an awesome day. Tell him, Tony.
It's amazing. So sunny. It's not even close to autumn.
We are having our lunch break right now, and we're going to see our awesome sponsors. Starting from there.
Come over there. Come over there.
Come on. Let's go.
Fala, pira.
Гледай какво става. И винаги излиза бирата отдолу. Обаче те не са сетили хората. Ето, опитай пак. Точно.
Here we see our first sponsor in line, Bosch.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Yeah, no problem, officers.
No problem. Okay, that's
Oh,
okay.
let's hope it stays that way. So, if problems, if no problems.
When we are there, there are no problems.
Seems like Bosch are very busy at the moment. Yeah, as always. But let's try. Hi. How are you today? You're live on our stream. How do you feel on our amazing event?
We are always happy to be a part of it.
We're always happy to have you, of course. Some amazing stuff here. You should come and check them. Bye. Let's continue.
Bye. Let's go to
Oops.
You are live right now. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, we at Woodsoft we are making automotive software for the automotive industry for one of the biggest brands in the world. So please join us, and we're now making a test script in Sofia, so you can join us.
Thank you very much. And
They have some amazing awards.
Lego.
Yes, come and participate in our game.
Oh, amazing. I will. Okay. Let's continue.
We have the burger here.
Здравейте, как сте? Тук има бира.
English?
Come on, English. Hello guys, how are you? There is beer here. And here also we have lots of prizes to be won.
I think they'll come here.
Yeah, probably visit this place again.
Alright, thank you. And now we are here with Infopol. Where is our... Oh, look at this. The popcorns are coming.
Popcorn machine.
So, Infopol with another great surprise.
Yesterday we did it as well.
We are live, guys, with our stream.
Amazing.
A global IT provider. We're going to give you some popcorn and we're going to tell a little bit about the company. IT outsourcing company with over 30 years of experience in the IT market. We're relatively new in Bulgaria. We have an office in Varna and in Sofia. I'm trying to be brief but efficient. So please join our booth next time and get some of our special prizes.
And cut! Something amusing. You wanna see? AmuseNet. Hi guys.
Hi.
How are you today?
Fine. Just a lovely day outside.
It is. It is.
Meeting with some great QA people. Not only manual but also automation. Very nice venue. Nice weather. Nice people around.
Nice drinks you have.
Nice drinks. Nice items that we provide to the people. So
great.
We have additional raffle, and basically we are just expecting people to come and say hi. Yep, they come.
Oh, this is nice. And as we are...
Some raising people.
Yeah, and as we are now with the games, let's go and see some other games. Maybe you like some poker? Hello guys!
We are here again.
And we are live.
Live on this?
Yeah.
So welcome on our booth. How do you find it?
Oh, it's really interesting. You have a poker set here.
Of course, we are, PokerStars is the brand under the Flutter family, so
This is interesting.
probably that speaks more.
Yeah.
We have Flutter.
Amazing. Some nice merch, some nice smiles here.
Absolutely.
Great.
It is great.
Don't forget to visit them, guys. Let's continue. Bye.
Greetings. Greetings. Hello, guys. We are live. Would you like to say a few words about Dreaming?
Sure. Amazing. Hi everyone. So we are Dreamix and we're a Bulgarian company that has been operating on the market for 17 years now. So basically we develop mainly in 3 domains. These are fintech, transport and aviation. And we mainly use Java as well as JavaScript and C# as technologies. Feel free to come by our booth so we can tell you more about Dreamix, and also you can get some amazing prizes, such as this one.
Some amazing mechanical keyboard for gaming. Somebody should take this. And our next sponsor, Endava. Hi, Endava. How are you today?
Perfect, perfect.
Some juggling.
Another year with the perfect organization.
Yeah, well, just a little bit. You can do it with one. Huh? I cannot do it with one. 2 or more.
Try another.
Perfect. Nice ball.
Greetings from Endava and congratulations for the perfect organization, guys.
We're glad you like it. Have a nice day. Let's continue, guys. Guess who's next? Hello, Blank Factor.
Oh, hello.
We're here again. How do you feel today? Yeah, of course.
Even better, even better. Today we feel even better than yesterday.
Great.
And how are you guys?
We are feeling great.
Bravo. I mean, we welcome everyone to stop by our stand, do a little challenge, and win a cool prize. An umbrella. In October, it's gonna rain. Come get your umbrella today. Now.
You see? Get your umbrella, play some arcade games.
Arcade.
This amazing
You
show.
want to play? No, wait.
Next time. Bye.
I'm here with my new best friend, my pets. How's it called?
Jumbo.
Jumbo.
Drumbo.
Drumbo. All right, we're here with Commerzbank and we're live. Would you like to say a few words about the company? We're live.
Well, we are a German bank and we are digitalizing our products, our company. So, yeah.
If you want it digital, come here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have open positions so they can check.
Yeah, we can. We have now test automation engineer with Murex. This is a niche.
All right, thank you very much.
All engineers. Okay, who's next? Who's next, Tony?
I think we have to go to the rest area, to the relax area. Let's go and see what's happening there.
Oh, I would like to sit here.
I'm just going.
Well, but I think we should, yeah.
We should
but we should come back. Yeah, come here. It's great. Okay.
And
look what we have. Our very busy sponsors from Maxway. With our very busy volunteers.
Yeah. And here we have Accenture.
Beautiful.
Also very busy. I love their purple.
Yeah, so busy. No way.
Oh, we have
Ain't no
baby
way.
as well.
Great. Dev experts, hello. How are you? You are live on camera. You can say a few words. How are you feeling on this event? Great. Everyone should come here. We have everyone great merch here. So
Do you want to play our game?
I will play.
You come back to play.
And side ground. You can come here to win prizes. Play games.
Mr. Polizeiski.
Very simple.
Everything good on your side?
Yeah.
All right.
We don't want any problems.
I don't want to send you.
Fair enough.
Ready to
Ready to
progress?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Progress, how are you? How are you feeling today? Amazing. Is this your favorite event? Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes.
The best. Good answer.
Thanks.
Bye.
Eurosat, what is this? What are we having here? I like to go in space.
So Sadaf launching a satellite.
Yeah, they're very busy as well.
Well, what do you expect?
I know.
It's a space company.
Sure.
Well, I would like to be so busy. BGO. Hello, BGO. How are you? You are live with us on our live stream. Yeah. Thank you for our viewers.
Bye.
Don't forget to come here as well. Amazing gift.
We make digital health.
Great.
Digital health
You
solutions.
see, digital health.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not only physical.
Digital as well.
Yeah. Okay. Super. Hello, Milestone.
Hi guys.
How are you?
Great.
We know it so well every year.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
This is amazing.
Yeah, we've been your partner since the beginning.
We know,
Yeah.
and we really
Great
appreciate it
pleasure for us.
for us as well.
And how are you guys?
Good.
Perfect. Yeah, this is an amazing day, and we have amazing sponsors with great gifts.
Yeah, thank you.
Don't forget to come to them
And play the game.
and play the game to win, of course.
Play the game.
Thank you so much, Milestone.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
See you.
You're welcome to play.
So, Tony,
Thank you. Wait, you gotta be. I think I should learn something.
is this off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we work on computer.
Yeah? Great.
Let's try them.
Let's try it.
Oh, wow.
So, how do I look?
What about this?
Great. Perfect.
Right?
So,
Take
guys,
them.
nice shapes here. Visit JQA. Have a nice day, guys. Не. Coherent solutions. So busy again.
So busy coherent solution. I think we can't break the wall of participants here.
You should follow these guys' example and come here.
Но трябваше да ни кажете да си направим прически, да то така сега. Снимат ли
Hello, experience. What is happening here? A lot of puzzles? People manage
yes, a lot of
to do
games.
it? Yeah? Alright.
Games, trackers.
Nice. We're live stream. Would you like to say a few words?
It's very nice conference. The lunch was great. The speakers are awesome. So stay tuned until the end of the day.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Experian. What do you say?
I think it's a time for a break. What do you say? Let's have a beer.
Maybe we should rest a bit?
I think we're past duty. We're not on duty anymore.
Well, yeah, lunch is coming. Let's go, guys. We have to help. We are here to help. Let's go. We have a very interesting sponsor here. With some very interesting beverages I'm sure you will not guess. Some very interesting beverages I'm sure you will not guess. Maybe you don't know, but they have their own game that you can play and win. Maybe you don't know, but they have their own game that you can play and win. Speakers corner. Hi. Don't mind.
Noel?
And it's time to relax in our Shisha Corner.
Shisha Corner is a place you must visit.
Alright, let's go.
Our Shisha master.
Would you like to say a few words? He's speechless. And we are going to sit here and enjoy our break.
Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge
QA
accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Hey, 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 hey. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Моля, заповядайте, заповядайте. Ако не сте си взели сандвич, така или иначе вече е късно, защото лекцията започва след малко. Лекция, моля заповядайте в залата, очакваме ви. Може да вземете сандвичи, кафета, каквото има навън. Идвайте. Точно така. Имаме още време да охладим малко емоциите. Заповядайте, заповядайте. Очакваме ви в залата. Следващата лекция ще започне всеки момент.
Точно вас чакахме. Заповядайте.
Да, ето и дамата да влезе. Ето господинът с
мърч.
С мърча.
I'm here for the merch. Okay.
Welcome back.
Okay, hold on to your seats, everyone. Our next speaker comes from the land of George Best, the Giant's Causeway, and the best whiskey in the world, and from the city where Titanic was built, Belfast.
Actually, the city is once called Bellslow.
Yeah, it was called once Bellslow, but then Hugh McCamphill, a living legend in the testing scene, got his fingers in speeding up the things, and they renamed the city in his honor Belfast.
We don't know how, but Hugh is even able to measure and speed up our web pages. That is why we invite him here in Sofia on the stage of QA Challenge Accepted.
Hugh is not only a 2-decade test automation maestro, he also shapes the next generation of testers in Belfast and stages across Europe.
Please applaud Hugh McCamphill!
Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay.
few months ago, my son came to me distraught, full of anguish, complaining that his friend's 9th birthday party was ages away. I guess I should show him. He's probably watching online. Full of anguish because his friend's party was so far away. When I asked him to remind me when the party was, it may not surprise you to know that it was the same day. So at that point, just a few hours away. And I guess rather than just tell him not to be silly, I talked to him about this old English saying. Now, I know that there's a number of you in the audience that are not native English speakers. But the point is, and this dates from the late 19th century, so we would say a watched kettle never boils. But the idea is that, of course, the pot or the kettle will boil. But if that's your only focus, if that's your only task, that you're watching the kettle boil, it can feel like forever, because that's all you're doing. And what it says is that our sense of time is relative. Our sense of time passing depends on perception, is not an absolute. How we're perceiving the time changes with what we're doing, with what we're thinking about, our sense of anticipation about what might be coming up. So I said to him, I talked to him about this, but then I said, if you go, read a book, play, before you know it, it'll be time for your friend's birthday party. Now, if we are participating in making websites for the companies that we work for, we don't really want to send our customers off to go and read a book or play whenever you might actually be wanting them to buy something on your website. So a lot of what I'm going to talk about comes from a particular study. Lots of studies that reflect this. But you see in different business verticals that if you improve the time for pages to load, if you make the pages faster to load, you will improve the number of users that will actually reach the checkout screen. If they're on the checkout screen, faster page speed will increase conversion rates. Even if you're not in that type of business vertical and you're just relying on eyeballs being on your website, the bounce rate changes. It gets better whenever your page is faster. You'll have lower bounce rates. Again, the particular study linked at the bottom suggests even at low numbers of seconds, in terms of improvements in performance, in page speed load time, you can see significant changes in retail, in travel websites, where even at sub 1 second difference in time, page load times, you get increases in these conversions. Now, back whenever I didn't really know what I was doing, one of the type of requirements you might have seen was that a page must load within 5 seconds. And now it wasn't that the page must load within 5 seconds. What they were saying was the page must be fast. We now have a little bit more of an idea of what fast actually means. So fast, this is coming from the Google mobile playbook. So you can see I should say, of course, whenever you're getting above 1 second, you're going to see those drop-offs. But what's interesting, even at that point of 100 to 300 milliseconds, people are actually starting to perceive a lag. They may not be able to point to it, but they will perceive it. And going back to the previous study, if you have that situation where you're trying to reach checkout, and you have multiple pages where you have this page load time which is not optimized, you can have that cumulative effect, which can then impact on your rates of conversion. So, kind of just started the talk, but this is a talk about using Lighthouse. Again, from Google, they categorize speed they categorize speed as being this kind of spectrum where you go from, is it happening? Is it useful? Is it usable? And finally, is it delightful? Because page load time is not one single thing. It's not one single experience that you can measure. It actually is multiple experiences. You have correspondingly multiple metrics that correspond with each of these points. And one of the ways that you can measure, you can find out about those metrics is through Lighthouse. Now, what's interesting is that and Lighthouse has been around for a long time, but the classic Lighthouse that you will use through Chrome DevTools doesn't cover this whole spectrum. It covers the first three, and it only covers them partially. It doesn't cover them in full, as we'll see in a moment. As I said, usually people using Lighthouse will open DevTools, Chrome, navigate to the page that they want to audit, run Lighthouse, and you will get something that looks a little bit like this. Now, the talk introduction was about performance, but of course there are other audits it performs, things like accessibility. It gives a score for your website page, but more importantly, it gives you indicators of where you need to improve. It gives you numbers that will actually say if you can implement this, it is likely you will see this kind of improvement. I mentioned that there was missing scenarios even in those first three sections of the spectrum. And the last one, the is it delightful? So you can have that situation where you're scrolling on a screen and you get sudden movement that affects your experience. It affects how you might actually be trying to interact with the screen. You click the wrong button, for example. All these are performance impacts. But also in the first three sections, you have those other situations, pages behind authentication. So if you try to assess or audit your page, whenever you're logged in, Lighthouse will log you out of your session and just run it on your unauthenticated page. By default, it's a cold cache that you're testing with. If you're actually interested in running a test against a website where you're expecting that you're going to have people running or visiting your website multiple times, you might want to be able to do this. And then the whole Webflow, which I think is maybe the most interesting. So going back to the checkout idea of the impact on the rates of actually reaching that checkout screen, you may be navigating multiple pages, and you want to see what the experience is like for that whole page, or for those numbers of pages, and not just that single kind of page load on its own. You may, though, also be navigating from a third-party website. So again, if you're in e-commerce, you're going to be potentially coming from another website, and it's going to just take you into your checkout screen. That checkout URL is going to be dynamic each time you're navigating to it. So having extra capabilities, rather than manually going in, opening a URL and performing an audit manually, you possibly need something a little bit more flexible. And that's where user flows comes in. So this is something, again, I mentioned Lighthouse has been around for a while, but this is something developed at the end of 2011, which allows you to perform more of the capabilities that I was talking about. Those whole web flows, those caches, and so on. Lighthouse, obviously developed by Google. Puppeteer, developed by Google. So for a long time, it's always been possible to do some sort of integration between Lighthouse and Puppeteer, but it involved things like passing ports between the two tools. With user flows, this actually becomes really, really seamless. Puppeteer, you just need to launch a new instance of the browser, a new instance of the page, and then pass that instance of the page to Lighthouse, to this start flow method. And then we do a navigation. This is the equivalent of doing the cold page load audit manually. And we're doing it against our wonderful conference website. But I mentioned that this is a talk, or the title had it as a talk about Lighthouse with WebDriver I/O. So we need to take a little step back. WebDriver I/O is what you might call a batteries included test automation framework. It is leveraging the WebDriver protocol to actually make that communication to the browsers or through Appium to your mobile websites or your apps. It's a little bit opinionated. It's taken some slightly different approaches than, say, if you were using Selenium directly. And one of the areas that's been a little bit ahead of, arguably, Selenium is making Puppeteer also an option. So instead of using WebDriver protocol, you can use Puppeteer if you're running Chrome locally, either on your desktop or on some CI server. So you can leverage Puppeteer to do things like intercept requests, to mock responses to the browser, to set geolocation, to perhaps run some sort of JavaScript coverage check based on your UI tests. And then, of course, for the purpose of this talk, it allows us to combine WebDriver I/O with Lighthouse. So there are 3 types of user flows that you can code. Navigation, again, equivalent to your page load that you might do manually. Snapshots, where it is not a load at all. In fact, there's no activity whatsoever. You're just capturing the current state of that page. And time spans, we're back to interactions, but it's not about the load. It's about transitioning or performing actions on a screen or multiple screens and seeing how it performs across the whole range of those screens. So if we look at it in a little bit more detail, we have the navigation. So we're doing our WebDriver I/O test. We invoke the flow navigate, pointing to your URL. We get the loading activity, and then we can generate that report. From a code perspective, it looks a little bit like this. So again, we're using WebDriver I/O, but we can access Puppeteer. Once we actually have a page from the Chrome instance, we can again just pass that to Lighthouse and perform our audit. Snapshots, again, we're going to be doing some sort of interactions with WebDriver I/O, but then say we have a menu item loaded or a menu bar loaded, and we want to check accessibility on that menu. We can call flow.snapshot and make an audit at that point in time. From a code perspective, it's pretty simple. So once we have our Lighthouse enabled, we can just call flow.snapshot. And then finally, you have the time spans. So at some point, you make a call to start the time span, perform various activities. Time spans is the user flow where you'll actually be able to test for cumulative layout shift. And I will show an example of that. But after the activity that you want to complete has finished, you call flow.endTimeSpan. Code perspective, again illustrating, we do the start time span, various interactions, and then end the time span. So at this point, I'm going to attempt a demo. Am I able to attempt a demo? No. Okay. So, yeah, let's just go back to the, well, oh, unplug, okay. Okay. Sorry about that. So in this test, what we've actually done is combined all of the user flows together. So we have the navigation, we have the snapshot, we start the time span, do some interactions, and then end the time span. So if I run this, and we'll see how it performs, or given we lost a little bit of time there, let's go to one I did earlier, because it's not actually that interesting watching the test run. So you have the 3 audits performed, one for navigation, one for snapshot, one for time span. You get, as I said, for the navigation, the things you expect around performance. You get the potential metrics improvements that you can implement. Snapshot, as I said, maybe a little bit more useful for something like accessibility. You can see it's actually not terribly useful performance, but that kind of makes sense because you're not at that point performing any activity. And the user interactions. So you can see the kind of film strip happening where we're performing activity, we are navigating to the menu bar and loading a particular page. One of the things that, I'll just kill that. One of the things that is worth mentioning is that while this is obviously low-level WebDriver I/O code, it's perfectly possible that you can have your existing test where you can have your page objects, so kind of your normal test, and then just plug in your Lighthouse steps as part of that pre-existing test. I'll just remove that. The other, just to illustrate the time span one in further depth, we also have a test to demonstrate cumulative layout shift issue. So we'll actually let this one run, and you can see it in action. And what we're going to be doing is opening this website that's set up to have this issue, and then perform some scrolling. And then you should see the actual issue happening. So we look at this, we see we did a page load as well, but we also did some interactions for the time span report. Our initial score looks pretty good, but if we actually go in here, we can see our cumulative layout shift numbers are actually pretty bad. Obviously, this is a contrived example, but that's where I think if you are already doing tests that are doing some sort of scrolling, they're doing some sort of navigation, it's kind of a potentially easy method to add this in to discover if there are problems. So say we do all this, we perform some audits, we find out the improvements that we can make to our application. Do we then get improvements? Do we get increased conversion rates? Do we improve the business metrics that we're interested in? Are our customers buying more things that perhaps they don't need? Well, it's not actually that simple. In the most stark way, where it's not that simple, is that there might not actually be a strong correlation between how your website performs from a Lighthouse perspective and how it actually performs in production. This is kind of a whole other topic, but Core Web Vitals are used by Google to really assess your application, not Lighthouse. Again, we'll talk about that in a moment. But the core Web Vitals are the indication from production about how your website is actually performing. Core Web Vitals look at 3 different metrics. Largest contentful paint, so we expect your page, or I should say, they expect your page for a good number, that has to be less than 2.5 seconds. First input delay, that has to be within 100 milliseconds to be assessed as good. And then the CLS, the cumulative layout shift that we looked at, obviously in that test, that contrived test, we had a really poor score. Google expects that number to be less than 0.1 in order to have a good score. One of the weird things that happened a few years ago was that whenever, and I think some of it was due to the, I guess, unclear communication coming from Google, but people were expecting that your Lighthouse audit had a direct impact on your search ranking. So your performance score having an impact on your search ranking. Your performance of your application does have an impact on your search ranking, but it's not based on Lighthouse. It's based on, again, on those Web Vitals, which form part of a whole other set of Web Vitals. If in your company you are concerned about where your website is going to be performing when it comes to search rankings, obviously one of the things to note is that primarily it's going to be about the content of your application. But the Web Vitals do play a part. They are a ranking factor. Content comes first, but then you have to account for Web Vitals as well. But it's not a situation of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You need both. You might not actually have enough users yet to get meaningful data from production. But your lab data is useful for debugging problems. You've got potential for reproducible results. You have something you can repeat over and over again and see if there's any patterns that exist. But your field data is giving you the real data. It's giving you the real experience for your customers, even if then it has a restricted set of metrics in terms of what you can actually use. But like any kind of quality initiative, you can't have this just as a one-time activity. If you're looking to keep fit, you can't just do it for a short period of time. It has to be a continuous activity. Otherwise, we can get out of shape, or in the context of this talk, our pages become heavier over time. Obviously, part of the reason why we have jobs is because our applications change. We are dealing a lot of the time with more and more JavaScript in our applications. I mean, the big red bar is around video, but even you see an increase in the amount of JavaScript in applications, which has that impact on page load time. So one of the things that you probably need to be thinking about is how you actually run this stuff on a continuous basis, so that it's not just somebody going into Chrome browser and running an audit on an ad hoc basis, or creating a test like this and running with the user flows and running it on an ad hoc basis. One of the ideas that you perhaps want to think about is the idea of setting a budget. So saying, okay, if we are at a point where we have a score at this point in time, at least let's not backtrack from that. So one of the outputs from Lighthouse user flows is getting the results in a JSON format, which then allows you to assert. Some other options that might make sense is how you can provide feedback as part of pull requests. Can you run your audits on, say, a test environment and on a dev environment, and then do a comparison between the two and show you perhaps if there's been a degradation or indeed an improvement? This tool I'm familiar with from a number of years ago. What's nice about that, and this slightly contradicts the idea of the budget, but what's nice about that is being able to see the trends over time. And I think, obviously, if you're working with developers who are trying to implement some of these changes, being able to see that feedback, that the changes they are making are having a meaningful impact on the user's experience. If you're not using WebDriver IO, you can. I haven't tried it. There is options to use user flows now within Chrome DevTools, but from a coding perspective, you have options around Cypress, Playwright. They're going to be using Chrome DevTools rather than Puppeteer. They are projects that are coming from, not from the main maintainers of Cypress or Lighthouse themselves. They're independent projects. Again, I haven't used them, but they may provide some of the same approaches that you would want to do. So I don't think I've read as much in preparation for a talk. There's a whole load of stuff from Google here, from Deloitte, from SpeedCurve that really digs deep into this stuff. Down at the bottom is the second last is my own blog around whenever the Lighthouse user flows come out and there was the integration with Puppeteer. I wrote a blog about how to combine Lighthouse with WebDriver IO. The examples from this talk are on my GitHub page, so you can check those out for some of the other situations that you might want to test, like desktop configuration, like warm cache. All that's left for me to say is thank you very much for coming. I think you can find me at the Speakers Corner in a little bit. If not, you can find me on LinkedIn. And yeah, thank you.
Do you have any questions? You can always ask him in the Speaker's Corner, of course.
Speaker's Corner?
Speaker's Corner.
In the corner.
Or here. No questions here? Okay, your big applause for Hugh McCanfield. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Speaker's Corner. They are rushing into the Speaker's Corner, as you see.
And now,
the next stop on our world tour of quality and test automation, the city of two continents, Istanbul.
Coming to you straight from the heart of Turkey is Burak Ergüren, a mobile test automation expert.
If Burak was a spice, he'd be the saffron in your Turkish delight. Priceless and impactful. Mwah! Pack your bags because Burak will take you on an exotic journey from the ground up of mobile test automation to the dizzying heights of continuous development.
Burak is principal test automation engineer with 9+ years of experience working in one of Turkey's largest e-commerce companies, Sahibinden.com, one of the most popular alışveriş websites, similar to our OLX and Pazaroi.com.
Prepare to learn about the key points on tool selection, device file management, and benefits of CI/CD.
Make some noise for Burak Ergüren!
Thank you. So, hello everyone, my name is Burak Ergüren. I'm coming from Turkey, Istanbul, and I've been graduated from computer science engineering from Marmara University in Istanbul. I've been working in Xiaomi.com about 9 years as principal test automation engineer. And today I want to share with you our experiences about mobile test automation journey. So let's begin. Let's start by briefly talking about being a QA professional. This is the software lifecycle, software development lifecycle, and of course there may be some minor differences between projects, but the main flow is like this. And as you can see, the testing stage is between the implementation and the maintenance steps. But actually, as QA employees, we are actually involved to projects in the implementation step, and we are working with the developers together, and continues to the maintenance step. Since our job description is not only testing, but also assuring the quality, the importance of our place in the software lifecycle is quite important, actually. So when I started to work as an intern, there was only manual testing, and we were releasing about 2 or 3 times a week, and it was quite hard times. We had to work overtime most of the time, so we had to find a solution. After some research, we decided to create a test automation project. As QA professionals, I think it's important to remember this question. Why are we using test automation in our projects? Well, the reasons are like this. Firstly, it minimizes the human errors. We are all human. In our daily lives, there may have been ups and downs, and this situation makes us make some mistakes. But for test automation, there is no situation like this, because there is no emotion in test automation. It will do whatever we want. So secondly, it detects more errors earlier, thanks to the parallel testing, and it facilitates the reuse of tests. If you have a test automation project, you can run it at the same time for the different work packages at the same time. It increases percentage of code coverage, of course, and you can run your test suite whenever you want and wherever you are. So how did we start to create a test automation? These 5 steps is the most important steps of creating a test automation from the scratch. And the first one is selecting the tool, and the other one is defining the scope of automation, and one of the most important parts of these steps. And the next one is planning the software architecture, the test bed preparation, test automation bed preparation. And the next one, test execution, and of course, we will be sure the maintenance. It's not passing. So, for the test tool selection, when we decided to create a test automation project, we checked the market, and there were many select options for the mobile test automation. But we decided to use Appium, and the most important reasons are, firstly, it's open source. We love open source. We support open source, and it's free, and we can find many solutions if we have some problems on web, just by simply searching like Stack Overflow or some websites like this. It supports iOS and Android platform at the same time. It's using Node.js, so it's quite powerful, and it's using JSON Wire Protocol. As a result of this situation, it supports Java, Python, and different languages, because the languages are, when you start running the code, it will turn into the JSON, and it will go to the as directives to the mobile applications by using JSON Wire Protocol. And the scope is most important one in this stage, I guess, because since our test automation scope is not determined carefully for the first time, we had to restart over again, and the scope cases should be like important features. If you have an application, if you have a messaging feature in this application, you have to add this as a test automation, automated test tool. And if you have scenarios requiring a lot of data and you are testing manually every time over and over again, you have to also consider to add this test case to automated test suite. Common functions, if you have you're using an account and you need to log in every time, you also must consider to automatize it in the automated test suite. And the repetitive business components and the complexity of the test cases. Of course, if you have complex cases and you need to test it every time it's manually, you need to consider to automate it. And the project architecture. Because of this stage, when we start to create a test automation bed, it's the first thing we need to be careful, because when we start to design the architecture, it is quite hard to refactor it later. We decided to use Java programming because we love Java programming. In our company, there are so many projects using Java programming language, so we decided to use Java programming, and we decided to use JUnit 4 tool, and then upgraded it to JUnit 5. Of course, there are some object-oriented programming principles like abstraction, encapsulation, polymorphism, and inheritance. We tried to be careful about using these principles in our project. And design patterns, mostly one and the most famous one is page object model. We use it. And the other one, we are using factory design pattern for the driver management, Selenium driver and Appium driver. We are managing these drivers using factory design pattern. And the next one, clean code principles. For example, don't repeat yourself. If you are repeating some code blocks in your project, you are doing something wrong. You need to check it and keep it simple. Anyone can understand what's the code aim and what does it mean in your project. And the last one, dynamic test data management. We are not using mock data, we are not using static data. Each time we are using the resource requests, and if you want to log in with a user, the user data will be, we are requesting a user data and we get the data, and then we are using in the login scenarios for each scenarios over and over again. So, device management. If you want to create a mobile test automation project, of course, you need a mobile device. And you can use emulators, you can use some cloud solutions, and you can use real devices. We want to start with real devices. And when we start, we have just 4 mobile devices, 2 Android and 2 iOS devices, and 1 Mac Mini, and we are using Mac Mini as server. As you can see, we started like this, and there are some about 30 and 40 tests we totally have at the beginning. And then, now we have totally 50 devices in our device farm, 25 for each client. They are running parallel, and the Mac Mini servers also, we are using them Mac Mini devices as a Mac Mini server. And they are running parallelly. And actually, we create a job, the script, and when we plug in a new device in our system, it will get the device's data to the database, and it will give the random ports for the Appium listeners, so we can use it dynamically, and there is not any effort to add to the system for the new device. Of course, we try to be careful for the device farm that we have different operating systems, because some crashes, some failures specific to the specific operation systems. So we try to have some different operating system versions. And the test count, right now we have for Android 947, and for the iOS test we have 982 tests. It's good, it's a good level, but now we have a problem like this running of all of these tests takes so much time. And we need to reduce the total running time, and we started a project to reducing the total time. So how can we improve the test speed? We take these 4 critical nodes to work on. Firstly, test synchronization and locator strategies, setting app state, and deep leaking. For the test synchronization, firstly, I want to talk about static wait. Static wait means using a lot of thread.slip method in your codes. And using this method is quite bad for your test automation suite because it forces to test, to wait for the next action, and it's quite bad to use it in your test methods. And we removed all of them, or almost all of them, because sometimes we need to use it. And we removed almost all of them from our test automation project. And the next one is implicate wait. Implicate wait, as you can see, we give the driver, we tell the driver that you need to wait some described duration. You know, as you can see, we say here to the driver, you can say until 10 seconds maximum. The timeout duration is 10 seconds. And the driver looking for the login screen element on the screen. So it's better if you compare with the static wait, but it can be better. So if we look at the bottom one, it's the explicit wait, and explicit wait, we see something new there, the WebDriver wait. WebDriver wait is coming from the WebDriver solutions, and it's a constructor, and we are creating an object from this constructor, and we say this constructor a condition right now, and expect conditions. What can they be? It can be like just wait for the clickable element, just wait for the visible element, or the presence of the element. And it will wait for these conditions, and if it's find the element, they will click there. So it can be better, and this is my favorite one, and the last one, fluent wait. Now it's the same actually with the explicit wait. We now have a fluent wait object, and now with this fluent wait object, we have an extra option, polling option. For this code block, for example, we have a 10 seconds time limits, and we are constantly checking the element for each second. And if we can't find the element, there is a throwing a message that we described before. And the wait object is like that. And also, we are giving the same expected conditions to the wait object. It's the best and usable method solution for us, and it really works for our test automation project right now. So the other one, locator strategy. If we want to develop a test automation code for mobile applications, we need a mobile element. And how to get the mobile element? For getting for a mobile element, we have to locate the element. So in Appium driver, we can use it, find the element with the locators. There are different options for the locators, like by class name, by XPath, by ID. We are using almost all of them, but specifically at the beginning, we were using so much XPath. And as you can see the performances over there, the XPath is the worst one if you compare with the unique ID. So we decided to talk with our mobile developers, and they will add for each element they giving the new releases for unique IDs. So we are using ID every time until then. So it's quite fast running right now. And if you have to use the XPath version, we also be careful to using. For example, in this example code, the first one, we are using the star in the code. It means it will check for the all hierarchy of the mobile page. But if you can add the text view, it will check only the all text view. And it will be a little bit faster if you try to be careful about this concept. And lastly, and most important one for us, is setting the app state. In our test automation, there are so many login scenarios. We had to be logged in with users to use some my account features and for messaging or posting and new classify, something like this. So we decided to find a solution for this problem. So we create a annotation with login annotation, and there is some options for the login scenario. What kind of user do you want to have for this login scenario? And it will create the user when the application, when the test starts. It will be launched as logged in user with the same data we give before. So every time we have to go to the login page and fill the username field and the password field, and we have to click to the submit button. All of them now is gone, and we are really gain so much time for this project. And after all of these processes, we have now about 4 hours to reduce our total time from 4 hours to 2 hours for iOS applications, iOS tests, and 4 hours to 1.5 hours for Android tests. But now we have a good, fast, and dynamically working test automation suite, but we want more stable, more continuous projects. So when we check, we met the continuous integration system. So what's CI and how CI works? Let's say you are a member of a software development team, and this team working on a software project. And in this project, we are using a version control system. And each developer sending their work package to this version control system. And also there is a CI server, which is working synchronously with this system. So when a new work package arrives, the CI system is triggered, and CI system will do whatever we want we specified before. It can build, it can test, it can run our success scenarios, and at last, it can notify all the members, developers, and the software development team. This is the life cycle of a continuous integration simply. So for the Jenkins side, we decided to use Jenkins. Jenkins is such a popular and strong and powerful tool to use in the continuous integration world. And the flow is the same, as you can see. The developer commits their code and to the repository, and it will inform and fetch by Jenkins, and it will trigger the tests, and it will build the scenarios, and finally, it will turn the results to the developer or the other member of the team. Of course, there are some important principles in continuous integration. Firstly, code should be committed frequently. We must commit our packages as small as we want. And the other one, the failed code is never be committed, because when we commit the code, it will trigger the system, and it takes much time, of course. Unit tests should be written, and also it should be the company culture. Failed build should be fixed quickly, and all tests must pass, and we decide to use all of these principles carefully in our projects. And after learning some CI principles and after some practices, we wanted to solve one of the biggest problems of our system. For example, previously in our mobile automation cycle, developers create their test build by themselves for the manual testers. So it was taking so much time. Now, to solve this problem, we create a project which name is Mobile Auto Build. In this project, you are using Jira as issue tracking tool, and it triggers to the Jenkins, and Jenkins running the code spec, and it's running for the Fastlane tool. A Fastlane we are using for application distribution aim, and after the build created, it will ship to the manual testers. If you want iOS, if you want Android, it will understand, it will create a build according to our directives. And after creating this project, we integrated it in our Jira automation flow. When a new Jira ticket created, it's also then progress step, and after the progress, developer sends it to the review step. After review step, in Jira environment, we have scripts, and these scripts understand that the automated testing mobile test ticket is coming, and I will trigger the mobile automation build job. And it will check Android or iOS, and according to that, it will send the parameter to mobile auto build job, and it will create using Fastlane the build, and it will go to the manual testers for testing. After testing, it will come to our teams for the test automation, and also there will be flag for it will be automated or not, and we will check it. If it will be automated, we will develop their automated tests and send it to the package queue. If it's not developing, then it will go to the package queue directly. So this is the Jira lifecycle for our system right now. If we are talking about continuous integration system, the pipelines is the most important part of the system. We can imagine the pipelines as the series of some stages, and each stage has some different responsibility. Sometimes it will integrate it with each other, but you can think like that. And if we want to give an example for these pipelines, this is our Android test pipeline for now. It will start and check for the devices in the farm, is it available or not? And then checking for the connectivity. Is there any Wi-Fi connection? And also, is there any internet connection in this Wi-Fi? So the next step, application build, the application automatically working and the build is creating. Then we will check the application is created correctly. Then we are setting up the running test stage for Appium installing and applications, and there are some other listeners open. We have to close them. And updating the device, how many available devices do we have in the device management? It will be automatically done, and then we will start the test. After the test, of course, there will be the test results report, and it will go to the developers or all of the team members, however you describe the Jenkins pipeline. So we have a good and stable test automation system right now, but we had a problem again. After the executed pipeline, we are getting the test results report at the end of the stage, at the end of the pipeline. So if we have to check it on the real time, it's quite hard to check it, because when we check on the Jenkins console output, as I said before, there are 25 devices running parallelly. So in the console output, we can't find the correct test log data. And if you want to learn at the real time, there was a big problem. So we decided to create a project to how to monitor logs at real time. The project's name is Centralized Logging. In this project, when the Jenkins pipeline starts, Appium tests are running. At the end of each Appium test cycle, data is collecting, and we are sending this data to the Graylog. Graylog is a log management tool, is also a popular and strong tool, and we decided to use this one. So, which data do we need? Actually, after a little bit search, we decided to use these log types for the Appium server log, Android logcat log, test output log, and test result log. So how can we get these logs in the test cycle? For the Android logcat log and the Appium driver log, we can easily get them from the Appium driver. Using the manage and looks and get, we can give the server log or logcat log type. We can get all detailed logs for these parameters, and for the other test output and test result log, we need to use a Java JUnit 5 extensions in the project. We create a project, and then we can easily get the test output log and test result log at the end of the stage. How can we log this data to the Graylog? After collecting the data, we are turning into the JSON object, and this JSON object is going to the Graylog server with HTTP request. And then finally, we can see the dashboard like this. This is our example Graylog dashboard. At the real time, when your tests are running, we don't have to wait until the end of the pipeline. We can easily open the Greylog dashboard, and if you want to see the specific test, we can filter it over there, and we can find, if it is failed, we can find the Android logcat log and Appium server log or other log types easily. So we can quickly send them to the developer, or we can look at it and there is a problem, we can take a quick reaction. And we are still keep asking how much time does it take to run this build, or what is our success rate, and how many test count do we have in our projects. So many questions also there continue, and the other members of the software development team also wants to learn these metrics. So we decided to create a mobile metrics project. In this project, Jenkins triggers the Node.js system, and in Node.js system we create a project like fetching the Jenkins API. When the pipeline starts and finishes, we can easily get the result from using Jenkins API for how many tests are running in this build, what is the time for the specific tests, or whatever we want. There are so many metrics in the Jenkins API, and we are getting them and keeping in the database, then sending to the BigQuery. We are using Google BigQuery in our system, but if you are using MySQL or other database solutions, you can also add this project and to change if you want, whatever you want. And lastly, when the data collected in the database, we are using Grafana tool. Grafana is also a monitoring tool for the database solutions. It will check the database and monitor for the right dashboard for the users, and whatever you need, you can specialize over the screen, as you can see. This is our dashboard. And as you can see, we can easily check how many devices we use for this for this build job, and what's our average pipeline duration, and what's the fastest duration for last month, for example. If you want to check whatever your metrics, you can easily add for each screen, for each layout. There's a DB query is working actually behind the dashboard. So you can add the query, whatever you want. You can check, get from the data from the database, and monitoring easily, as you can see. And until now, I tried to explain what have we done. And nextly, I want to talk about what do we want to in the future. I talked about continuous integration system. In this system, also, it's going to the deployment stage. And if you deploy to the production manually, we have a new, two new concepts here, continuous delivery and continuous deployment. We are using continuous deployment so unique, so small work packages right now. But we want to use every part of our work package flow. So currently, actually, we are using continuous delivery, and our target, our future, we want to be working as continuous deployment system. So this is all I want to explain. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you know, you can find Burak in the speaker's corner in a while and ask any questions if you want.
Yeah.
So please applaud him one more time, Burak Ergüren.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now...
Now, get up, fuck out of this stage. Are you annoyed of those two already? Get out of here. Fired, out.
Vanelli.
Get out of here. Out.
Okay.
We don't like you anymore.
Excuse
me. Now, coffee, beer, shisha, and have whoever that drinks 2 beers at the same time, can win a Tesla at the end of the event. Peter Sabev will buy it for you. Have a good one and drink a beer. And these tools are fired. Take care, guys.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will, on his own, not be able to analyze it, to find an issue's root cause, and to finally fix it. To effectively process the related huge amount of log and environment data, AI-supported remote services are required. Based on this data from the integrated central onboard diagnostics and intelligent in-vehicle edge pre-processing, a service expert can virtually access the vehicle in a mobility operations center, find the issue's root cause with AI-guided remote diagnostics, and fix it securely and safely with smart over-the-air updates or services operations. DXC Luxoft Advanced Diagnostics and Connected Platforms. Live in the future now.
Welcome to InfoPulse Bulgaria, part of a global IT company with more than 30 years of experience in providing IT services to customers in more than 40 countries around the world. Our team is constantly growing. This moves us forward and motivates us to become a major part of the local IT market. We firmly believe in our values: involvement, flexibility, openness and innovation. They help us build strong collaborative relationships with our specialists and customers and achieve even greater efficiency and operational flexibility. We offer a wide range of services and we're ready to contribute to the development of all industries. With our current focus on finance and insurance, manufacturing and agricultural telecom industries, we strive to enhance the expertise of our specialists and meet the specific needs of our customers. As a global and reliable service provider, we assist our clients in innovating and achieving scalability, enhanced efficiency, and operational agility. People are our greatest asset, and our strength comes from our unity. We're not just colleagues, but a team of friends with innovative thinking. We support each other as one big family, and we all strive to build the future together. We're waiting for you at InfoPulse Bulgaria.
Добре дошли в кухнята на Зее Бургер. Нека да видим какво се готви в QA отделът днес.
Хора, счупил се е Бетуедър теста. Трябва да го инвестигирам, защото Камен ще ме пита.
Някакви Java пакети липсват.
Ако е dependency проблем, значи от гледа начало.
Пушнах промяната. Хайде да пием по едно кафе, докато мине билда.
Ако искаш ти да станеш част от нашия забавен екип, виж свободните позиции на zburger.bg.
Welcome everybody to our new home.
We are here today to celebrate the Flutter International reopening office in Sofia.
To create meaningful moments, we have created areas where our colleagues can collaborate, have fun, or enjoy some quiet time during work while still enjoying the office.
One team, we're hiring. Join now at careers.flutterinternational.com.
Welcome to Blind Factor.
We have a core purpose statement. What we articulate internally is why do we exist? And that is that we exist to create an environment and a culture that breeds success by, number one, enabling our people to be the best that they can be, and number two, caring for our clients as individuals. So it's all about people.
It's all about people. Right at the core, it's our people. I'm most proud of our people. Our people are our most important asset.
It's quite simple. It's our people.
It's about the people who work within Endava. It's about the people we work for. And that underpins everything that we do and drives the culture, the team-like behavior, the way we work with clients. From proof of concept, prototype to production, we're helping our clients work in their business context to find new ways of using technology to drive change and to change the experiences with their customers and their consumers.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Hey, 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 hey. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
And back to the hall. Our next talk is about to start in just a few seconds, minutes, or moments. Please come back to the hall. We're waiting for you.
В залата следващата лекция ще започне всеки момент. Така че очакваме ви. Тичайте, тичайте, вземете кафе, бира, каквото ви е попаднало в ръце и идвайте насам.
Challenge accepted, challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
We will be waiting for you a couple of seconds because the hall is too empty yet. But in any moment we will start the next talk. Come back, you're very welcome. Заповядайте.
Заповядайте, заповядайте. Няма нужда да затваряте вратите след себе си.
Нито пред себе си.
Ако искате да имате още повече отворени врати, заповядайте на следващата лекция. Вътре в залата, където температурата е особено приятна.
Влажността на въздуха също. Има аварийни изходи зад вас два, 4 отстрани.
Ароматизаторите са включени.
И така.
And now.
All aboard the Geek Express. Next stop, Poland.
Tomasz Konieczny is so into automation that he probably runs his coffee machine on Kubernetes.
Over the last few years, he has delivered 50+ talks at international and nationwide conferences, covering a diverse range of topics related to software development and quality, including the evolution of quality approaches in software development, automated tests as quality pipeline data feed, and serverless architecture to speed up tests.
Tomasz is here to tell us more about Kubernetes. He will stay for the test cube and leave with your mind blown.
Make some noise for Tomasz Konieczny!
So hello, it's really great to be here today. That's one of the best events I've been at. So thanks for the invitation, and let's start. Everything as code, test distribution with Kubernetes and TestCube open source. First, just for like me, I'm Tomasz Konieczny. I'm the test architect and quality consultant, and I'm interested in very different areas of quality, but mainly test automation, infrastructure, architecture, and today's presentation will be related to all of these areas. I also speak at conferences quite a lot, and I currently work as QA lead at TestCube, so I'll be able to tell you a bit more about how the testing tool is actually tested. But let's start with something more generic first. One of the main business goals related to modern software development, so fast delivery of high-quality software. And at the same time, one of the biggest problems. I mean, it's something difficult to achieve, at least from the technical perspective. I mean, how to combine doing something fast and keeping it high quality at the same time. That's something challenging. But at the same time, from the business perspective, it's like a prerequisite for a successful product. I mean, we need to deliver something that will fit user expectations, and at the same time, we need to do it fast, because otherwise, competitors will do it first. So from the quality perspective, this can be simplified. I mean, this goal can be simplified to fast and complete quality feedback. So basically, getting feedback as fast as possible and making it as complete as possible. So trying to shorten the quality feedback loop in every possible way. It may be shifting left, so basically trying to test earlier in the process before the code is even implemented on the requirements level, trying to detect every single possible discrepancy with requirements, for example, just to test things earlier, just to fix things earlier, and to reduce the cost of software development. From the other side, it's about automation. I mean, automating almost everything that makes sense, at least. So test on very different levels, very different test types, trying to improve the test coverage all the time and to do it again and again, just to get the feedback that will be better. I mean, automation can improve quite a lot on repetitive actions. It can make them more consistent, but it can also provide feedback faster in comparison to doing these actions manually. So basically, trying to achieve continuous feedback. At the same time, we need to make this feedback complete. So all of the different test types, all of the different test tools are needed just to make this feedback complete. But again, there is one more problem here. I mean, what about this additional complexity? I mean, all of these different test types that need to be implemented, then maintained, all of these different testing tools that need to be configured, and then what about fixing them, maintaining, etc. And in the end, infrastructure and pipelines. That's something that can be even more challenging and complex than the test itself. I mean, it's pretty complex to implement it from scratch. And that's one of the things I will show you today. I mean, one of the possible solutions for this problem, at least if you're using Kubernetes or you plan to use it, so the combination of Kubernetes and TestCube. What is TestCube? It is an open source test orchestration and execution framework for Kubernetes. So to simplify, it's basically the test-specific abstraction for Kubernetes, so we can focus on something that you actually want, so the testing, instead of handling everything manually. So TestCube provides two different things. The first one is the custom resource definitions. So basically, it extends the default Kubernetes types with the ones that are focused on testing specifically. So starting from the very basic one, test, that's the simplest unit you can execute with TestCube. The test suite, so that's a combination of different tests. It's pretty useful if you have different test tools and want to just group these tests. Executor, so in the TestCube naming convention, that's the configuration for the test runner. The test source, so if you check out the test from the Git repository, you might want to abstract this away from the test and just reuse some repository config. And then also other ones like test trigger or webhook. They may be also useful sometimes, but I will show this later. The second thing is it provides the set of pre-configured executors. So basically, you have the default configurations for various testing tools like Postman, K6, Cypress, SoapUI, etc. And also the one that is probably the most powerful, so that's the custom container executor. So it basically allows you to execute anything, any image that you already have or that's even not included in this list of supported executors, and you can run it still having this test-specific abstraction that TestCube provides. So this one can be pretty powerful. I will be showing you 3 different examples. So the test implemented with K6, Postman, and Cypress, and also how to adjust things and how to run something completely custom with the container executor. But first, let's start with setting up TestCube. There are just 2 prerequisites, so having kubectl and Helm installed. If you already use Kubernetes, you'll probably have these. And also you need some Kubernetes cluster. If you don't have it, then it's fine. You can just run it locally with Kind or Minikube. If you already use Kubernetes in your project, if you already use it for your testing environments, for example, TestCube supports namespace installation, so it's possible to reuse the same cluster for this purpose, for testing purposes. Also, you need to have the TestCube CLI installed. That's the kubectl plugin that extends kubectl's functionalities. And also, you need to have the TestCube cluster-side components installed. So I will show you how to do it now. But first, let's create some cluster locally in case you don't have anyone you can use. So in this case, I just used Kind because based on my experience, it's just more stable and predictable than Minikube. So Kind create cluster, optionally the name, TestCube Kind cluster, enter, and we have our local cluster up and running. We can now install TestCube cluster-side components. So it's possible to do it in 2 different ways. The first one is if you already have the TestCube CLI installed, you can use the TestCube install command, and it will prepare everything for you. It will even confirm if you're using the right context, just not to mistake it. Alternatively, it's possible to also use Helm, if you prefer this way. But in most cases, I just used TestCube install. It's possible to specify the namespace. I mean, namespace installation is also possible here. And if it's installed and it's ready, you have the cluster running, we can now run some tests, and we'll start with CLI, an example for K6. If you don't know K6, that's pretty powerful performance testing tool. You can implement the tests in JavaScript. So in this case, we have the test in the TestCube main repository. It's open source, so we can check it directly there. And we'd like to run this test. First, we need to create it, and we'll use CLI. So that's the TestCube create command that can be used to create any type of TestCube resource. It may be test, like in this case. It may be test suite. It may be executor. Everything is possible. So TestCube create test. Then the mandatory name. So that's, let's name it just K6 example in this case, because we have the K6 test. Type is the configuration for the test runner. So in this case, we'll use the predefined one for K6. So it's K6 script. And then instructions how to get this test. And there are 3 different options. In this case, we will use a Git repository directory, because that's where we have this test. So test content type Git, and then repository config, Git URI, that's the main TestCube's repo, Git branch, let's just keep it main, and Git path, that's the path for specific test file, JS file, that will be executed. Enter, the test is created. We can now run it. But first, let's check what's there. And there is one more command, so that's TestCube get. It allows you to get any kind of resource that's created with TestCube. So in this case, test, TestCube get test, K6 example, and we can get the test contents. We can check if everything is fine here. Alternatively, because as I mentioned, everything is Kubernetes native here, you can also use kubectl and just get it with kubectl describe test, K6 example. It's also fine to do it this way. But as we can see, everything is created here. And we can now run this test. So as you can probably expect, that's the test kube run command. And it allows you to run the test or alternatively to run the test suite. In this case, we have the test created. So test kube run test, K6 example, and optionally -f, so that's the follow. So you won't need to check if the test already finished to get the result. You will just get it directly with this output. The K6 test has been run. Everything is fine. It passed. Well, we can summarize what's possible with CLI in general, just not to overcomplicate things here. So the CLI allows you to create, edit, and delete resources like test or test suite, which are the most common ones, the test source, so basically the abstraction over the Git repository, where you can configure and then reuse the same config for different tests or test suites, and also the executor, so that's the configuration for your custom test runner, if you'd like to use it. Then you can run things, so running the test or test suites, watching them, and also aborting executions if that's something that you'd like. For example, if some test is stuck for a reason, you can also abort it. Or you can download artifacts. So for example, if your test produces artifacts, like for example, you have a Cypress test that failed, it saves some reports, some screenshots, you can also download these. And also, it provides you an ability to manage TestKube. So that's how we installed TestKube in the first place. So that's TestKube install. You can also use TestKube upgrade just to upgrade it to the recent version. But it also provides you one more command that's pretty useful, especially when you're starting using it. So that's TestKube dashboard. So you don't need to configure ingresses. You don't need to configure or forward or things like that if you're just trying things locally. You can run this command, and you will be able to access TestKube dashboard from the browser. And that's the place where you can manage all of these things I will mention during the presentation in the more user-friendly way. Because you have the reports here, you can track previous execution, check the logs, create resources like tests, run them, etc. And that's the same for all of these. I mean, tests, test suites, executors, triggers. I mean, everything is possible also here. So let's create the test with the dashboard now. In this case, we'll create another test for Postman. But in this case, we don't have it in the Git repository. So instead of it, we will use the different way of creating the test, the file. So let's start with the name first. Let's name it Postman example test. The name is always mandatory here. And also the executor type, because the test kube needs to know how to execute specific tests. It needs to know what's the executor type. So Postman collection in this case. You can just check the list of the available ones here and pick the one you need. And then the source. So instead of using Git like in the previous example, we will use file here, so we can choose the file, and it will be uploaded, and we can then execute it. It's pretty useful if you're just checking things locally and want to upload some test to just try how it will be executed. There's also the third option here. So it's the string, so you can just paste the test contents here. Like, for example, that's something I often do for very basic curl-based health checks, and it will be also executed. So let's create this test, and we are redirected to the execution screen. I didn't want to have it empty here, so I already executed this test a few times. So we can track the previous executions. We can see that the current one is still running. And we can also check the execution details here. So we'll also get the whole log output here. This Postman test, again, passed. We can optionally check the artifacts that are available. And we can also adjust some custom settings here, because the creation form is pretty basic, but everything else is hidden in the configuration options here. So you can you can set the test timeout, for example. You can specify execution details, like, for example, override the default comment, or you can set custom arguments, or you can, for example, set variables and secrets, or you can set the cron trigger here, so the test will be triggered automatically, for example, every few hours when you need it, or at some specific time. You can also check the definition here, which is the next way of creating tests, so CRDs. And that's the method that's truly Kubernetes native, because that's exactly how you would handle resources with Kubernetes. And as I mentioned, TestKube extends the default types that are available with Kubernetes, with the ones that are test specific. So that's, for example, a kind test, which allow you to define the test as the YAML file. So you have this kind test here. Then metadata name is again mandatory here, because that's your test name. And in this case, we'll create the test for Cypress. But this one will be a bit more complicated, because that's one of the tests that are used internally for testing TestKube. So basically, we use TestKube for testing itself, for validating if it provides reliable data. So on top of the unit test, we also have additional tests implemented with different testing tools that we support. So for example, we have specific Cypress projects, and we will just use one of these. And as the side effect, we also want to check the correctness of setting and variables and arguments, and that's something that we'll also do inside this definition. So metadata name, let's name it Cypress test example. Namespace, you can specify it here directly in the definition, or you can move it and just do it on the kubectl apply. Then labels, which are optional, but maybe pretty useful to just aggregate the test. I will show how to do it later. And then the spec, so basically instructions how to execute this specific test. So the test type, the executor type, Cypress test, because we'll be executing Cypress test. And then the content, so instructions how to get this test. In this case, we'll use Git repository again. So we have repository settings like type, Git, URI. So that's again URI to the main TestKube repo. It's open source, you can check this test directly there. Branch, main, and also path to specific folder in this case, because it's not just the single file as we had in case of Postman, but it's also a complete project in this case. So in this test Cypress executor test directory, we have different Cypress version covered and example projects for all of these. So projects for Cypress 9, from 9 to 12 currently. So that's the directory path. And then we have something additional, so that's execution request. So these are the advanced options, I would say, where we can set things like and variables. So in this case, we need to set it for a test to pass. So we have a Cypress custom env that need to be set to Cypress custom env value. And we also have arguments, so that's how we can pass it. We are just setting env differently just to validate both of these are set correctly. And we also have the Cypress config video false, so it basically disables video recording with Cypress, just to speed things up because we don't need it for the smoke test. Execution requests also allow you to customize almost everything because you can override the default job template. So you can set timeouts here, you can set resource requests for any test, you can set limits. All of these things are possible here. And if you have already this definition, you can just save it to YAML file, and then you can apply it with kubectl as any other Kubernetes resource. So just kubectl apply -f name of your file, and that's how you can apply it. But writing these definitions from scratch, I mean, it may be a bit complicated at least initially. So that's why it's also possible to generate this in easier way. So in the previous example, in the first example, we created the test with CLI with TestKube create test command, and then we have a lot of different parameters there. We can use exactly this command and just append CRD only, and we will get the definition directly here. We can then save it to the YAML file, and we'll be able to apply it with kubectl and then use it as any other resource. We can easily adjust it there. The second option is also to get it from dashboard. So if you created the test with dashboard, you can go to settings and definition, and you will also have this Kubernetes native definition there, which you can even edit with dashboard. So basically, you can use any interaction method that you prefer. So it may be CLI, it may be dashboard, it may be using CRDs directly, and you can execute every single action using any of these. But let's assume we need very specific version of Cypress to execute this test correctly. That would be also valid if you just need a completely different tool that's not supported yet by the official list of executors. Then where you can use the custom container executor. So there is something, there's type like kind executor, where you can define the executor config. So that's metadata name again. Let's name it container executor Cypress 12.7, just to make it clear what it will be doing there. Namespace TestKube, you can pass it here or on kubectl apply, and also executor spec. So image that will be used to run this test. So in this case, we'll use official Cypress image with browsers already included. So that's Cypress included 12.7. That's executor type, which is mandatory here because there are two different executor types. In this case, we'll use the container one. And also types, so basically that's the type name that will be available after creation of this executor. So previously we used, for example, Cypress project. In this case, we'll be able to use this type container executor Cypress 12.7/test. So we'll be able to use this specific executor to run the specific test. So for example, if you need this specific version to run the previous test, you can just replace the type in the test definition, and it will be run using this specific image that you just configured here. And this definition is pretty basic, just to show you the basic options here, but it's possible to set the commands here, it's possible to set arguments here. There is quite a lot of options, but I just didn't want to overcomplicate this one. Then something that's pretty useful, the test suites. So basically in real-life project, you would rarely have just a few tests. You would like to group them in some way, and that's what's possible with test suites. That's, again, the Kubernetes native type, I would say. So you have the kind test suite, and that's how you can group these tests. Again, metadata name, let's just name it example test suite, and we'll run 3 of the tests that we created. So the K6 with CLI, the Postman with a dashboard, and the Cypress test with CRD. And then we have the configuration, so spec steps, and that's the instruction how to execute these tests as the whole test suite. So the whole group. And we basically have 2 different steps here. So the first one that's configured with stop on failure enabled, so it will stop the execution if the test in this step would fail. There is just the single test there, so that's the execute test. And we have the K6 example here, so just the single test in this step. And then we have the second step that has 2 different tests in the execute. So basically, it will execute them in parallel. So with the test suite CRD, you can control how the tests will be executed as a whole group. And you can control if they should be executed sequentially or in parallel. So after the first step will pass, then 2 tests will be executed in parallel. It's pretty useful just to group things, to create very different configs for different testing environments, for example. So the one for dev, the one for staging, whatever you need, it's possible to just group things with test suites. But then, how to integrate it with the pipelines, how to build pipelines with Kubernetes and TestCube? Well, there are a few different trigger methods here that are possible. So first, you can just create a test and run it manually with dashboard, with CLI, whichever you prefer. It's also possible to trigger the test automatically with cron-based triggers. So you can execute the test automatically on specific time or multiple times a day. It may still be pretty useful as an additional trigger. Then you can also integrate TestCube with existing pipelines. So, for example, if you already use GitHub Actions, there is an action for running the tests with the TestCube. It may be pretty simple to integrate, but in the docs there are also ways of doing it with other providers. But probably the most interesting one is the last one. That's the cluster events. So basically, it's using the internal cluster state and doing actions, executing tests based on things that are happening there. So for example, test triggers allow you to run the tests when new service is deployed. And that's what we'll do in this example. So let's assume that we have some Nginx deployment. That's a good example. After we will deploy Nginx in the default namespace, we would like to trigger the K6 example test. And that's something that we'll now describe in this definition. So that's the kind test trigger. That's the type for defining test triggers. Metadata name, let's make it descriptive. So trigger K6 example on Nginx creation. Namespace TestCube, that's where this test trigger will be created. You can also apply it at kubectl apply. And then the spec, so instructions, what should happen and when. So the first, the resource that will trigger action. So that's deployment. What will trigger it? That's the resource selector. So that's name Nginx, so choosing this resource by name in the namespace default, so in the default namespace. So event created. If we will create Nginx deployment in default namespace, then something else will happen. And what it will be? Execution of the tests. action run and also test selector. So we need to choose the resource that will be executed. And in this case, we will choose the test by name. So we'll run the test named K6 example when this Nginx deployment is created. We can apply it again with kubectl apply, like in case of any other Kubernetes resource. And let's check how it works. So let's create this example Nginx deployment in the default namespace. So let's kubectl create deployment, Nginx image Nginx. Deployment has been created, as you can see here, and that's the exact moment when this test has been created, triggered, because of the internal Kubernetes cluster state. So we created the service, and it then triggered the test execution. We can also check the type here on the test execution, and that's test trigger, so that's the event that started this test. And it's not limited to just choosing resources based on names. I mean, that's the easiest example here. But you can map things like name to labels, for example. So if some resource will be changed, it can be deployed, it can be created, modified. So if this resource will be changed in any way that we want, then it can trigger event on label. So instead of just running single test by name, we can run the group of the tests by specific label. And that's pretty powerful, because if something happens, like for example, if we deploy the new version of our application, then it can trigger multiple different tests just by using specific label. Or we can use it differently. We can map labels to name. So, for example, deployment of any service with specific name will trigger the test execution. So no matter if we'll deploy, for example, Nginx, or we will deploy MongoDB, it can still trigger the specific tests. Or we can even map labels to labels and create huge pipelines directly in the cluster without having any internal tools here. So basically, all of these CRDs are the GitOps compatible way of test management. All of its cases can be handled with both CLI and dashboard. It's just the most powerful way to handle these things. And for example, if you already have your test in the Git repository, for example, you have different testing tools, you have different projects there, different tests. You probably have these in the repository just to version these. And you can also extend it with CRDs. So you can also include test definitions there, test suits, executors, whatever you need to execute this test along with the tests themselves. And you can version these in the exactly same way. So instead of just having tests there, you will have specific instructions how to run these. And the last example, that's how we do it in TestCube project. So basically, we have the test directory in the repo. You can check it because it's open source. You can go there, and you will find a lot of definitions. So the different projects and tests for Artillery, Cypress, Ginkgo, SoapUI, whatever, all of the test executors are handled there with different examples. For Cypress, you have like 5 different versions. And in every single of these directories, you have also the CRD directory, where you have the definitions how to run these tests. So the test suits, executor configs, because the custom ones are needed here. And that's how we version it, and then how we run it automatically with the test cube. So basically, after we are sure that the basic features work correctly, we can use exactly the same tool for testing itself. And if you would like to see more examples, I really recommend you to go to the docs, because they are pretty complete. And in this case, I just showed you mainly the CRDs, because I think they are the most readable way. But if you prefer to use dashboard or CLI, you will also have examples for these there. And you can also go to the Git repository, to the TestCube one. It's open source, so you can check everything I showed here. I used real life examples that we use for testing TestCube. So this test directory may be really helpful to just check how things work. We have way more complex example there, because we just had to define these things internally to make some of the things work. Like, for example, in case of very resource-heavy tests, setting resource requests just to make sure the cluster will be able to handle it and auto-scale it properly. So that will be all. Thank you. It was really great to be here. And if you have any questions, you can ask them.
Any questions? No questions in the hall, maybe questions in the speaker's corner. And so please applaud one more time. Tomasz Konieczny.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now it's time to talk about security. And our next speaker isn't just a gatekeeper, he's the whole fortress.
With 15 plus years in the game, and as the head of InfoSec at Sigma Software, Dmytro Tereshchenko has a vast experience in quality assurance, business analysis, peopleware, human resources, and project management. But his real passion is security.
He's so good that even his firewall has a firewall.
A round of applause for the security guru coming directly from Lisbon, Portugal, Dmytro Tereshchenko!
Okay. Okay. Just a few minutes, sorry. I need to... Okay. Can you please help with the...
Помощ с кликера от технически екип. We can help with clicking fingers.
Ah, I need to plug it. Okay. Okay.
Заповядайте, все още имате време да дойдете на тази лекция.
Okay, sorry for that.
And let's start one more time with Dmytro Tereshchenko!
Thank you, everyone, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And today, I want to talk with you about an application security. And let's just start. A few words about me. I'm pretty old in this industry. I graduated like 20 years ago as cybersecurity. And my first work was related to cybersecurity. I work for government. And then I changed it and start as a QA junior specialist, and start to grow to become a manager and then a team lead of QR department. We started as one person. I was the first person in the department. And when I leaving the company after 12 years, it was more than, I think, 100 QR specialists in department. We also built not only QR functions in a company, we also built like business analysis, we also added security as a part of the competence in our QR department, and so on. So My life in this industry is like building different competences. QA competence, security, and so on. I'm still working in the field. I'm talking with the development teams, talking to managers, to different stakeholders, C-levels, and so on. So I'm doing some audits or, let me say, assessments and consulting for the company, for the products, for the development teams about how to build or implement security into products, services, and so on. And some additional facts about me. So let's return to the application security. Could you please raise a hand who has a previous experience with security in applications? Okay, thank you. So let's start. What are current challenges that I see at the perspective of the application security? Security has become the essential part of the all modern applications. 20 years ago, it was like it's good to have a security in application, but for now, it's the essential part. And new threats that arise, like aggression of Russia in Ukraine, it's also gain the demand for security, for application security, for the product security, for the services, and so on. So the demand is only growing. But on the other hand, we have a global cybersecurity workforce shortage. And it's count like 4 million for now. It's a global problem because the demand is growing, but the supply is still low. We have a client, and I talk with the clients, with the development team, and I see that even big enterprise companies have a lack of capacity for application security. They have, but it's not enough. But when we talk with the small team, like 4 developers for 1 product, there is no capacity at all for security. They understand that they need it, but they have no capacity. And one more thing, that sometimes we think that security should be implemented by security experts, not by developers, not by QAs or DevOps. So it's somehow should be implemented by someone. So, from one hand, we have a demand, high demand. From other hand, we have a low supply. What we can do? We can start with a small thing and try to bring what we can into application, into our product, into our services that we develop, support, and maintenance. We can accept the reality that we need to build our capacity by ourselves. Yes, we can learn from external experts. We can invite external experts to educate us or have some knowledge and so on, but we need to accept that somehow we need to build with capacity inside. And we will try to figure out how we can fix that problem, or at least part of them. It's a simplified, not like complaint list. It's a regular common software development life cycle, from the beginning to the end and with a feedback loop. When we try to add security, it's a common case, how we can do it? We can try to conduct some testing or scanning or penetration testing before the product goes to the production. In general, it's a good approach because you somehow implement security into your product and somehow you identify some gaps. But we can do better, because when we identify some vulnerabilities or issues before the production, we need time to fix it. Penetration testing is also a limited approach because it's a time-boxed activities, like 2 weeks for one expert to try to find out all things. And we can change it, this approach, and try to introduce different security practices into all phases of our software development process. It can be looked like that. So we can try to introduce different practices, and it will allow us to create the software with a predictable level of security. And as I said before, I think that security is an essential part of all modern applications. It's a part of quality of the product. There are different frameworks that you can use as a baseline for building secure software development lifecycle. Part of them are made by famous organizations that are responsible for standards various, but first 2 points, it's not completed. They tried, but they failed, because it's really too hard to make a standard that cover all aspects of a modern application, because technologies changes more often than they can create a standard for it. We have also BSIMM standard, and Microsoft was the first one who tried to make a framework about secure SDLC. And we also have one project from a OWASP organization. OWASP is for Open Web Application Security Project. It's a community-driven organization that tries to make some guidelines, tools, standards about application security to cover different aspects of it. Today, we will talk about one of them. It's OWASP SAM. SAM stands for Software Assurance Maturity Model. This framework allows you to understand and assess the current level of security in your product or in your service and software that you are developing, and to build a roadmap about how to improve it. So you can understand where you are, and you can build step-by-step iterations where you want to be. So let's talk about the standard. It's a framework, sorry. It's divided into 5 main blocks. Call it business function. It's starting from governance to the operations. It's cover all cycle of software development life cycle. And each business function has 3 different security practices that can be implemented in your development process. Each security practice has 3 maturity levels. Starting from the first one, it's the easiest level to implement. It's about like doing something ad hoc. The second level is more complex. It's about doing the same activities on a regular basis, like conducting penetration testing once in a year. Not only when one client asks it for that, but as a regular procedure. And the third one, it's most complex and most expensive in implementation, is a level 3. It's about you need to assess how efficiency of your process. You need to have a feedback loop about what are you doing, is it good or enough, or you need to change something. So the general approach is to start with some practices, start with the level 1, and then by iterations go build a more solid and system approach. Just another slide about this. We have 5 business functions. Each business function has 3 different security practices. Each practice is divided into 2 streams. Streams is like sub-activity that can be done in a different way. And each of them has 3 levels of maturity. So, general approach. Start with the level 1. Do something on ad hoc base. Start with a simple thing and try to make a value from them. There is no need to rush to level 3. Most of organizations that I see trying to reach level 1, level 2, and some cases only try to level 3, because it's really expensive to build such processes. And you need to stay focused. Not try to cover all different practices. Choose one, start with a simple thing, and then when you build it, you see that the process is working, you can try another one. Today, I will not talk about all the practices. I will choose some of them that can be, from my point of view, is crucial, and which one you can do as a, let me say, not a security expert, because it's a like additional domain. So which practices we as a QA, devs, DevOps can do, start doing right now, and then when we're growing, we can also add some additional external application security experts on the table. About more words about the framework. The framework is flexible. You can choose only what you need. You don't need to do everything. It's technology agnostic, it's approach agnostic, it can be applied to waterfall model, to agile process, and so on. It's community driven, it's open sourced, so you just can, if you want, you can make your, use the tools that are provided by community and create a new one if you need it. This one is a checklist that are provided by community to assess the current level of your application security practices. It's just an example how it looks and feels. It's a question, and you need to use a Dropbox to select the answer, and it will calculate your current maturity level of this practice. And after that, you will have like diagram with understanding what are you doing good and which areas you can improve in the future. So it's the same, but with the streams on the picture. It's the same 15 practices, and streams are added to the whole, to have a whole picture. Today we will talk about a few of them. We'll start with education and guidance. As for me, I think it's most crucial part of this, because we can't implement something that is secure if we don't know what is secure or not. We need to have some knowledge and then apply it to our products. Okay, security trainings. When I start my work a few years ago, it's like 6 years ago was, we are a software development company, and we have like 2,000 software engineers. And one of the tasks that was my first was to provide security training for one of development team. It was a request from our client to provide such trainings in-house. So we started with old style, offline, on-premise trainings. We use like 3 different subject matter experts, and we covered different topics like cryptography, server-side attacks, client-side attacks, aus and aus, security misconfiguration, and so on. It was like 5 different modules divided into 8 workshops. So the training for one development team took like 3 months. We have a good feedback because it was face-to-face training. Everyone can ask any questions. We can provide more details if needed. It was a good time. But when we start to scale with trainings, like, okay, we train it like 15%, but we need to train hundreds of them because we need to train all of our engineers. We understand that our capacity is pretty low. We can educate like 100 engineers in a year. And we try to, let me say, change our approach. We start to make an adjustment to make it more online course. And then we provided it via LMS platform to our engineers. So everyone can start their training anytime. We have an unlimited number of students at the same time, and we can add more and more context in the future. So how for now, it looks like? We have a basic part that's applicable for the most role. It's about like common vulnerabilities, VAST Top 10. We have a part related to the principles security. And then we have a customized part for different roles. For project manager, it's about the processes and practices. For developers and testers, it's about vulnerabilities, how to identify them, how to avoid them, and so on. What is the impact of different vulnerabilities, and so on. So there are different platforms that you can use for that. Just a disclaimer, all provided links and tools and others, it's just an example that I used before. It's not like sponsored or I don't have any fees from them. It's like what I recommend and just an example. Okay, when we start about education, we need to find out some platform or in-house expert who can provide such training and education. You can learn from, or you can use like online training platform, or make a like offline, old-style classes with the students and the lecturer. It's about the education, and I think it's the most crucial part of bringing security into software, because you can't just change the business processes and the team. You need to change, to bring the security, you need to change culture inside development team. You need to change the behavior and approaches. You need to change tool set that we used. We need to change our daily behavior. And it took time, because changing the culture is not so easy process, because we will have some resistance from the development team, because no one wants to change the approach, because it's why I need to change it. It works for me good, and I don't want to change anything. So changing the culture took time, take time. But you can use a modern platform. It's just an example. They provide you with an interactive experience, with the video, with the audio, with the animation, graphics, and so on. So It's not like you listen to the lecture and sleep as a student because it's a boring. My approach about security is trying to make it not like something that restricts everything, and not so boring as it can be when we talk about, for example, cryptography. Because cryptography is a complex thing. It's about mathematics and so on. And when you try to find the platform, try to find out which are interactive, have different elements, and so on. The next part, security champions. It's the additional stream from the education and guidance security practice. Who are security champions or security ambassadors? It's a role inside the development team who is interested in the security. It's not a security expert with a great experience. It's someone from the development team who are interested into security, who can bring something or change something related to the software and application security. When we talk about security champions, it's important to not like appoint someone to this role. Okay, from tomorrow, you are a security champion. You will have a resistance, because I'm pretty sure this person has own responsibilities. And when you add more responsibilities, it's not working well. So the main part is try to identify someone inside the development team and support them with the resources, with your time, with the efforts, and so on, to bring it from the development team. Security can, yes, it may, sometimes it can be just put it from the top, but it's better when it comes from the bottom, from the development team. So the main idea is to have someone interested into security and support this person and promote. On the highest level of the this practice, it's talk about to have a software security excellence center. When you have a big portfolio of the different products, you can product house or software development company with a lot of products, and it's a good idea to have an excellence center who is responsible to security about a wide portfolio of the product. And security champions is the person who can connect development team and security experts. They can do part of work. They know the product. They know the restrictions that you have in the development teams. And they can bring this value to the security experts. Because it's really hard to just come to the product and say what you exactly need to change without knowing the context of the process, of the culture inside the development team, and so on. So security champions is the link between development team and security experts. Okay, the next practice, and we will now talk about security requirements. As we know, requirements is a crucial part of the quality of the product, because if we have no requirements, it's hard to develop something. It's hard to verify that we develop as we expected, and it's hard to meet the client's expectation. So usually we have like functional requirements for the product, and we develop and testing and then verify according to the requirement. But from my experience, there are not so much development teams that use security requirement when development features. There are some additional projects from OWASP that can be used. And from my point of view, is very useful for development team to use them. The first one is a cheat sheet. It's about how to secure, implement different features. You need to implement logout. You need to implement session management. You need to implement, like, forgot password, and so on. There is a description how to implement it in a secure way. And when you have such a requirement, it's easier to you to develop, secure, and then verify. There are also two additional projects from Avasp. One is related to the mobile application, and the second one for regular web application. It's Avasp ASVS, Application Security Verification Standard. It's a checklist that you can use to verify how secure is your application and implementation of it. The second one, the third one is a checklist with a question, but you can transform them into requirement. And we use it for one of our projects. I just, from the question, make a requirement. And we can use it as a basis for security requirement. You can use these three different projects as a basis for your security requirement and to try to make your application secure from the beginning, not when someone identified that your implementation is insecure and you need to fix it or change it. You can start it like a requirement you need to implement in this way. So let's return here. If we have a requirement, we can also use it on verification phase. It's requirement-driven testing. If we have a requirement, we can verify it, the implementation. Is it implemented according to best practices or not? Also, here you can see we can add additional test cases that can be created by QA. It's about abuse cases and misuse cases. It's something that can be created as a part of functional test cases to verify some aspects related to the security. And you also can use requirements as a basis for verification. The next practices that we will talk is about defect management. When you identify some gaps with the security into your application, it's better to create a ticket in an issue management system to track the issue. Because even it was identified on the early stage or near the production, it's better to create tickets, because you can then add some basic metrics and you can have a feedback loop. For example, you can see that all identified vulnerabilities are related to one type of vulnerability. For example, it can be SQL injection. So what you can do, you can change your education process and maybe add more topics to your education program or expand with additional topics, because you can see this is a problem that team can't handle. Okay, one more practice is threat assessment, and how it can be useful and can be done by development team. It's a practice when you have just a sample. It's just a sample. You can do it in different approaches. It can be just a whiteboard where you can stand with the architect with the QAs, with the business analysis, and make a brainstorm. What can happen? Which threats do we have? And how to protect them? How to prevent these threats to be. So it can be done in tool or some specialized tool, or can be done just in like Draw.io or whiteboard, and you can use it on the design phase when there is no code at all. And you can try to figure out which controls you miss it and to add them. It's a good practice to brainstorm with a team about which assets do you have in your product, what are your threats, and how to protect them. As an output of such practice, you can have a list of threats. Just an example. It can be done in different ways, but it's just an example from one of the projects. It's a list of threats, and we can identify that some of them are mitigated already by implementing some security controls, but some of them are missing, and we need to add this to backlog. Okay, let's go further, and we have security testing. It's a, let me say, it's a complex scene because you need to make a solid approach, because we can make some manual effort, some automated effort with the scanning tools. There is just an example that you can use. It can be open sourced or like commercial tools. What do you need? One stream is about automation. You need to implement some static analysis tool for code scanning. What can be done easily? You can implement third-party component analysis. It's about which libraries you have in your application, which dependencies you have in your application, and to try to identify which of them has known vulnerabilities. So it's just what you can do, and you can add a penetration testing as a manual effort that you can use to verify. One more thing. You can use this framework and customize it for different ways. We have a portfolio like more than 200 projects. We implemented a really simple framework to make an understanding about the security maturity level of all our portfolio. We also implemented for one of our clients. They have also like 200 different applications, and they need to understand what the level of security they have. We also have different technical excellence project and technical excellence practices implemented. And then I said before, I want that security will be part of development team responsibility. Not only let's invite someone and this person will make our application secure. So when we announced this framework in our company, we have text portal before with the technical excellence practices, and we added like new security excellence portal. And when we announce it to the project manager, we have a like webinar to explain what they will be expected from them, what we are expected from them, and we announce it like in a funny way, because security sometimes is boring, but we need to make it more sexy. Thank you.
So if you have any questions, we can find Dmitry in the speaker's corner in the next break. Thank you one more time, Dmitry Tereshenko.
Thank you.
And now the long-awaited beer
break. Cheers.
We remind you to sign up for Lightning Talks. Yesterday, the developers were really active. We had to return some of them because there were not enough spots. And now you QAs are too shy, or what?
Oh.
Now here we can applaud our brave Lightning speaker.
Yes.
See you later.
Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will, on his own, not be able to analyze it, to find an issue's root cause, and to finally fix it. To effectively process the related huge amount of log and environment data, AI-supported remote services are required. Based on this data from the integrated central onboard diagnostics and intelligent in-vehicle edge pre-processing, a service expert can virtually access the vehicle in a mobility operations center, find the issue's root cause with AI-guided remote diagnostics, and fix it securely and safely with smart over-the-air updates or services operations. DXC Luxoft Advanced Diagnostics and Connected Platforms. Live in the future now.
Welcome to InfoPulse Bulgaria, part of a global IT company with more than 30 years of experience in providing IT services to customers in more than 40 countries around the world. Our team is constantly growing. This moves us forward and motivates us to become a major part of the local IT market. We firmly believe in our values: involvement, flexibility, openness and innovation. They help us build strong collaborative relationships with our specialists and customers and achieve even greater efficiency and operational flexibility. We offer a wide range of services and we're ready to contribute to the development of all industries. With our current focus on finance and insurance, manufacturing and agricultural telecom industries, we strive to enhance the expertise of our specialists and meet the specific needs of our customers. As a global and reliable service provider, we assist our clients in innovating and achieving scalability, enhanced efficiency, and operational agility. People are our greatest asset, and our strength comes from our unity. We're not just colleagues, but a team of friends with innovative thinking. We support each other as one big family, and we all strive to build the future together. We're waiting for you at InfoPulse Bulgaria.
Добре дошли в кухнята на Зая Бургер. Нека да видим какво се готви в QA отделът днес.
Хора, щупил се е Bedweather теста. Трябва да го инвестигирам, защото Камен ще ме пита.
Някакви Java пакети липсват.
Ако е dependency проблем, значи да гледа начало.
Пушнах промяната. Хайде да пием по едно кафе, докато мине билда.
Искаш ли ти да станеш част от нашия забавен екип? Виж свободните позиции на zayburger.bg.
Welcome everybody to our new home.
We are here today to celebrate the Flutter International reopening office in Sofia.
To create meaningful moments, we have created areas where our colleagues can collaborate, have fun, or enjoy some quiet time during work while still enjoying the office.
One team, we're hiring. Join now at careers.flutterinterntional.com.
Welcome to Blind Factor.
our core purpose statement, what we articulate internally is why do we exist? And that is that we exist to create an environment, a culture that breeds success by, number one, enabling our people to be the best that they can be, and number two, caring for our clients as individuals. So it's all about people.
It's all about people. Right at the core, it's our people. I'm most proud of our people. Our people are our most important asset.
It's quite simple. It's our people.
It's about the people who work for Endava. It's about the people we work for. And that underpins everything that we do and drives the culture, the team-like behavior, the way we work with clients. From proof of concept, prototype to production, we're helping our clients work in their business context to find new ways of using technology to drive change and to change the experiences with their customers and their consumers.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Back to the hall, stay in the rain, no need to rush in, stay in the rain.
Очакваме ви в залата.
The next talk is about to start.
Let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far.
speaker doesn't need much of presentation because he's quite famous in the local Bulgarian community and actually in the global Bulgarian community in the whole world. He has spoken multiple times on Challenge Accepted events. He's multiple winner of QA of the Year awards. He has great contribution to many charitable causes. He's written 5 QA books only the last year. And there's no need to talk much when the action speaks louder than words.
Make some noise for Антон Ангелов!
За мен е чест.
За мен е чест.
Can you put the slides, please? Okay. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. To the last moment, I didn't know whether I would be able to present, but here we are. So today, this topic is really important for me, and maybe this is the presentation that I prepared for over a year. So today, we are going on a crazy ride to the wild worlds of tech, science, ethics, and yes, even the pop culture. But this is not just about the bits and the bytes, it's about us, the professionals, navigating both the local and the global technical landscape. And, you know, when we zoom to the IT scene right here, I have collected many tips from books about psychology, psychoanalysis, ethics, history, to help us decode that. Our goal will be to find the right notes to preserve our IT groove, to stay alive and well for the next decade. And this will be just my viewpoint. It's like a playlist that I'm sharing with you, and you might not love every track out of it. But my goal is to start a bigger and broader discussion about these topics. So, let's begin. I have collected a set of moral and ethical values that I believe we need to follow. And I came up with the acronym RESPECT. And let's review what stays behind each letter. The first one is to, fulfill your promises and commitments, to adhere to the ethical standards and norms, to be honest and straightforward, to do your task diligently with the highest quality possible results, to show care about your colleagues, about the community, to preserve the personal and the company information, and last but not least, to embrace the continuous learning, feedback, and improvement. To the end of the talk, we'll discuss all of these points much more later on. Before that, we need to decipher 2 terms: morality and ethics. And you will notice that in the first part of the presentation, I will use, let's say, some funny, sarcastic examples connected with music. And later on, when we discuss the respect moral framework, I will get much more serious. So let's begin. What about the morality? Imagine morality is your personal playlist. It contains songs that you have collected through your life. They are telling stories about what's wrong and what's right. And for those of you who are not from here, maybe you are wondering what is Chalga. Chalga is like a synonym for pop folk music. It's known for these questionable lyrics and oriental beats. And to prove that, I put it here for a reason, by the way, because it defines the moral values of a big chunk of our society. And to prove that, I put these famous songs from the past, known as Нещо нетипично. And if I need to translate the lyrics, they say, lead me to some local pub, order drinks, let's get drunk, let's get into a fight, then drive like crazy, no matter the rules, through the LED lights, and we all of us know the results and what's happening right now. And what about the ethics? Ethics, it's like the top charting hits that everyone should know. This is the golden standard of behavior, especially in the professional settings. And this is basically the universally accepted as the right beat. To put it simply, moral is your personal jam, while ethics is the industry greatest hits. And what about the world today? We can see what is going on as tracks part of an unpredictable set list. One song might be your usual routine. In my case, this is urban jazz beats. And then it can suddenly switches to the unsettling rhythms of war and global pandemic. And you know, at the beginning, we thought that work from home will sound comfy, but at the end, it started to be lonely. And we started to miss the office band. But you know, there are all of those catchy songs playing in our heads that are our distractions. The non-stop pings from social media, the fun video games, and the siren calls of immediate gains. And all of those, these songs, they sound really catchy at first, but they're muting the profound symphonies of some of the learning tracks. And there are other reasons that are preserving us from hearing those learning tracks. For example, one of them is the rush for the next big hit. This is also known as a quick result culture for success. For example, many people now, they believe that with this 20-hour course, they will become really great IT specialists with big salaries, or some people believe that for half a year they will become managers. No, this is not possible. And this is because of this culture. And there are so many tracks and so little time. This is also known as informational overload. And sometimes we are not feeling our groove. We are not feeling the tracks. And this is due to lack of motivation, lack of time, and life is stressful. There are all of those sound barriers that are preserving from hearing all of those learning tracks. This is due to this personal or work pressure. And in our nation recently, there are some pretty weird tunes. We can imagine our challenges here in Bulgaria as the tracks part of an album called Balkan Melodies, Western Philosophies. And what is the track number 1? Corruption Blues. And here, this was the big concert a few years ago that, you know, it was crazy. I was there. And then sometimes our chords, they're stuck on this extended coffee break remix, meaning they're almost not working. And, you know, the alarm bell on our track list, this is a song called Demographic Decline. And our young generation, they're hitting the skip button, living in Bulgaria. And what about the job market? The job market is like mixing the wrong beats, trying to match jobs with talent. And this goes way down to the educational institutions that they're totally out of sync with the real dance floor. And what about our personal playlists? Well, the books become retro beats, while the short videos are top of the chart. And if we zoom into the IT scene right here, right now, with this demographic decline getting louder, well, let's say that, you know, there will be this fierce battle of the bands, meaning that employers will compete for candidates because they are less, and then suddenly they will start fighting for these overpriced concert tickets, if you know what I mean. And here is the twist. With this high-paced remixing of outsourcing with these big money DJs like banks and venture capitalists, drop and change in any nation's playlist can happen immediately. You saw what happens to Russia, and this is especially with the rise of AI-generated beats. With this salary balloon getting larger, it can faster and louder, it can blow up. With our demand to have salaries similar to Western ones like Germany or France. These outsourcing companies, just like that, they can leave Bulgaria, leaving many experts jobless. But okay, let's put this behind us, this dark beginning. It was going to be darker, but again, I tried to be a little bit more sarcastic. We need to discuss a little bit what other big minds said about moral values and code of ethics. And we cannot miss the ISTQB code of ethics. You know, it's familiar among testers. And this is an album inspired by it. So, I convert them into tracks, part of this album. So the first is to play a song that resonates with everyone or act for the public good. Then we need to align our beats with our bandmates. In this case, these are the employers and the clients. Then we need to give the best possible show and to give and to play our best hits. We need our music to be out of any conflict chords. We need to strive for strum excellence and to inspire our band members. We need to keep updating our set lists. And of course, we need to keep the backstage secret behind the curtains. And we need to keep the reputation of the Testers band alive and kicking. And this is weird mic problem. Any case, now I want to discuss a theory of Warren Skolberg. He is a famous American psychologist, and he has this theory about moral development that has these 6 stages of moral development that all of us are going through between our childhood and adulthood. Many people are stuck somewhere in between. They are not going to the 6th level, and we are not consistent. This means that in certain situations we will be like level 5, sometimes we will be level 2. But I will try to give you some examples. The first one is when particular authority told you to do something and you do it without questioning. For example, a child is not touching the hot stove because his parents told him not to do so, but the child doesn't understand why. He doesn't care about morality, laws, etc. Then the second level is me, myself, and I. This means that I'm doing something just for me. I don't care about others. I don't care about morality or ethics. Many people here in Bulgaria are stuck on that because of the corruption. But another simple example is when a student that cheats on a test and he do it just because he will get a better grade, even if this is wrong. Then we have these social norms. Right now, the social norms, there are no walls yet. And if there are these social norms, we are going to apply what society wants. But you know that there are many societies that they are very different than ours, right? For example, a teenager may not decide to steal at the store because he knows that the society view it as wrong, even if his friends are doing so. And then there are the laws and the rules, but they are not always following moral values or ethics, right? Because, you know, there are a lot of laws in dictatorships where you can kill people with rocks and that's fine, right? They're not following our moral code. And an example for this is following the laws is if I'm driving through the streets during the night and there is a red light, I know that there is a law that I'm obligated to stop. I stop even if there are no any cars in sight, and I'm following the law. And then we have these moral contracts. The 5th and the 6th level, they are quite similar with a little difference in proactivity. But here we have these moral contracts. We believe that all of the people, they have the same rights, the same responsibilities, no matter the culture and the country and the laws. For example, I might believe that every person, no matter the country, should have equal voting rights, no matter the dictatorship, etc., even right now, if the laws are not allowing that. And the 5th one is universal ethical principles. As I said, these principles are like freedom, dignity, freedom of speech, equal voting rights, etc. And this is the maybe a little bit more proactive than the 5th level, because here an activist may advocate for those things in countries in Africa, for example. And now, if we, I want to give you another example from a really famous thinker of his time. It's called Erich Fromm. He's one of my favorite authors. As you can see from the right, these are my books. Most of them, actually, these are all of his books published in Bulgarian. He was one of the most famous thinkers of the 20th century. He's one of the best students of Freud. And I'm going to quote this book, To Have or To Be. In it, he suggests that today, and today means like 70 years ago, because he published this book like a few years after the Second World War, but it's still valid. So he says, today, most of the people, they're focusing on having things like titles, money, fancy cars, and they believe that all of this will make them happy. But he suggests that this is not the case. Many people that have many things, they're not happy. And he suggested that actually people need to focus more on being, appreciating things like kindness, appreciation, working together, etc. So for him, it was more important what's happening from the inside than what we own. And he suggested that the workplace should be a place where we need to feel valued, where we can speak our minds freely. And the companies, they need to focus more on trainings like teaching us how to develop these things inside of us and help us to work better together. Then there are many other theories that later you receive the slides. We won't have the time, and I don't want to bore you with theory. There are many other theories that they're discussing these moral and ethical questions inside the workplace, and this shifts between power and how we treat our colleagues. But now we need to focus more on redefining these moral values. And I say moral values, not code of ethics, because many big companies or big clients that you have, all of them, they have, probably these companies, they have their separate code of ethics. And it might be totally different than what I'm going to suggest. My problem with ISHQB code of ethics is that it's too related to business and to the profession, but it's not really containing this humanism part, the human part that we need to care about the rest. So I tried to bring something more memorable. You can, have something different. But basically, all of these moral values, they're what's happening from the inside and how we behave. So the first one is about keeping our promises and commitments. And it's more important to keep them, even if they're not written down. And this is both ways, about the management, about the company, but also about us as employers and working for someone. This is the simplest one. Then about the ethics. I need to give you much more examples to understand probably these standards and norms. For example, here it involves a lot of conflict of interests. And during many corporate trainings, there are like such scenarios discussed, but I will give you a few. Me as QA, if I accept money for speeding up the release, and if I release with a lot of bugs, this is an ethical problem, because this is our profession. We need to strive for quality, especially if you're in healthcare or any other business that relates to human lives or with losses. Then we have this conflict of interest where, for example, you can, someone might accept a gift or a fancy dinner or money for choosing particular software of a vendor instead of others. This is also a conflict of interests. Or if you are testing the program developed by your close friends or relatives, or if you work and try to hire your clients or other partners' employees, this is again conflict of interests. But my personal favorite is if someone is faking to be sick, go on vacation, and then this is especially worse when this is happening during the release, and then his colleagues need to work much harder and longer during this period. This is really bad. And then we have the sincerity. To be honest and straightforward, this is the opposite of lying. And maybe one of these cases where, during one-on-ones, someone is saying, I am completely okay, I'm fine, everything is going well. But meanwhile, he's searching constantly through the job searching websites for something new. And this is especially terrible when, for example, a few months ago, he wanted to lead a team, and then he knows that he will leave pretty soon. But the job of all of these people that he needs to be responsible for, their jobs depend on him. And this is like crazy. And what is the opposite? The opposite is to be honest. This means that this doesn't work always. I mean, there are many companies that they're really terrible. I get it. But in the past, you know, I had these one-on-ones where I was just discussing, okay, look, this and this is happening in my life. I need this pay increase. And I'm ready to do what is necessary to go to the next position. Tell me what I need to do. And let's create a plan. I know that this is not happening immediately. And I'm always explaining to people that, you know, these huge pay increases, they cannot happen immediately. Many companies, smaller or bigger, they're planning all of their budgets like at least half a year ahead or 1 year ahead. And it's not about you. When you have 100 colleagues, all of them want pay increases, and this needs to be planned. And this is especially true for high positions as managers, etc. Even if your manager, you know, has all of these best things about you, and he wants to help you, he needs to trigger into a lot of politics and chess in order to make this happen. And usually this takes time. However, as I said, this is both ways. I know many companies that they know, especially in the outsourcing, that you know, the management knows that the project will finish in 3 months, and they will let go all of the people, and they are not telling them, because the manager knows that, you know, the productivity will decrease, or just the people will leave before the budget is finished, right? And this is terrible. But the businesses, they don't care sometimes about people. And also, I have a really close friend of mine that he was let go 4 times on the last day of his 6-month trial. And this wasn't about his performance, it was just business. He was working as a support engineer. I mean, it's maybe something different, but I know cases in our profession as well that this happens. And it really hurts me. Then we have what is to be professional. For me, this is to work really efficiently during the working hours. Don't get me wrong, I'm completely against overtime. This should happen in a rare occasions where we have all of this pressure, etc. during the release, but this should be like 2-3 times in the year, and we need this time back afterwards. But also, I'm against this doing the bare minimum, meaning, for example, if I say I have these 2 tasks, I estimate them for 3 days, but I'm finishing like 1 day earlier, and then I consider that it's fine to Facebooking, YouTubing, TikToking, whatever on work. And this is terrible. You are not a professional. To be professional means that when we have this free time, it's fine to ask for more tasks. Not every time this is possible. And even if they're not asked, fine, then refactor the test, then do a proof of concept, do a research. Even if this is not possible, then you can pick a technical book and read it and improve it. But not TikToking and YouTubing on work. And we need to show, I think this is common sense, but we need to show care about our colleagues and the community. And we need to treat them with respect. But I saw in many cases where, you know, people were, they see that someone is not effective right now, and they, you know, they're getting frustrated. And instead of helping this person to, you know, help him with the task, I'm not telling that you need to solve this person directly the task, but you need to teach him how to do it. And why this is important? Because we are more time on work than at home, most of the time. This means that when something happens at home, this affects our work. And especially when you're working for 10 years or 5 years, whatever, it happens to all of us. And this means that our colleagues need to understand and help us during these periods. But most people are blind. They're not like understanding what's happening with their colleagues, especially with this hybrid work when they are not seeing each other's faces for half a year. And this is terrible. Usually during coffee breaks, lunch breaks, when we're working together in the office, we can hear actively. not all of the people were open and they're not sharing, etc. However, the thing that I'm doing is that I'm always sharing and open myself, and then sometimes these people, even if they are shy, they are going to share as well. And this doesn't mean that you always need to solve the person's problems, right? It's just, sometimes it's just about hearing, and this improves and helps this person, but it also helps the team, right? Yeah, so, you know, we need to preserve and not intellectually steal intellectual property, right? I think this is common sense. We need to preserve the client information. And this is especially important. Most of us are working for big companies or for big clients, etc. 2-3 times per year, we are attending these security courses where we are hearing all about these complex passwords, etc. And yeah, this is especially important. And all of these password managers, VPNs, this is especially true because right now, during your emails or on your phone, you have mobile banking. And if your phone is hacked, then you can lose all of your money. And this is especially true, and you need to keep always up to date, especially with the rise of AI and quantum computation. This will get much more serious every day. Like 10 years ago, when we were going to the office, this was fine because we had this IT department responsible for taking care of this for us. But right now, with the hybrid work, you are the IT department in your home when you bring your laptop. Or you go to the airport and plug into the public Wi-Fi. This is worse. And then the big part that it's really important for me, this is the transformation part, where it's not always about this continual learning. We hear this a lot. It's not about the code reviews or test case reviews. It's not just about that. It's not just about the technical books or the soft skills books. All of those are important, but as From said, we need to grow from the inside. And this happens with other books that are not technical. This is my bookshelf. Actually, just maybe 10 or 20% out of it is technical books. Others are about ethics, psychology, history, and others, even sci-fi. And this helps us to grow from the inside. It's not just about the books. You can watch YouTube videos. For example, my wife and I, we love to watch Deutsche Welle documentaries, or there are really nice documentaries in HBO and Netflix, right? And this gives you this helps you not only to grow from the inside, but this gives you also topics to discuss with your friends or your colleagues during the lunch breaks. And, you know, it's not just about work. I'm always advocating in the latest years that we need to have this work-life balance, right? And it's not just about being geeky or to code all the time. No, this is not working. Because I saw many good people that are really good professionals, that they're really burning out, right? You know this term. And in order not to burn out, this means that when we are lack of motivation, lack of time, and we feel pressure, this means that we need to keep our focus only on the important things, getting these things done, and then going and recharging and refreshing and doing our hobbies besides laptop. Coding is not hobby, right? Maybe I'm the worst person to talk about it when during the weekends I'm writing books, but still I love reading, so maybe this is kind of a hobby. But still, we need, most of you that have been part of the other QA Challenge Accepted events, you know that during the lightning talks, I'm always advocating for these donation campaigns to be, we're the smart people, we need to give example, right? So we need to give example to others to participate in these donation campaigns, to throw the garbage separately, to vote. Yeah, you need to vote. There are mayor elections soon, and this is really important. And we are the people to encourage others to do so. So this is part of the transformation, because if we are blind and close our eyes what's happening in our country, nothing will change. But you see recently that with a few years ago it was worse. Now it's better because there are still problems, but when people protest, there is transformation, there is change, and something happens. And what are our tools that can help us to implement all of this? The first one is to communicate your expectation and needs. Nobody reads minds. your manager is not your wife or husband. And even when I have life, I cannot read her minds, and vice versa. So you need to communicate your needs and expectations promptly, and this usually, the best place to do it is during these regular one-on-one meetings. And regular means probably each month. Even half an hour is enough, or during the coffee breaks. Tell your manager, and it's not just about the salary, it's about your professional growth and personal growth as well. And in order to grow as professional, we need to have this transparent career ladder. In our company, you don't need to read it, but these are just the qualities that we need for advancing from regular position to senior. And this is our company's like a thing that we have. And when you have all of this transparent career ladder, it's easier for you to communicate what's expected from you, because it's not just about the time that you're staying on the position, right? There are many other qualities that need to be developed, and your mentor, if you have a proper mentor, he needs to guide you how to go there. Then this can happen through OKRs, Objective Key Results. This is a famous framework to implement during these one-on-ones. Basically, with your mentor or manager, you set these objectives and the final results that need to happen over time. Many people are confusing this, that they think that this is just about the money and the bonuses, whatever. No, it's just, this is about your development as a person, as a professional. And there needs to be some measurements, and you need to know whether you accomplish this or not. And then you need to be proactive. This means that if something wrong is happening, you need to communicate it. I mean, not 5 minutes after something happened, but, you know, in promptly means, for example, a day or two when it's appropriate. You need to engage in those conversations. And then it's really important. There are many people I know that they're working very, very hard, but they're not making their work visible. I think this helped me a lot in my career because I managed to make my work visible. And this is especially true if you're working you know, in a team where you don't have a QA manager or whatever to take care of this, but you're working with developers. They're really bad. They don't understand testing. They don't understand automated tests. You need to educate them and explain to them what these 100 automated tests are doing, why they are good when they are green, or when you do this refactoring for 2 weeks, you need to explain what are the benefits, that probably you are spending 1 hour less a day for, you know, checking false positives. So yeah, this means, because in the past I saw often people that are shy, and even during the daily stand-ups, they're not explaining really well what they did, but this is like, it's not in your favor. You need to make your work visible. And before we're wrapping up, you know, I know that we started with this dark beginning, but I really believe that there is a brighter future, and this brighter future is about implementing even not this particular list, but a similar one with these moral values, with this increased salaries similar to Germany or to France. We need to ask ourselves why countries need to pick Bulgaria. Why they are going to pick Bulgaria? It's not about the cheap labor, because it's not cheap anymore. It should be about our integrity, our moral and ethical backbone, and the high quality results. And before we finish, I know that you know, during the coffee breaks, many people ask me, you know, like 2 weeks ago, I released my 5 new books. They're actually here. I have these books. They're a lot, and it was going to be hard for me to, you know, bring a lot of books, because most of the people, they wanted to buy all of them. But you know, it was going to be hard for me to bring so many books, right? And the problem is that when I sign the contract, I'm forbidden to resell them, even if this is donation. However, because of you, or for many of you, these books were becoming a bestseller after the first 10 hours. And we sold so many books that most of the books are not selling during their lifetime, right? So I decided I'm not making this for the money. And for all of the previous books, I donated all of the profit, right? During these donation campaigns, no matter this is Gurata.bg or the Caps for Future or for Ukrainian refugees or for the floods and other campaigns. And as I said, I believe that we need to give proper example. And the proper example here is that I plan and I will donate all of the money during this initial launch to the Caps of the Future. This is around, because authors, you know, we are getting just a small profit out of the sale of the book, right? It's just a small piece. However, because of you, we sold so many books. I'm going to donate all of those money. They're around 2,000 level. And if some of you, I know that many people brought money to buy them. Sorry, there are no books right now. But you can do it today or tomorrow. And all of those money, again, will go to the donation for the ambulances. And also, I brought these 5 books. I have a challenge for you. You know that usually there are so less people that are participating in the lightning talks. As I said, I wanted to do this talk. I really didn't know whether I will make it because my life is expecting and in maybe days she'll give birth. So I really didn't know whether I will be here or not. But I want to give this example that many of these side projects, they don't need to be about the money. Even if you don't have the money to donate, then it's fine. You can go to the Battenberg right now. They need volunteers. You can donate your time. Or even 50 level if you donate each month. This is, you know, when there are a lot of people, this is much more than just collecting caps, right? So during the lightning talks, because I want to trigger this discussion about moral and ethics, if you do a talk about it and share your thoughts, I will be really happy. And for those of you who do it, I will give you a free book, and I'm going to sign it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. You're great as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please applaud Anton Angelov. Well, we'll be waiting for you here at 17:25 for the lightning talks. There are 3 free slots yet, so you can sign up and try to win those wonderful books by Anton Angelov. Thank you very much. Break till 5:25.
Increasing software complexity and new technologies in software-defined vehicles require a different repair strategy and solution. Luxoft solves the related challenges as a true partner, accelerating your transformation to digital vehicles and services. Because of the software's complexity, a regular mechanic will, on his own, not be able to analyze it, to find an issue's root cause, and to finally fix it. To effectively process the related huge amount of log and environment data, AI-supported remote services are required. Based on this data from the integrated central onboard diagnostics and intelligent in-vehicle edge pre-processing, a service expert can virtually access the vehicle in a mobility operations center, find the issue's root cause with AI-guided remote diagnostics, and fix it securely and safely with smart over-the-air updates or services operations. DXC Luxoft Advanced Diagnostics and Connected Platforms. Live in the future now.
Welcome to InfoPulse Bulgaria, part of a global IT company with more than 30 years of experience in providing IT services to customers in more than 40 countries around the world. Our team is constantly growing. This moves us forward and motivates us to become a major part of the local IT market. We firmly believe in our values: involvement, flexibility, openness and innovation. They help us build strong collaborative relationships with our specialists and customers and achieve even greater efficiency and operational flexibility. We offer a wide range of services and we're ready to contribute to the development of all industries. With our current focus on finance and insurance, manufacturing and agricultural telecom industries, we strive to enhance the expertise of our specialists and meet the specific needs of our customers. As a global and reliable service provider, we assist our clients in innovating and achieving scalability, enhanced efficiency, and operational agility. People are our greatest asset, and our strength comes from our unity. We're not just colleagues, but a team of friends with innovative thinking. We support each other as one big family, and we all strive to build the future together. We're waiting for you at InfoPulse Bulgaria.
Добре дошли в кухнята на Зея Бургер. Нека да видим какво се готви в QA отделът днес.
Хора, счупил се е Bedweather теста. Трябва да го инвестигирам, защото Камен ще ме пита.
Някакви Java пакети липсват.
Ако е dependency проблем, значи отъгледа начало.
Пушнах промяната. Хайде да пием по едно кафе, докато мине билда.
Ако искаш и ти да станеш част от нашия забавен екип, виж свободните позиции на zburger.bg.
Welcome everybody to our new home.
We are here today to celebrate the Flutter International reopening the office in Sofia.
To create meaningful moments, we have created areas where our colleagues can collaborate, have fun, or enjoy some quiet time during work while still enjoying the office.
One team, we're hiring. Join now at careers.flutterinternational.com.
Welcome to Blind Factor.
We have a core purpose statement. What we articulate internally is why do we exist? And that is that we exist to create an environment and a culture that breeds success by, number one, enabling our people to be the best that they can be, and number two, caring for our clients as individuals. So it's all about people.
It's all about people. Right at the core, it's our people. I'm most proud of our people. Our people are our most important asset.
It's quite simple. It's our people.
It's about the people who work for Endava. It's about the people we work for. And that underpins everything that we do and drives the culture, the team-like behavior, the way we work with clients. From proof of concept, prototype to production, we're helping our clients work in their business context to find new ways of using technology to drive change and to change the experiences with their customers and their consumers.
Let's make a truce. A death challenge accepted.
QA challenge accepted.
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted.
QA
Death challenge accepted. Death challenge accepted. Challenge accepted.
From all over the world we come across for a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be, with top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted. IT people, let's raise the bar, learning, growing, going far, with open hearts and minds connected. Challenge accepted, challenge accepted. Accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. The attitude is always challenge accepted.
Welcome back.
Welcome back
to the funniest part of our conference, lightning talks. Are we in frame? Is it all right? Okay, as you see, the camera is now lower. This is because our first lightning speaker wants so much to talk that he is coming here on his feet, not on the stage. And he will speak down, from the ground level. Please applaud our first lightning speaker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thank you. That's a bit too loud. Hey, my name is Stefan, and I'm here to talk a little bit about accessibility and people with disabilities. Not because of these ones, but it's a funny story. If you follow some regulatory things around the internet, you might have heard about the European Accessibility Act. It's something that will come in place summer of 2025, and it's going to make sure that a lot of the websites, like e-commerce websites, payment websites, transportation websites, and applications, of course, need to be accessible. This means accessible by people with visual impairments or people that have physical impairments and so on. Maybe you've heard there are certain protocols, certain standards like the WCAG, which can say if your website or application comply and can be used by people with disabilities. However, if I can see properly, it's really hard for me to say if a website is good for blind people. And this is where we decided to start an initiative which will actually train people with disabilities, starting with blind people, and train them as QAs and then help them find jobs. And basically, they will be the next generation of accessibility testers. So if you want to learn more, if you want to see if you can support us in any way, you can come and find me. I'm easy to find. Yeah, I'll tell you more about Access Drum, which is the name of the company we are starting. The first training will be November, start of November. And of course, it's going to be completely free for the people with disabilities. So if you know somebody also who would like to participate in such a course, you can give him a poke. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you. And the second lightning speaker, lightning talker, you can go up to the stage. The stage is yours. You can take all the time you need. There are only two speakers.
Two speakers.
Well, I'll try to keep it short and fit in the 5 minutes that I have. So I want to tell you a bit about an open source operating system, which is called FreeBSD. FreeBSD is an open source operating system. The first release was on November 1st, 1993, so it will be 30 years old very soon. It's a Unix-like operating system, so very similar to Linux. But of course, there are some key differences. I will start with the license. The FreeBSD source code comes with a very permissive license, which basically tells take the code, do whatever you want with it, just don't sue us if something goes wrong. Unlike, GPL and LGPL, where you're required to publish any changes you make and also give contribution to the people who originally wrote the code. Also, there are some differences in the features and some that the operating system has. And some of the notable features unique to FreeBSD include Beehive, which is a very lightweight virtualizator. Also jails, which are similar to Docker containers. Another very lightweight virtualization feature. We also have 3 different firewalls that can be used, well, in conjunction with each other. So you can use, for example, IPFW to filter layer 2 traffic and PF to filter layer 3. We also have the best file system in the world at the moment into the operating system, and that would be ZFS. So as of the currently release 13.2, that includes the OpenZFS implementation of ZFS. And in the context of this conference, I want to tell you about another feature that many of you might or might not know. So FreeBSD also includes QA, which is a lightweight testing framework for infrastructure testing. So along with the operating system, you also get a full automation framework with around 10,000 of already written tests. And of course, the tests are useless if no one runs them, right? So apart from the test applications and the tests themselves, we have an infrastructure of a Jenkins cluster, which does daily builds, monitoring the Git repository of the project. And actually, so after a few commits, the code is downloaded, a new version of the operating system is built, then it starts a VM who would run all the tests available in the default configuration. So this is currently around 7,000 tests, and if something fails, the responsible developers are like alerted by email so that bugs can be fixed almost the moment they are introduced. And if you're interested to learn more about QA and the automation test framework, you can go at wiki.freebsd.org/testsuite and also ci.freebsd.org and see the results yourself. So maybe you will find QA interesting and deploy it in your next project. And also, if you want to learn more about FreeBSD and how the companies use it, please come to OpenFest on the 4th and 5th November here. We will have Drew Galatin from Netflix tell us about how they built their CDN based on FreeBSD. So thanks a lot.
Please applause.
Thank you. And now a little surprise.
Okay, we will improvise a little bit. And now instead of lightning talks, we are going to do QA challenge talks. And I want to challenge Dimo Mitev, Cicu Mitku, and Milen to a battle to discuss the moral values and the ethical norms.
Please applause. Cicu Mitko.
Please applause them if they take the challenge. Yes, they're taking it. Yeah.
That's my moral value. What is Anton? So you're just you're a provocator. Okay. You know, 20 minutes. You again made me. Oh. I know that song, I can continue. The moral values, you know, is it mandatory to be in English? Is it? Yes? Anyone that is non-Bulgarian, raise your hand. Good, it's gonna be in English. I saw one hand, so good enough. No Bulgarian. I'm more different way of speaker in Bulgarian, but yeah. So there is a comparison when you talk about the moral values. Actually, you provoke me with the professionalism, especially in the companies. So there is a comparison between Stabilka, Bastun, and Kelesh. So for the English speakers, just two different people that exist in companies. So the Bastun is a person that just stays there, had a whatever kind of life, but that made him or her very, you know, not open to the world, not easy to communicate with. Often you see those people die alone because they cannot communicate with people. But that is a different topic. So they just exist that way. They are Bastun. So they as soon as they realize they need to get better in life, they realize they become new person, and you know, whatever. Life happens and they become different people. The Kelesh is a different portion of the industry. I have my 5 minutes, right? I'm sorry, I'll give you the microphone, I promise. So the Kelesh is another point of view. So the Kelesh is a person that, you know, has the attitude. He's one that probably fucked the whole world around girls or boys, whatever. It's not ethical professionalism and the stuff Anton was talking about. So the Kelesh is a person that whenever you beat him behind the neck, it's a good idea, you know, because there is a high probability and a chance that that person realizes it's a good idea to be open, to share your knowledge and stuff like that. And the Stabilka is ready to communicate with you. The Stabilka can hug you in whatever occasion, bar, beer. Someone want a beer? So, but by the way, Subev, fuck off. No beer. I had to buy it on my own. Where is Subev? So, so I'm sorry. This was about Subev. So the Stabilka, please be Stabilka. The Stabilka gives the company the value, the people, the attitude, the openness, the smile, the whole reality hugs you when you talk with Stabilkas. So the three variations. If you're Bastun, wake the fuck up. You're gonna die alone if you don't. You're gonna be tech, you're gonna have money, but you're gonna die alone and you won't be able to communicate with people. Open yourself to the realities. Start changing yourself. If you're Kelesh, someone will beat you behind the neck. I hope you're not around me, because, yeah, I will, definitely. And when you hire people, the Kelesh is easily recognizable. The Kelesh itself, not him or her, itself, the Kelesh is acting in an arrogant, the CV, the request for money, the whole thingy is very easy to be recognized. The Bastun is one that you want to have in your company, but it's going to be hard to work with. And the Stabilkas will buy you a drink on your interview, and I don't want to take the chance from them to talk more.
Well, so I don't know what to say, but maybe I look at the model from a bit different and technical perspective.
No.
No, I will. Not sure. Can I try in Bulgarian?
No, I saw 5 hands that don't.
Okay. I'll do it in English. So, when we talk about moral, there's something bad happens in technology world. I find it bad. Not sure if it's bad or not. Recently I saw a colleague of mine who said, we'll use Cypress because it looks popular. And I asked him why. Because he said, it looks popular. I asked him, do you know how it works? I don't know, but it's popular. People are using it. And if you search in the internet, you find a lot of people telling you that it's good, it works, it's something. And you see a lot of blog posts, a lot of people talking that it's something good because there is company that needs to monetize and need to tell you that Cypress is good. No one will tell you that Selenium is good because Selenium is open source. 0 people work at Selenium and they have 0 people at marketing positions. And what you see in the internet is some people are paid to tell you that something is good. And it's not only Cypress, it's, let's say, for visual testing, Applitools. If you search in Google how to do visual testing, everyone will tell you, buy Applitools account, it's easy, it works, it's something. No one will tell you, get a Docker container or use FreeBSD and some containerization and run some browsers there and take screenshots and it will work like a charm. And you will pay nothing. No one is paid to tell you that you can do it better for free. And I'm concerned about the moral of people who are getting money to advocate for something that even maybe they don't think it's correct. Some of you may know Gleb Bakhmudov. Is someone here familiar who is Gleb Bakhmudov? No. Well, so he was like the biggest advocate for Cypress, and for one night he changed his opinion to completely the opposite after he sold his stock options. So that's why I'm concerned about the moral of people who are telling you that something is good or not. And my tip is, don't listen what people are saying. Search what's their business, what's their interest. Some people have interest to say that you should use some tool. Some people have interest to tell you that you should write tests in Java. Some people have other interests. Look at the person who is saying you something, look at his business, and then try to think if there is some conflict of interests and if it's moral.
Hello everyone, my name is Dimo Mitev. Well, this was not very fair because I'm completely unprepared for anything to say, anything smart to say. Okay, so First of all, thank you, of course, for the opportunity to speak at this stage. I was very impressed from the presentation of Anton. Actually, we know with him from a long time. Actually, we started to work together about probably 10 years ago, and I'm extremely happy how much he succeeds, not only in Bulgaria, but in the whole world. And we should all be proud that we have such a person here, because this is a way to succeed not only in the Bulgaria, not only on the local community, but in the whole world. Now, we have such a person, and we should all follow his example and continue to develop Bulgaria to be on the top software industry map. And at the end, because we are talking about the moral values, and in my opinion, we should think about the happiness and what is actually happiness. In my opinion, this is a binary question, and there are only two answers. Are you happy, or you are not happy with what you are doing? And if you are happy with what you are doing, keep doing it, and give the example to the rest of the people, and try, if you see that someone needs a help him, and this is it. Okay, thank you.
Hello, hello. Okay. Do we need more provocations? I mean, do we have more time? No? Yes. But I want to provoke someone else, or you don't need me to hear. Is this moral value, Anton? To get on the scene with a beer, is this a moral ethics and how it's treated? Giving example to the bastoons, that's a good point. I appreciate that. I needed to say that on the microphone. Bastoons, open your realities to the beer if you're too close in your mind. I want to provoke someone else. Lubo, stop looking at your phone. Come here and tell us about your moral values and side ground. Come on, jump on the scene. You're one that is in one of the biggest companies in the industry. You need to tell us something. Come on, you're shy. Why are you? You're Bastoon now. Come on. Now you're Bastoon. Okay, let him be Bastoon. Who else is here? Now I see you. Georgi, you're too dry. You're naturally born Bastoon. No. Juliana, how are you? No. Okay. I don't see anyone. I wanted to hear Lubo's opinion, but yeah, it's going to be hard now. So yeah, I better stop talking, I guess.
Let's continue to Bastoons.
Petr Sebev.
Petr Sebev.
Oh, come, tell us, please. Oh, okay. Done. Thank you.
Okay, that was a little bit improvised, but I think it was really important to hear these important opinions. Thank you very much. Thanks for the... Let's hear it. Thank you.
And now we have a small surprise from one of our speakers.
If you have listened carefully, Ben is not just a QA, he's a magician.
И едно време какви магиосници имаше. QA магиосници. Ben agreed to create a quick entertainment show for us.
So, for the second time today, please applaud
Benjamin Bishop!
Well. Hello again. I'm sorry I'm on stage again today. I'm sure you wanted to have some more variety, but I'll try my best. Also, a show. I'm not sure if it's a show because that was rather short notice. I'll try to do 3 things for you in the time frame of 2 lightning talks. But maybe we can do something together just to warm up. Do you all have 2 arms? Maybe. If you don't, I'm very sorry. But just, I know you have to be careful. Just put them forward. Yeah, you too. You don't have to participate, but it's just such a nice picture from up here. If you can just cross your arms like this, let your palms face each other, and then put them together and cross your fingers. Wonderful. Just a little higher, everyone. A little higher. Wonderful. And then thumbs down, and then 1, 2, 3, and thumbs up. I see one of you succeeded. If you're interested in how to do this, I will gladly share it afterwards. Just approach me and I will tell you this is not a big secret. I hope you can see with this thing in the middle. Let me try something else because, and let me tell you this up front. This is the worst setup for magic that we have here. We have a very wide room, and so basically the people who are sitting there and there can basically see behind me, which is not ideal, but I'll try my best. Like I said, my name is Benjamin. I'm a test automation engineer by day, but I'm a magician by night. And I would like to talk to you a little bit about bugs. Let this coin represent a bug. Now, if you have 1 bug in the system, there might be a chance you have 2 bugs in the system. And if you have 2 bugs, you know what's coming. There might be a 3rd one right over here. Now, our job as test professionals is not only to find those bugs, but also to get them eliminated like this, one after the other. So that eventually the system under test can be completely usable again. Thank you. Now, when you think about magic, at least when I think about magic, I usually do close-up magic. That means up close to the people, not on a stage like this. This feels really strange for me, but, but I have to do a card trick, because cards are the things that I worked with for the last at least 35 years. I started magic at the age of 8, and now I'm 25. So, but I didn't want to use normal cards because we are at a testing conference, so I wanted to use Scrum cards, estimation deck. Thank you. There are 2, 3, 4 Scrum fans here. And I will need 2 volunteers. And let me tell you, this is a safe space. There will be no humiliation. We will not make fun of you. All you have to do is shuffle some cards and count from 1 to 10. If you can do that, I would be really happy if you could come up here. We have 1. Hello. Maybe we can have another one. There, wonderful. Perfect. Hello. Your name is Mira. And you?
Hey.
Hello.
Ilian.
Ilian, yes. We met each other before, but we didn't prepare anything. That is very important. So, Mira and Ilian. Do you both know how to shuffle cards? Kind of, you? Also kind of. Let's try who's the better shuffler. Can you just shuffle the cards a little bit? It doesn't have to be perfect. If you want to keep it like that, that's all right. And now please count 10 cards in a rather loud voice into my hand, please.
1,
2,
3,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Wonderful. So can you pass the deck to him? And can you put those into a pocket? And now let's see how good your shuffling is. Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty comparable. I couldn't really tell.
I spent my university years.
Can you also count 10 cards? 1,
2, 3,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Perfect. Do you also have a pocket where you can put those? Yes. Which pocket? This pants pocket? No, not those. I will take those back. This. Okay. I will take those back. And now, just put them in the pocket. So we have 10 cards each. And now we have to, oh God, what did you do? You didn't only shuffle this, you turned cards face up and face down, which is quite wild. Now we have to find out how many cards we will have to move between you two. Can you just say stop somewhere?
Stop.
Okay, just check. What did you pick? I hope you didn't pick a 0. That would be too easy to move cards between you.
It's not 0.
It's not 0. What is it? Yeah, you can say. Yeah, you can show it. It's a 3. I'm glad you didn't pick 8. It could have been a pause, which would have been nice, but 100 or 42 would have been right out of the question. So let's see. So we have 10, 10, and 3 to move. Who should I start with? You or her?
Ladies first. Oh.
Ladies first? Okay. Where did you put your cards? Oh, that's very hard to reach. I will not touch you. Don't worry. I will do it by magic. Sometimes I do it by sleight of hand, but not today. So the cards are there. All right. So please protect your pocket, because you will receive cards from him, because you said she's the one. You picked 3, you said her. Okay, 10, 10, let me think. All right, where are your cards? Back pocket. I won't touch you, don't worry. 1, 2, and 3. Here are 3 cards. And I will give those 3 cards to you. It's done. Thank you. No. Oh, that would be too easy. For your entertainment pleasure, I will now take your 3 cards and give them back to... Nah, that's an old magician's joke. No, let's see. So if this is real, you should have 13 cards and you should have 7, right? That should be it. Can you take the cards out of your pocket? Oh, I'm excited.
Can you count them?
Yeah, count them.
1, 2,
3, 4,
5, 6.
Oh, one more. You didn't get any. Almost. I didn't say it would be perfect. Can you take the cards out of your pocket? Some just disappeared.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
All right, one just disappeared. That never happened before, but thank you anyways for helping. Thank you. You can return back. I found the missing card. All right. But that can happen. But if that happens, you just go to the next trick. And this last one I wanted to do, I hope it works. I hope we won't end up with 2 ropes afterwards. This is a rope trick, and if you could please examine this long rope, and you can examine this medium rope, and no offense, but are they okay? By the way, I dipped the ends of the rope in glue. That's why they feel a little hard, but that's all I did. So are they all right? So can I have them back? All right. The short, the long, and the medium one. Thank you. So I was thinking about what can I do with those ropes? And I thought, let's do another agile, another scrum thing. And I call this a rope trick about estimation. And this will be the last thing I'll do for you today. If you're interested in more, just come talk to me and I'll gladly show you the arms thing. All right, so if you work in an agile team or in a scrum team, which is an agile team, you might do some task estimation, which you usually do with those planning poker cards. And the idea is that you estimate the complexity of certain tasks. So one new team member could say, I think this task is a small one, whereas a more experienced one may think it's a medium one. And you always have a pessimist in the team that says, I think it's a large one. And the idea in those estimation meetings is that you talk about the requirements and you talk about what has to be done and estimate the complexity so that in the end, you can reach a consensus and have actually 3 medium-sized tasks now. Oh, thank you, thank you. Which is the ideal scenario. Usually it takes some more rounds of discussing, but sometimes requirements may change. And if requirements change, you might end up with an extra large task instead. Which, oh, wow. Which is really strange because you really have to know what to do, because otherwise you start doing something down here when in reality you have to do something up here, and down here is not the place you were looking at. So it can get really complex, and you might even end up in this feedback loop, which is a loop that you cannot get out of. You just discuss and discuss the same thing over and over again with the stakeholders because you don't know what to do. But luckily, I brought some extra requirements over here. And this is what you need. You have to talk to the right people, make sure you know exactly what has to be done to break out of this loop. Because if you remember, we started with a consensus. We started with 3 medium-sized ropes. And this is how you do it. You need to talk to the right people. You need to find out what has to be done. If something changes, you have to be agile and re-estimate. And this is true whether you work in a small, in a medium, or in a large team. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our magical speaker, Benjamin Bishop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks
you very
a lot.
much.
Thank you.
And now, challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Time for some awards and prizes.
It's time for QA of the Year award.
Let me introduce you the 3 nominees this year. They are Ivomir Assi from Progress. Welcome to the stage.
Ivomir is QA engineer with 10 plus years of experience in various desktop, web, and mobile systems. A true believer in power of knowledge sharing, he frequently delivers presentations and courses for the local IT community on topics such as quality assurance, IoT, and DevOps at DevBG. He directly mentored 7 QAs in his team in EGTD, as well as hundreds of students from his QA automation course in Pragmatic Academy. Ivomir believes that everything should be done in simple and effective way. Outside of the automation and teaching, he loves outdoor activities, traveling, exploring new cultures, and practicing extreme sports and aviation. A licensed pilot, yacht captain, ski instructor, and kite surfer, you'll often find him in the wild, pushing himself out of all comfort zones. Applause.
Now, our second nominee, a well-known QA figure, Nikolai Stanoev from Merkel. Please applause. Right, Jackson.
Nikolai is a speaker who boasts an impressive track record of presentations of renowned conferences, including 5 times at QA Challenge Accepted, twice at Automation Guild, and contributions to ISTA and TestCon Europe. With a mission to foster technical growth, he has positively influenced over 500 individuals. Nick's profound impact extends to the software industry, where he pioneered custom automation frameworks using Selenium for global giants like Adidas via Merkel, Bulgaria. His generous spirit is evident in his constant support for QA colleagues in Bulgaria and abroad, where he is recognized as top Selenium expert and contributor to the IT community.
And our third nominee, Zdravko Zafirov from Bosch Digital. Please welcome.
Zdravko is an experienced QA engineer with diverse speaking portfolio, including engagements at IT Weekend and 2 appearances within the QA group at DevBG during last year. His commitment to knowledge sharing extends to contributing presentations and training at his previous companies, Musalasoft and MentorMate, and continuing in his current one, Bosch Digital, where Zdravko and his team test software for EV charging stations. Zdravko worked with many individuals on internal projects, providing invaluable guidance and support for people starting from scratch, advancing as QA engineers, or pursuing a completely different career path. Zdravko's contributions also extend to program development, where he helped create a module and led a course at JQA Academy, impacting hundreds of people.
That is it. 3 nominees, 1 award.
You applauded. And now the rules. Half of the evaluation is formed by our 10-member jury, composed of specialists from various software companies.
Each of them is a top QA expert with vast experience in the field. The jury consists of Alexander Tsolov, test consultant; Blagovest Bogoev, senior QA engineer at DHL; Borislav Vaptsarov, senior tech QA lead at Endava; Dejan Denev, QA team lead at Pliant.io; Georgy Ivanov, technology principal at MentorMate; Greta Petkova, senior automation QA at PS Interactive; Lyuba Ilieva, senior director quality and automation at Musalasoft; Miroslava Nikolova, automation QA at Nuvei; Netko Christov, DevOps engineer, but a QA for life at Tinkin; Rumen Zlatev, Scrum Master at Amadeus and a former QA lead. Now, the jury votes.
You As you see on the screen, with the blue color, it's how the jury voted for the first place. First place is tripled, the votes are tripled. The second place gives 1 point, and third place gives no points. So as you see, the jury voted for Nikolai and Ivomir for the first place, split 50-50, and the second place is split between Zdravko and Ivomir. But this is only half of the votes. Now let's see the votes of the public. As you see here, the tendency is reversed, and the public voted most for Nikolai, and then the second and third place are split between Ivomir and Zdravko. And now we will see the combined vote. And as you see, the winner of this year QA of the Year award is Nikolai Stanoev. Your applause are, of course, for the third and second place also, but Nikolai is the great winner. Do you wish to address the audience or no? Or just take your award?
Come to the center.
It's really difficult to speak right now. I really didn't expect it first to be nominated, and second to win the prize and the award. So thank you everyone who voted for every one of us. I really think that that award is not for just a person, it's for a community. And I'm happy to see so many people here. Yesterday, the deaths was so less. We are 9 years ahead of them. And I hope to grow in future in terms of QAs and to have more business in Bulgaria and to live better and prosper. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Bravo! Bravo!
We think that all three of them deserve the award, but as you know, the winner is always only one, except in our raffle.
Yes, my favorite part of our sponsors' raffles.
Okay.
And
now, we're starting with our first sponsor prize. It comes from Luxoft.
Luxoft, please applause.
Let's welcome their representative to announce, draw the award, the prize.
Пуснете.
Okay.
Luxoft company. I would like to say thank you to the organizers and all the volunteers who made this wonderful event happen. Personally to Biljana and Peter, who support and gather the QA community. And also, of course, to all the talented people who visited our booth these days. We had a great time. So now it's time to see who is the winner.
Ching.
Stefan Svilenov, Bosch.
Stefan Svilenov.
Congratulations.
Everything's fine.
Има ли всички печати? The second prize comes from Bosch Engineering Center. Let's welcome their representative to announce and draw the prize.
The prize is not here, but you're here.
First of all, once again, thank you for the wonderful organization, to all the volunteers, and of course to you, who make a lot of fun for us, and to all the lecturers who provide very valuable information for all of us. Our prize is Bosch product for a healthy life.
Okay.
A kind of blender. And the winner is Nikolai Kushev or Nushev, not sure, from SRA Service Limited.
Please applause.
Is Nikolai here?
Let me check.
Там стана някакъв.
Stop. Yes. Please.
Here you are.
Ако искате, може да кажете.
So I just saw that there is another award which I have to.
Okay.
Is it yet healthy back?
Yes.
Okay.
And the winner is Monica Dimitrova from Yara, Bulgaria.
Monica Dimitrova. Thank you.
And now, the next prize comes from Amusenet. Let's welcome their representative to announce and draw the prize.
Please applause.
Hello, everyone. As one very wise man said, hello there. So our prize is a very special projector. So basically, it's a mini system for cinema at home. And let's see who the winner is going to be. Let's pick someone from the bottom. And yep, the winner is Gergana Veselinova.
Where is
She's
Gergana?
coming, so.
Let's. Okay.
Yeah, it's the right one.
Yes, probably.
As a nice QA, you need to check, so yeah.
Yeah,
important.
every stamp is here, so
Yeah.
everything's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you, everyone. It was a real pleasure being here. We met a lot of you today. Hopefully, we'll be able to stay in touch and meet you at future events. Have a nice day, everyone.
Thank you. Prize is accepted. Prize is accepted. Next prize comes from Infopulse. Let's welcome their representative to announce and draw the prize.
So, guys, you are sleeping right now, or we'll rock this stage, maybe? Guys, are you sleeping right now or no? Okay. So, few words from Infopulse company. In the evening, I understood that the name of the conference is really very special. Challenge accepted. Why not? Because organizers accepted the challenge to do really a big and international conference. Today, we saw many people from different countries and from different cities. And speakers accepted the challenge to create really very professional speeches who need to rock this stage. And you, everyone here, accepted the challenge for some growth and development. And who knows, maybe here you will see somebody who will change this world for the best way. And I hope that our little and small prizes will help to do it faster. So, Dian, I know that you would like to say a few words in Bulgarian.
Искаме само да благодарим на всички, които организираха това прекрасно събитие, на водещите, че 2 поредни години вече ни забавляват, организаторите, всички доброволци, защото наистина те бяха страхотни. Винаги, когато имахме нужда от нещо, те помагаха, затова ви благодарим за усилията. И нашите 2 награди. Първо, както господин... The heavy one with the a bottle of Prosecco and some edible items for everyone who's a little bit tired and would like to have a glass of Prosecco. The lucky winner of this prize will be... Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. It's stuck in my head now. This one. Katya Ivanova, Bosch.
Are all the stamps there?
Заповядай, Катя.
Наистина тежи. Имаш кой да ти помогне, нали?
And the second prize right now is this Philips coffee machine right here, which my colleague is going to draw the lucky winner from our random org lottery. So,
you see, it's a truth.
Yes.
It's a truth.
Yes, this
we
is a
put,
laptop. Yes.
it's a laptop. Okay, it's a, yeah, sure. So we put all names of the registered person to the program, and right now I put the button, and we will see who will be the winner of this beautiful coffee machine. Morning routine coffee machine. Okay.
and the lucky winner is?
It's not a.
He's unlucky winner? Oh, yeah, from yesterday, Kamen is not the winner. It's Stoyan Zashev. Stoyan Zashev.
Stoyan Zashev.
Over there.
Thank you.
Thank you all, and see you soon at QR Challenge Accepted 2024. Woohoo!
Thank you. Thank you.
And now it's time for...
Our next prize comes from Zeeburger. Let's welcome their representative to announce and draw the prize.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Today I'm here to give, not to take. I'm sorry. Personally, I'm sorry. But there's still room for me to win something.
Yes.
So, today I have talked to more of you. To some I didn't have the chance to talk, but now I'm talking to all of you. And I would like to thank you that being here, you're making this conference and us sponsors happy. And lots of networking has been done. Lots of people were made happy or not. And I would like just to thank all of you, the organizers, my colleagues, all the sponsors, especially you two guys. I can't sing.
Thank you. Challenge accepted.
So, let's get to the main point. It's a very, I hope, nice tablet. In Russian, planchette. Thank you.
Do you want glasses?
Dimitar, I see it from here. No.
Mitko Topuzov.
Challenge. Vatishvili.
Okay.
It's him.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all again.
You didn't say what it is for all of them to invite.
Planchette.
Ah, sorry.
In Russian,
okay.
Tablet in English.
Yes, tablet.
Thank you. Applause. And
our next prize comes from Commerzbank. And it is 3-in-1 charger. Tony will draw it.
Okay.
Or Tony will draw it.
Which Tony?
Tony or
it doesn't
Tony.
matter.
Or Tony or Tony.
And this is Valentina Manova.
All the stamps needed?
Yes, all the stamps. QA engineer, Amadeus. Валентина Манова. Първи път. Валентина Манова втори път.
Окей.
Валентина Манова.
Трети път.
Трети път. Окей. Джин. Асен Мазгарев.
Той идва.
Бош.
So the next prize comes from Flutter International. And let's welcome their representative to announce and draw the prize.
Hello, everyone. So, first of all, I would like to thank studio organizers, volunteers, both of you, and of course, all the awesome people who stay by our Flutter International booth. So, feeling lucky already, okay? So, our prize is a mini poker set, and let's get started. Okay, so that's someone from Endava, and the lucky is Silvana Shtereva.
Silvana Shtereva.
So there's someone who's more lucky even. The next
Silvana
one.
Shtereva. Първи път.
The third time. The next luckier person is...
Втори път, трети път. Дън. Дън, дън, дън. Трррррр. Плинг.
Okay, so what's that company? Calmstream?
Yes,
Okay,
and the name is?
and yes, the winner is Kalina Ilieva.
Kalina Ilieva. Yes.
Thank you very much. The next prize comes from Blank Factor, and it is mousepad plus digital charger.
Yes.
And it will be drawn by someone of you, Tony or Tony.
Schlung. Galin Dobrev. Company Talk Online.
Challenge accepted. And the next prizes come from Endava. There are 3 of them, and it will be backpacks full with gifts. So I'll draw them.
Bang. Севдалина Генова. Две имена са.
Севдалина. Ага. Pidaesu Genova. Senior tester at Endava. She's married, as it seems. It's with
Sevdalina?
No.
First time? Second time?
Third time.
Third time. Dong. Trrrr. Jglung. Ивелина Атанасова. Колко професионално написано. And the next is Ferdun Mestan.
There he is.
He's here.
Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. Never. That's it.
Късно, вече. Мина вече. Гергана Златанова. Гергана Златанова.
Втори път. Гергана
Златанова.
Трети път.
Златанова.
Тя до сега ще да си познае името следващия.
And the name is Мануела Василева. Ето е Мануела. And
thank you. The next prize comes from Nuvei. It's branded backpack, Samsonite.
Green. Сибил Узунова. Please. Yes. Welcome.
And the next prize comes from Coherent Solutions. It's Bluetooth headset.
Bang. And the name is Denica Datskova. Yes. Vladimir?
And the next prize comes from Deaf Experts. Let's welcome their representative to announce and draw the prize.
Please applause.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to take part of this amazing event. And now the winner is Емилиан Георгиев.
Ето го. Леко, внимателно, моля ви се. Да, точно така.
Wish you a nice play with your friends.
Okay, the next prize comes from Milestone Systems. It's Buds Bluetooth headset.
Велеслав Панов.
His phone number is? He's not here, okay?
Няма го. 3, 2, 1, банк. Оп. Кремена Димитрова. Кремена Димитрова първи път, Кремена Димитрова втори път. Ето я.
Next prize comes from SiteGround. It's Krefung Bluetooth speaker.
Emre Mumyun. Emre.
And the next prize is coming from BGO Software. Let's welcome their representative to announce and draw the prize.
Please applause.
Hello guys, nice to see you. So, I would like first to thank you all for coming. This was our first time here this year. We are all very proud and excited, and I hope that you all had a good time today. So, let's see who's the lucky winner. And regarding the prize, we have this beautiful backpack full of secrets and surprises. So, who knows? Let's see. Yes, thank you. I needed this. Okay, so...
Georgi Boškov.
Boškov.
Два пъти Boškov. Boškov.
Thank you.
There he is.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next prize comes from, applause, comes from Endurosat. Let's welcome their representative to announce and draw the prize.
Thank you, everyone. I'll be very short as we are tired, I believe. Thank you. At Endurosat, because we're an aerospace company, if you don't know, we like to look at the stars, so our prize is a telescope, which actually you can bring it to the mountain or some travel, so it's very light. And the winner will be... The sound. The people, the person is from Progress, and it's Mira Dikina.
Mira Dikina. Yes.
And now, next prizes come from Carlsberg. There will be Carlsberg beer sets. The first one is for...
Добре, окей. Progress. Progress, please welcome. Ние
Sorry. Sorry, yes. Sorry.
Hello again. On the behalf of Progress Software, thank you to the organizers, and thank you everyone for stopping to our booth. And actually the gift is annual subscription to Masterclass. I hope valid subscription, but yeah, we'll see. Okay. So, Bruce Willis.
He's there.
Okay, no, I'm kidding. It is Anita Nikolova.
And now we continue with Carlsberg beer sets.
315.
315, 315, 315. There he is.
Okay, thank you. The next is 313. The next 313 is here.
There he is.
Okay. The next is 486. 486. Okay. 486.
486 is
486
coming.
is here probably. Колко станаха? The next is 406.
406 is coming.
406.
There she is.
Okay. The next is... Yes. Okay. Yes, everything's fine. 416. 416. And the next is... Okay. 273.
There he is.
Okay. 273. And the final?
No.
Oh, three. Oh.
2 more.
Yes, 273. 266. 266 is here.
266.
Oh, 266. Първи път, втори път, дън, трети път. And 508. 508. Имаме ли? Okay. 508. And 457. 457. Oh, ето. Hello. 457, yes. And the last one is 483. Please applause the last winner. Thank you.
And the last prize for today comes from Diplomat Plaza Hotel and Resort. It is 2-night stay in luxurious room for 2 people, including a boat trip. The second person is not included. You have to find it yourself. So
Where is the Влади?
Чакай, има още. Чакай. Късмет. Щупи се.
And the final winner is... Само не знам да викаме ли чистачките. Борис Петров. Борис, yes. Борис Петров.
There he is. Please don't come to the stage.
Yes, applause. We are happy to announce that today we all gathered 3,779 leva to help Lazar Radkov and Caps for Future for buying a neonatal ambulance. Please applause.
And adding 1,845 leva from yesterday, this equals 5,624 leva.
We are not counting the money donated after the last break, the money in the box, the money donated by bank transfer, and the money donated by Anton Angelov.
Okay.
What is Anton?
So the sum will be significantly bigger, and in the upcoming days we will announce the exact amount on our Facebook page. These applause are for all of you, for your generous support, and for this charitable cause.
Finally, all the volunteers' reflective vest will be also donated to Lazar Radkov's volunteers after the event.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you really much.
Thank you.
For making the world a better place. And now speaking about generosity, let's give a huge final thanks to our sponsors, our gold sponsors.
Gold sponsors. Please applause. Luxoft.
Bosch Engineering Center Sofia.
Amusenet.
Infopulse.
The Burger.
Also our silver sponsors.
Commerzbank.
Flutter International.
Blank Factor.
Dreamix.
And Endava.
And our bronze sponsors.
Nuvei. Coherent Solutions. Experian Bulgaria. Axway. Dev Experts. Milestones. And
thank you all. We will all looking forward meeting to you next year, which will be on 29th of September 2024 for our anniversary edition 10. We are sure that challenge acceptance song will be in your head till then. So time to close.
Yes.
The edition number 9, and make an improvised karaoke party in 20 minutes.
Yes.
All volunteers, organizers, speakers, please come to the stage for our final photo shoot, and let's hear the catchy. Let's hear that catchy song one more time.
For a conference made for pros by pros. For devs and QAs, this is the place to be. With top-notch speakers and lots of coffee and beer. So come join us in this journey so great, where we'll make new friends and celebrate. Coding skills and testing perfected. The attitude is always challenge accepted.